Welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Over 99% of viewers aren't subscribed. It costs you nothing, but it's an enormous support for us to keep creating these relaxing stories. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. The night enveloped in a hushed stillness, cloaked in a mist that turned the streetlights into faint, distant stars. Seated in my cherished armchair, I idly observed the shadows pirouette on the walls of my study, cast by the flickering flame of a solitary candle on the side table. The aged wooden floor exuded a familiar scent, a blend of memories and time, as the quietude was gently punctuated by the rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock. In a moment of serene contemplation, a peculiar sight caught my attention. Amidst the familiar shadows dancing along the wall, there was one that moved with a different cadence. While the others swayed in harmony with the candle's flicker, this particular shadow seemed to possess a will of its own, tracing an independent path on the wall. Initially dismissing it as a trick of my weary mind, fatigued from long hours of work, I closed the book resting on my lap and rose to investigate further. The shadow, sensing my gaze, hesitantly retreated towards the corner of the room. Drawing closer, I scrutinized the textured surface of the wall. While the irregularities naturally cast small shadows, the one that captivated me stood out, denser, more defined, as though fashioned from substance rather than mere absence of light. Intrigued, I reached out to touch the wall where the enigmatic shadow lingered. The surface felt unusually cold, chilling compared to the rest of the wall. In the ensuing days, I began to discern other peculiarities. The shadow materialized at varying times, always in solitude, always in the presence of dim light that allowed shadows to thrive without engulfing them entirely. Sometimes it manifested in the hallway, other times in the kitchen, yet always displaying a curious and almost bashful demeanor. One evening, as I sat at my desk engrossed in writing, a sensation of presence stirred behind me. Not a disquieting sensation of being watched, but akin to the quiet awareness of a cat observing silently. Turning slowly, I beheld the shadow cast upon the closed door of my study. This time, it did not retreat but remained motionless, seemingly studying me in return. It was then that a revelation dawned upon me, a detail that had eluded my notice. The shadow had no discernible source. Every known shadow is cast by an object, a person, an animal. Yet this shadow existed independently, detached, as if a sentient entity in its own right. I began to communicate with it, not through spoken words, but through gestures and movements. In response, it danced upon the wall, shaping forms that almost resembled letters, fleeting and elusive. At times, a message seemed to materialize, while at others they dissolved into meaningless swirls. With time, its presence became a comforting companion, a familiar presence in the nocturnal hours. On sleepless nights, I sought its silent company, anticipating its distinctive movements amidst the ordinary shadows. It felt akin to having a silent guardian, a companion of the night. The enigma of its origin and nature remained unsolved. Despite delving into research, consulting ancient tomes, and engaging experts in the realm of the paranormal, no definitive explanation emerged. Now, as I sit in my armchair penning these lines, I observe the shadow sway gently within my peripheral vision. It has integrated into my daily existence, a mystery embraced without complete comprehension. I often ponder whether it, too, contemplates my essence, whether I am a mystery to it as it is to me. The candle on the side table wanes, and I know the shadow will soon dissolve into the darkness, awaiting the advent of new light to reappear. And I shall remain here in this tacit dialogue between a man and a bodiless shadow, welcoming its return with each flicker of illumination, a tranquil rapport amidst the mysteries of the night. Story 2. In the quiet of my grandmother's old house, rain tapped gently against the window panes, weaving a lulling melody through the air. I embarked on the solemn task of sifting through years of memories tucked away in the attic, a duty that carried both weight and a strange tranquility. Each creak of the wooden stairs underfoot exhaled the faint fragrance of ancient cedar and faded recollections. Ascending, I found the attic bathed in a soft, diffused light filtering through a small round window. Dust motes drifted lazily in the muted beam, conjuring fleeting patterns in the air. The space pulsed with echoes of bygone days, every box and trunk cradling fragments of lives long past. My fingertips grazed weathered cardboard boxes as I wandered, the rain's gentle symphony harmonizing with my exploration. Nestled in a shadowy corner, obscured by leather-bound photo albums, something peculiar caught my eye. A small, time-worn music box perched atop a faded pink blanket. Its metal key, to my surprise, was slowly turning as if wound just moments before. The subtle motion, almost imperceptible, held me in the attic's hush. Drawing near, I felt a shift in the air, a coolness enveloping me. The music box's lid, intricately carved with woodland creatures, bore the marks of years gone by. Curiously, my grandmother had never spoken of this piece, a deviation from her usual tales of cherished belongings. Lifting it gingerly, I sensed an unusual warmth despite the attic's chill. The key continued its hypnotic rotation, defying reason. With trembling hands, I opened the lid, anticipating the familiar lullaby's tinkling notes. Instead, a different sound emerged, the soft laughter of a child, distant and otherworldly, drifting like a forgotten whisper. Not menacing, but carrying a profound ache of solitude and longing that stirred a deep resonance within me. Beneath the music box lay a diminutive porcelain doll, its serene face painted, one glass eye slightly askew, imparting an eerie knowingness. The doll's dress, once white, had aged to a delicate ivory hue, its lace as fragile as spider silk. What struck me most were the tiny hands, poised as if reaching out, as if yearning to be held. As I observed the doll, the rain's rhythm seemed to morph, growing deliberate, akin to footsteps traversing the attic's expanse. Dust particles swirled in enigmatic patterns, fleeting shapes resembling small handprints before dissipating into chaos. The temperature continued its gentle descent, a soothing coolness akin to a summer evening breeze. Memories, not my own, flickered in my mind, vivid yet distant. I glimpsed a young girl at play in this very attic, her laughter reverberating off the rafters as she cradled the porcelain doll. These scenes, like watercolor paintings, soft-edged and muted in hue, carried a weight of authenticity. I recognized her as my grandmother in her youth, though the certainty eluded explanation. The music box's key halted its turning, the ghostly laughter melting into silence. Clutching both objects, an overwhelming urge welled within me to transport them downstairs, infusing them with new life in the warmth below. Yet a force held me back. The doll's misaligned gaze now seemed fixed on something, or someone, invisible to me. Reverently, I returned both items precisely as I found them, arranging the pink blanket with care. A subtle shift in the atmosphere, akin to a sigh of satisfaction, enveloped me. The rain resumed its natural cadence, and the dust settled back into its tranquil waltz in the sunbeam. I grasped a fundamental truth about this space. Certain toys defy oblivion, lingering between memory and reality, past and present, frolicking with phantom children in the silent hours when eyes are averted. That night, as I readied to depart, a distant music box melody seemed to waft down from the attic, accompanied by the patter of tiny feet skimming across aged floorboards. I chose not to investigate. Certain enigmas are meant to remain veiled, residing in the tranquil realm between wakefulness and dreams, where the inconceivable breathes life and memories twirl eternal in the dusk-kissed glow of aging attics. Perhaps that's why my grandmother kept silent about the music box. Some treasures are destined to be unearthed rather than bestowed, their enchantment unveiling solely to those who chance upon them in the perfect moment. When rain whispers softly and the world hushes to hear the echoes of yesteryears. Story 3. The gentle moonlight seeped through my bedroom window, painting delicate shadows on the wooden floor. I've always been a light sleeper, attuned to the moments when the world pauses in the quiet of the night. On that particular evening, as the autumn wind whispered through the trees, a tranquil rhythm danced against the window panes. It was during one of my midnight strolls through the aged house that I first stumbled upon it. A peculiar alteration in the wallpaper pattern along the hallway. Initially, I brushed it off as a mere play of light, a trick that shadows often enjoy in the depths of night. But as my fingers grazed the wall, the texture shifted beneath them, transforming into something smoother, more refined, resembling aged wood rather than the familiar textured wallpaper. This revelation became a nightly ritual. Each dusk, as the sun bid adieu and the world hushed, I waited with bated breath. The metamorphosis always commenced with a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a gentle coolness, accompanied by whispers of cedar wood and something ancient, evoking memories of dusty tomes and forgotten chambers. Slowly, the door materialized before me, like a photograph developing in slow motion. A faint outline emerged, barely visible against the wallpaper. Then detail by detail, it unfolded. An ornate wooden door adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to dance and transform whenever I tried to focus on them. The brass doorknob shimmered with an inner radiance, beckoning with a warmth that seemed to emanate from within. Night after night, I sat in the hallway, witnessing the door's manifestation. At times, I would bring a cup of chamomile tea, its comforting scent mingling with the enigmatic fragrances that accompanied the door's appearance. Though my fingers often hovered near the doorknob, I refrained from touching it, sensing that crossing that threshold would alter everything, and I wasn't prepared for such a change. During these nocturnal vigils, I began to notice subtle shifts within the house. The shadows deepened, moving with purposeful intent. The usual creaks and murmurs of the old house took on a melodic quality, akin to a distant lullaby. The air grew pregnant with potential, laden with the weight of untold tales waiting to be unveiled. On especially quiet nights, I fancied I could hear faint sounds from beyond the door, not eerie, but intriguing. The rustle of pages in an unseen book, the gentle ticking of a non-existent grandfather clock, and occasionally a faint hum of an unfamiliar melody. Delving into the house's history yielded no clues about the door, yet tales of previous inhabitants spoke of peculiar dreams and serene nights. One former resident, an elderly lady who had dwelled in the house for 5 decades, chronicled in her journal a path to peaceful slumber that materialized only in the darkest hours. Initially dismissed as the musings of a solitary widow, her words now resonated with me. Weeks turned into months, and the door became my nocturnal companion. When sleep evaded me, I would sit by its side, feeling its presence like a dear friend. Sometimes I'd read in its soft glow, other times simply ponder in silence, attuned to the faint whispers that seemed to emanate from beyond. The door exuded no malice or threat, but rather a sense of tranquility, as if safeguarding a precious secret rather than concealing a sinister one. One memorable night, as I sat near the door, I discerned something new. The carvings in the wood appeared to narrate a tale, figures traversing forests, scaling mountains, sailing across seas. Yet each time I sought to follow their journey to its conclusion, the patterns shifted, weaving a new narrative. It felt as though the door itself was a storyteller, sharing endless chronicles with those patient enough to observe and wait. Years have drifted by since the door's discovery, and still I've refrained from turning its handle. At times, I ponder if that's why it persists in appearing, because I've honored its enigma, allowed it to retain its mysteries. The door serves as a reminder that some enigmas are best left unexplored, some mysteries more captivating when left untouched. On restless nights, I find myself drawn to the hallway, tea in hand. Without fail, the door materializes, bringing its familiar warmth and solace. And as I sit in the soft glow, I realize that perhaps the door's true essence lies not in what lies beyond, but in the tranquility it imparts to those who cherish its presence during the nocturnal stillness. When morning arrives, sunlight streaming through the windows, the door fades back into ordinary wallpaper, prompting fleeting doubts of its existence. Yet as night descends once more, accompanied by that familiar shift in the air, that subtle alteration in reality, I am reassured that some marvels in this world reveal themselves only to those willing to linger in the darkness, waiting for magic to unfold. Story 4. The grandfather clock in my study struck midnight, its deep resonance filling the room with a comforting familiarity. I glanced up from my weathered journal, anticipating the usual solitary chime, but to my surprise, the tolling lingered. Each note blended seamlessly into the next, weaving a melodic tapestry that seemed to elongate time itself. The soft glow of the lamplight bathed my antique desk, casting a warm aura over the steam swirling from my cup of chamomile tea. A subtle shift in the air hinted at a different essence to this night, not foreboding, but rather a subtle tilt in reality, akin to a painting slightly askew on the wall. The darkness beyond the window appeared denser than before, almost palpable, as if it could seep through the panes at any moment. Intrigued, I rose from my chair, compelled by the enigmatic quality of the night outside. The floorboards murmured beneath my steps, their polished surface cool against my woolen socks. Drawing closer to the window, my reflection in the glass sharpened, yet there was something peculiar about it. The mirrored image of myself seemed to lag behind my actual movements by the tiniest fraction, as if time itself struggled to keep pace with reality. A delicate fragrance of night-blooming jasmine enveloped the room, though no such blooms adorned my study. It was a sweet, intoxicating scent that flirted with the edges of memory, evoking hazy recollections of childhood summer evenings. Meanwhile, the clock's impossible chiming persisted, each note now spacing out like thickened honey drizzling from a spoon. Turning away from the window, I intended to record these peculiar occurrences in my journal. Yet the words on the pages began to shift before my eyes. The ink meandered like a dark river, forming intricate patterns and sentences I had not penned. Among them, descriptions of this very night unfolded, penned in my own hand, but depicting a future I had not yet lived. The room's temperature subtly undulated, not uncomfortably, but in gentle undulations that mirrored my breathing's cadence. Each exhale brought a soft warmth, each inhale a refreshing caress against my skin. The shadows in the room's nooks seemed to pulse in synchrony with my breath, expanding and contracting in a mesmerizing rhythm. When I reached for my tea, the porcelain cup felt simultaneously warm and cool to the touch. The liquid inside shimmered under the lamplight, creating celestial patterns akin to stars traversing an endless night sky. Mesmerized, I observed as each sip refilled itself, the tea level remaining constant despite my consumption. The gentle tick-tock of my wristwatch harmonized with the grandfather clock's timeless tolling, melding into a soothing time lullaby. I noticed that the watch hands had begun moving in opposing directions, the hour hand advancing while the minute hand retraced its path. Yet this paradox felt oddly natural, as if unveiling time's essence beyond its linear facade. Words materialized on the journal's pages without my penmanship. Time is not a river, but an ocean. Reading these words, I grasped their inherent truth. This night didn't stretch endlessly because it refused to conclude. Rather, it unfolded across all temporal realms simultaneously, like a dream encompassing past, present, and future in a single breath. The darkness beyond the window morphed into a tranquil void, not menacing but welcoming, like a gentle embrace awaiting the world. Through its depths Glimpses of alternate versions of my study flickered, moments of this same eternal night existing in parallel. My reflection in the glass moved autonomously, choosing different paths of reading, writing, and tea sipping, revealing the infinite potentials nestled within this singular night. With peaceful acknowledgement, we, two voyagers, shared the same space but in differing temporal currents. Settling back into my chair, a profound tranquility enveloped me. The grandfather clock's chimes elongated to the point where each resonation felt like a distinct lifetime, encapsulating entire worlds between each strike. The night enfolded me like a cocoon of infinite instances, each one whole and flawless in itself. I began to perceive that this night would never truly fade, not due to time's standstill, but because it had expanded to unveil its genuine essence. Somewhere I forever sat in this study, witnessing the pulsating darkness, listening to the clock's eternal song, existing in this perfect moment that encompassed all moments. And so, I lingered in this everlasting night, penning these words that had always existed, savoring tea that never cooled, beholding time reveal itself not as a sequence of events, but as an eternal dance of the present. The darkness outside continued to throb with potential. The clock chimed its ceaseless melody, and I dwelled in this timeless moment, utterly serene within the infinite night. Story 5. The soft flicker of the candlelight painted ethereal shadows on the ancient stone walls as I descended the worn steps of the cellar. Each creak of the wood, a comforting melody from my childhood. The cool, damp air embraced me, carrying the familiar scents of earth and aged wood, wrapping me in nostalgia. But on this particular evening, a subtle shift lingered in the air. The flame danced erratically, untouched by any breeze, and a thin film of dust coated every surface, despite my recent visits. The shadows seemed to elongate, reaching towards the darkness at the foot of the stairs, beckoning me into the unknown. Halfway down, a peculiar sensation halted my steps. The shelves, usually ending within sight, now stretched into an infinite corridor beyond the reach of the candle's glow. The silence enveloped me, broken only by the rhythm of my own heartbeat and the distant echo of water trickling through the stones. Driven by curiosity that overshadowed my fear, I pressed forward. Jars of preserves lined the shelves, their labels bearing dates that grew increasingly ancient with each step. 1980, 1960, 1940. Some labels were so faded, they whispered of forgotten times. The air grew colder, carrying the scent of damp earth intermingled with the fragrance of aged parchment. As I ventured deeper, the rough stone walls transformed into intricate patterns of ancient bricks adorned with mysterious symbols etched with immaculate precision. One jar, crafted from obsidian glass, stood out among the rest, its label bearing the inexplicable date of 1820. With trembling hands I lifted it, and in the cellar's hushed embrace, a faint whisper, wordless yet profound, caressed my ears. It was as if time itself murmured secrets, unfolding like ancient scrolls in a long-forgotten library. Turning slowly, I glimpsed fleeting figures in the shadows, wisps of memories yearning to materialize. Sensing the need to retreat, I pivoted towards the stairs, only to find the distance had multiplied, the light above appearing distant and unreachable, like a solitary star in an endless night sky. Each step I ascended felt like a voyage through time, the shelves shifting back to their familiar state, the jar's dates returning to the present. Upon reaching the top, bathed in the warmth of the kitchen's light, I placed the 1820 jar on the step, its weight a grounding reminder of the surreal journey I had undertaken. As I gazed once more into the cellar's depths, a fleeting movement hinted at the bending of time itself. That night, cradling a cup of steaming tea, I pondered the jar now bearing a simple label, Blackberry Jam 2023. Upon opening it, a fragrance unlike any other enveloped me, an essence redolent of time's embrace, sweet and ancient, akin to a cherished childhood memory. Since that enigmatic evening, each descent into the cellar stirs a whisper of anticipation. Though the stairs remain constant and the shelves hold their usual contents, in moments of dim light and profound silence, the cellar seems to beckon, hinting at untold temporal mysteries waiting to be unraveled. And perhaps one day, I will summon the courage to venture down that seemingly infinite corridor, to discover the secrets that lie where time loses its grasp on reality. Story 6. The grandfather clock in my study had always been a reliable companion, its gentle ticking echoing through the room like raindrops on a window pane. But on that particular morning, a subtle shift in the air hinted at something out of the ordinary. The familiar rhythm of the clock seemed altered, as if time itself had decided to take a pause. As I sat at my desk, surrounded by old papers, the seconds stretched on, defying their usual pace. The morning sun filtered through heavy curtains, casting a warm glow over everything in the room. My cup of tea sat untouched next to my journal, the autumn breeze rustling the leaves outside. Yet when I reached for my pocket watch, my hand moved through a thick, syrupy resistance, like swimming through honey. The watch's second hand quivered in place, refusing to move forward. Dust motes hung frozen in the sunlight, the steam from my tea lingered in midair, and even the curtains remained still, caught in a moment of suspended animation. The silence enveloped me, a serene stillness that felt almost magical. Every step I took sent ripples through the air, distorting the frozen world around me. Looking out the window, I beheld a surreal scene. A bird paused mid-flight, leaves frozen in mid-descent, a cat perfectly still on a garden wall. Instead of fear, a sense of wonder filled me. I wandered through the house, noticing every tiny detail that had gone unnoticed in the rush of daily life. Water droplets hung in the air, clocks stood frozen in time, and the morning newspaper stayed suspended, its headlines irrelevant in this timeless realm. Returning to my study, I saw a peculiar sight in the mirror above the fireplace. My reflection moved in tandem with me, but there was a subtle difference, a hint of another reality seeping through. The mirror seemed to beckon me, its surface appearing deeper, more mysterious than before. Hours or minutes passed in this timeless state, lost in contemplation. Slowly the world around me began to stir. Dust motes quivered, steam dissipated, and the clock's pendulum swung back into motion. Time flowed once more, restoring the natural order of things. The bird completed its flight, the cat resumed its movements, and the leaves drifted to the ground. Life returned to normal, yet a lingering sense of the extraordinary remained. The mirror still held secrets, reflecting a version of myself from a suspended moment in time. The mystery of that morning lingers, a reminder of a world where time stood still. And perhaps in another dimension, that frozen moment lives on, a testament to the beauty found in the quiet spaces between seconds. Story 7. In the hush of the night, my steps reverberated through the ancient wooden corridor. The floorboards murmured beneath my weight, weaving a familiar tune with the rain's gentle dance on the window panes. A sweet fragrance lingered in the air, a blend of aged wood and weathered paper. Pausing before the door at the hallway's end, a room unvisited for months beckoned me. The lock shimmered faintly in the soft lamplight, a subtle invitation. I vividly recalled securing it last, turning the key thrice and testing the handle. A customary ritual, a source of reassurance. Yet on this particular evening, an unfamiliar aura enveloped the door. The air felt chillier. A delicate dusting of powder had settled on the brass knob, forming intricate patterns that captured my gaze. Drawing nearer, I observed the dust's formation, concentric circles etched by an unseen hand. The door's surface emitted a subtle warmth, detectable only by the touch of my palm. Odd, considering the room remained sealed, devoid of any source of heat. Leaning in, I strained to hear. Amidst the profound silence, a distant murmur, akin to a slumbering breath, teased my senses. Retrieving the key from my robe's pocket, it felt oddly warm against my skin. With deliberate care, I inserted it into the lock, endeavoring to minimize any noise. The key slid in smoothly, yet when I attempted to turn it, a resistance met my efforts. A surge of anticipation mingled with curiosity quickened my pulse, not fear. It felt akin to the brink of a significant revelation. Trying the opposite direction, the key yielded effortlessly, emitting a delicate click. Swinging the door ajar, a waft of warm and fragrant air greeted me, reminiscent of freshly brewed vanilla tea. Moonbeams filtered through gossamer curtains, casting a silvery sheen upon the room, familiar yet altered. Books on the shelves arranged in an unfamiliar sequence, forming intricate designs previously unseen. The antique armchair slightly shifted towards the window, an empty porcelain cup on the adjacent table, unremembered by me. Approaching the mahogany desk, my fingertips traced its polished surface. The dust lay unevenly, as if elusive words had been inscribed and then erased. Beside the inkwell, a yellowed parchment bore a single phrase inscribed in my handwriting, though I had no recollection of penning it. Time flows differently here. As I absorbed the words, my breath synchronized with the curtain's languid dance, though no breeze stirred. The room's silence pulsed with vitality, a symphony of whispers too faint to discern. Nestling into the velvety armchair, I glimpsed the room's reflection in the window pane. Fleetingly, a blurred figure flitted in the shadows behind me, vanishing upon my swift turn. Shutting my eyes briefly, the room appeared subtly altered upon reopening them, as if each object had shifted minutely. The cup now radiated warmth, a wisp of steam ascending. Rising from the armchair, a weighty enigma cloaked the room. Advancing towards the door, my footfalls echoed soundlessly on the wooden floor. Pausing at the threshold, I cast one final glance. The room exhaled softly, akin to a slumbering entity. Tenderly shutting the door, I secured it with a turn of the key. The conclusive click echoed like a lullaby in the corridor stillness. Since that night, a hint of vanilla tea lingers by the door, accompanied by the rustle of unseen hands flipping through pages. I have refrained from reopening that door, aware the room harbors secrets best left undisturbed, entombed in silence. Story 8. The mist enveloped my steps as I wandered along the tangled path behind my grandmother's home. The break of dawn had barely touched this realm, where shadows clung stubbornly, defying the natural rhythms of day and night. The air hung heavy with dampness, carrying the fragrance of earthy decay mingled with a mysterious essence, ancient and elusive. It was a place suspended in time, veiled in a cloak of enigma that beckoned me further. Just a fortnight ago, I had come into possession of this estate, and while the house exuded a familiar warmth, it was the curious garden that held me captive from the start. Stretching out behind the Victorian abode, it was encased by weathered stone walls draped in dark ivy. Yet what drew my gaze most were the towering trees encircling the garden, their branches arcing inward to form a canopy so dense that even the sun struggled to pierce through its veil of leaves. This garden had been my grandmother's domain for over 6 decades, yet in all my visits during childhood, I had never seen her tend to it. Inquiries about this secluded sanctuary had been met with a cryptic smile and her words, "Some places prefer to tend themselves, dear." Back then, I had dismissed her words as the whimsical ramblings of age, but now, as I traversed the perpetual twilight within these walls, her words resonated with a gravity I had not comprehended before. My footfalls whispered silently on the moist earth, as if the very ground absorbed sound itself. The flora here flourished in a manner unlike any other. Pale roses bloomed devoid of their usual blush, emitting a ghostly luminescence in the dim light. Ferns twisted in otherworldly spirals, their fronds extending like gentle tendrils whenever I drew near. Yet most mesmerizing were the mushrooms, forming perfect rings across the garden, their caps a peculiar hue of blue-gray pulsing with a soft, ethereal glow. Venturing deeper, I observed a peculiar phenomenon. Every plant, every leaf Every blade of grass seemed to shy away as I approached, only to slowly turn towards me once I passed by. It was not the wind guiding these movements, for there was no breeze within this sheltered enclave. The motion was deliberate, almost inquisitive, akin to children peeking around a corner at a stranger. At the heart of the garden stood an ancient stone fountain, dry but untouched by the passage of time, its basin etched with symbols unknown to me. The curves and lines seemed to shift and dance when viewed from different angles. As my fingertip traced one of the carvings, the stone emitted a gentle warmth despite the chill in the air. A soft vibration hummed beneath my touch, and for a fleeting moment, a distant melody seemed to echo in the stillness. It was then that I noticed them, the butterflies. Not the vibrant creatures of ordinary gardens, but pure white beings with wings that appeared translucent, akin to snowflakes caught in morning light. They fluttered amidst the pale blooms, leaving trails of silver dust in their wake. Yet this dust did not descend to the ground, but hung in the air, weaving intricate patterns reminiscent of celestial constellations. Mesmerized, I discerned that these patterns were not random, but formed a script, a language almost familiar yet elusive, like remnants of a forgotten dream. The silver trails would manifest, linger momentarily, then dissolve, only to be replaced by new configurations. It was as though I observed a dialogue beyond my comprehension. As the temperature plummeted, I wrapped my sweater tighter around me, realizing then that my timepiece had ceased its ticking, though the garden's light remained unchanged. Hours seemed to slip by unnoticed in this timeless realm, where time meandered like thick honey, unhurried and deliberate. In my grandmother's diary, discovered in her study after her passing, a solitary entry spoke of the garden. It existed before us, and it shall endure long after. We do not own it, it possesses us. Some gardens bear flowers, but this one nurtures secrets. Standing amidst the silent ballet of spectral butterflies and swaying foliage, a revelation dawned upon me. I began to discern further anomalies: the absence of birds in flight overhead, the shadows that moved independently of any light source, the flowers that bloomed and withered in fleeting moments, only to bloom anew. The garden pulsated with a vitality that transcended natural laws, abiding by its own enigmatic principles. As twilight approached, though how I discerned this in the unchanging luminance, I could not fathom, I retraced my steps towards the house. The path appeared altered, yet my earlier footprints lingered distinctly in the soil. Fresh blossoms had unfurled where none existed before, their petals clasped tightly around enigmas not yet ripe for revelation. Before crossing the threshold out of the garden, I cast a final glance backward. In the distance, near the silent fountain, a figure reminiscent of my grandmother seemed to tend to plants that defied conventional growth. Yet, with a blink, there remained solely the mist, the pallid blooms, and the eternal twilight murmuring softly, "Welcome home." That night, as I readied for slumber, a solitary white butterfly perched upon my windowsill, casting shadows resembling inscrutable words upon my wall. Drifting into dreams, I caught echoes of the fountain's melody, comprehending at last why certain places shunned the sun. They possessed their own luminance, born of secrets ancient beyond reckoning. Story 9. The autumn wind whispered softly through the rustling leaves as I meandered down the quiet country road, bathed in the ethereal glow of the setting sun, casting the sky in hues of mesmerizing orange and purple. The GPS had long ceased to guide me, but a sense of calm enveloped me. I was familiar with this terrain, or so I believed. The dirt path snaked gently amidst hills adorned with barren vineyards, each curve unveiling a new vista of tranquil beauty. A gentle breeze wafted through the half-open window, carrying the earthy fragrance of moist soil and fallen foliage. In that suspended moment, time seemed to slow, allowing me to relish each passing second. Turning right at the weathered wooden sign, a peculiar realization dawned upon me. This road was a stranger in the landscape of my mind. Halting briefly, I sought to reorient myself. The elongating shadows cast intricate patterns amidst the trees that lined the path, weaving a tapestry of mystery. The road beneath my tires was impeccably maintained, devoid of any imperfections, resembling a ribbon of black silk vanishing into the encroaching evening mist. Leaves twirled lazily in the air, as if dancing to a melody only they could hear, as time itself seemed to waltz at a slower pace in this secluded haven. Progressing at a leisurely pace, I observed the surroundings with a growing sense of wonder. The trees flanking the road appeared ancient, their gnarled branches intertwined above like guardians of a hidden realm, filtering the fading daylight into a spectral glow. Faint lights flickered in the distance, resembling misplaced fireflies gracefully flitting between the tree trunks, evanescent and elusive. The silence enveloped me like a tangible shroud, broken only by the gentle hum of the engine and the whisper of leaves rustled by the breeze. Continuing onward, the road underwent a subtle metamorphosis. The boundaries blurred, as if painted by an unseen hand. Shadows deepened, yet not with menace, but with a softening of reality, as if the edges of the world were melting into a dream. Abruptly, a sight caught my eye, an ancient brass mailbox. Its gleaming surface belied its age. Intricately engraved with a compass rose, it stood silent sentinel by the roadside, devoid of any name or address. As my fingers brushed its cool metal, a faint warmth seemed to emanate, defying the chill of the evening air. The road snaked on, revealing increasingly peculiar details. Dimly glowing milestone stones lined the edges, their inner luminescence lending an otherworldly aura, as if imbued with a secret light. Above, the sky donned an indescribable hue, a color foreign to the known spectrum, as stars timidly emerged, casting an alien light upon the surroundings. Time seemed fluid, its passage uncertain as I ascended what felt like the apex of a hill. The road unveiled a circular clearing, paved with ancient stones, where an antiquated lamppost stood sentinel, casting a warm, beckoning glow. Alighting from the car, I stepped into the stillness that enveloped me, as if time itself held its breath in reverence. From this vantage point, the distant city lights shimmered like distant memories, distant and detached from the realm I now inhabited. Surveying the scene, I beheld a transformation. The road behind me had morphed into a path of well-worn stones, bearing the marks of countless journeys, contrasting sharply with my recent memory of a modern thoroughfare. Retrieving the map from the glove compartment, I unfolded it under the lamppost's radiance, scrutinizing it with furrowed brow. True to my intuition, this enigmatic road remained absent from its cartographic confines, as if existing solely in the realm of dreams. As I folded the map, a gust of wind stirred, causing it to quiver in my grasp. For a fleeting moment, golden lines seemed to materialize upon its surface, tracing a path aglow before dissipating into obscurity. Blinking in disbelief, I lingered in that surreal sanctuary, embracing the tranquility that permeated the air. When the time came to depart, I noticed the lamppost had silently extinguished, casting the path ahead into darkness. Yet, an unspoken assurance guided me. This road would lead me home. Navigating towards the city, I stole glances in the rearview mirror, witnessing the lamppost reignite, its luminance dwindling as I receded. A golden shimmer danced in the air, reminiscent of stardust sprinkled upon a road invisible to maps. In the days that ensued, I embarked on countless quests to rediscover that elusive road, traversing the countryside in pursuit of its ghostly allure. Alas, the path with its solitary lamppost and radiant stones had vanished like a wisp of a dream upon waking, leaving naught but a gossamer trail on my aged map, a secret awaiting its rediscovery in the light of a certain angle. Story 10. In my new dwelling, a curious enigma awaited me in the hallway, a series of doors, each unveiling predictable sights. The vintage tiled bathroom, the bedroom cloaked in faded wallpaper, the kitchen boasting a worn linoleum floor. Yet the final door, painted a shade darker than its counterparts, led to a peculiar revelation. Behind it lay a basement-like expanse, devoid of any descending stairs. This anomaly came to light in my inaugural week at the residence, as wintry whispers crept through the aged window crevices. Standing at the threshold, I peered down to the concrete floor about 8 feet below, bathed in the gentle glow of a solitary bulb, its illumination seemingly self-activated. The space exuded an eerie cleanliness, its walls and corners unnervingly smooth, blending into shadow despite the light's presence. My real estate agent had made no mention of a basement, and the property listing remained silent on the matter. Her confusion was palpable when I inquired, describing the mysterious door and the enigmatic space it concealed. She vowed to consult the original blueprints and revert to me. In the ensuing days, I found myself inexplicably drawn to that door, opening it at various times. The light within remained unwavering, casting a consistent glow on the concrete floor, regardless of the hour. On occasion, I would settle in a chair at the doorway, legs safely positioned on the upper level, observing the interplay of shadows in the basement's recesses. A faint, clean scent wafted upwards, not the expected musty dampness, but a fragrance akin to fresh linen or morning frost. One evening, as I sat sipping chamomile tea in my customary spot, a startling discovery captivated my attention. In the center of the basement floor lay a wooden toy block, adorned with a faded letter A, a presence I could swear had not existed during my prior surveillances. The block's perplexing appearance begged the question: how had it materialized in the absence of stairs? I commenced documenting changes in the basement. Some mornings, the block had shifted a few inches from its former position. At other times, it had rotated to reveal different facets. Not a sound emanated from below, not even the typical settling noises typical of antiquated abodes. The light maintained its vigilant watch, never wavering, never dimming. After 3 weeks of meticulous observation, a call from my agent heralded a disquieting revelation. She informed me with a tinge of unease that the original blueprints contained no trace of a basement door in the hallway, only a solid wall. Standing by the door as she relayed this news, I beheld it in its usual place, its dark hue a stark contrast against the surrounding walls. That night, the block invaded my dreams. In that slumbering realm, it multiplied, arranging itself into cryptic words on the basement floor, words that teased comprehension but remained just beyond reach. Hastening to the door upon awakening, I found the basement to hold only the original block, yet it had shifted once more, now resting directly beneath the hanging bulb, casting a precise square shadow on the concrete. Winter persisted outside my residence, but the basement remained an island of unchanging twilight, neither warm nor cold, bright nor dim. On particularly hushed nights, a distant hum seemed to emanate from below, though whenever I focused on the sound, it receded into silence, leaving me to question its existence. The block continued its deliberate migration across the floor, hinting at a pattern that eluded my understanding. Mapping its positions on graph paper, I discerned a shape that felt familiar yet elusive in its recognition. As months slipped by, I acclimated to the paradoxical presence of my basement. I refrained from venturing within. An unspoken warning in my mind dissuaded any such attempt, contenting myself with the routine of observation. The enigma evolved into a source of solace rather than distress, unfolding like a tale unrushed by the curiosity of its reader. Spring arrived, ushering in longer days and balmy temperatures, yet the basement lingered in its perpetual twilight. One morning, the block had vanished without a trace. The basement floor lay barren, as immaculate as the day I first encountered it. Perched in my chair for hours, I awaited transformations that never came. That night, a vision of stairs graced my dreams. They descended gracefully into the basement, crafted from dark wood that seemed to swallow light. With a single step in the dream, the air filled with the melodious tinkling of distant wind chimes. Upon waking, the basement door stood ajar, though I distinctly recalled shutting it before retiring. To this day, the basement remains devoid of stairs. Occasionally, a flicker at the corner of my vision near the door catches my attention. Perhaps a shadow, perhaps something more. The block never reappeared, but in the profound stillness of night, the ghostly echoes of wooden toys against concrete reach my ears, emanating from the depths below. I have learned not to investigate these sounds. Some mysteries, it seems, prefer to linger unsolved, content to straddle the boundary between reality and dreams. Story 11. The rain cascaded down with a hypnotic cadence upon the roof of the house, composing a symphony of nature that serenaded the silence of the night. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a cup of now cool chamomile tea in my hands, I drifted along with the soothing melody of the raindrops. Amidst this tranquil ambiance, a subtle anomaly beckoned for my attention. A faint, almost elusive sound intertwined with the rain's percussion. Delicate footsteps that appeared to originate from the depths of the basement. Initially, I attributed it to the customary settling of the aged house. Old abodes possess a unique language, communicating through gentle creaks and murmurs. My dwelling was no exception, especially on damp nights when the wooden structure swelled imperceptibly. Yet, there was an uncanny quality to the way these sounds materialized this time, as if they adhered to a deliberate tempo, a rhythm that eerily mirrored human footsteps. With deliberate movements, I rose from the armchair, placing the cup delicately on the nearby table. The wooden floor beneath my feet emitted a residual warmth, a lingering embrace from the day's fading warmth. Approaching the basement door, a chill enveloped the air, as though an icy breath ascended from the stairwell. The brass handle, icy to the touch, yielded to my grasp with a resounding click that reverberated through the silent house. Descending the staircase, shrouded in darkness save for a faint azure glow filtering through the skylight, I proceeded cautiously, my footsteps intermingling with the enigmatic ones I had perceived earlier. The unmistakable scent of the basement, a blend of ancient timber, damp soil, and an indefinable essence, intensified with each step downward. In the basement, shadows pirouetted across the walls, choreographed by the intermittent flashes of lightning. The shelves laden with antiquities cast contorted silhouettes that seemed to waltz to the rain's rhythm. It was then that I discerned an anomaly. Imprinted on the dusty floor were footprints, not ordinary imprints, but rather ethereal traces of moisture, akin to someone with damp feet pacing in circles at the room's center. Approaching the enigmatic footprints, seeking their origins, a flicker of movement in the shadowed corner seized my attention. In the darkest recesses where light dared not venture, a presence seemed to stir languidly. A slight acceleration of my heart ensued, not from fear, but from a cocktail of curiosity and a peculiar sense of recognition. Drawing nearer to the obscure corner, the frigid air enveloped me, and the phantom footsteps from above echoed once more. However, it was evident that these footsteps emanated from all directions, as though a spectral entity roamed every corner of the room simultaneously. At that moment, a revelation dawned upon me. The footprints on the floor formed a deliberate pattern, a spiral converging towards the room's focal point. Tracing the spiral with my gaze, I observed that the innermost footprints, the freshest ones, remained moist, as though freshly etched into existence. Petrified in contemplation, I watched as these ephemeral imprints slowly dissipated, evaporating into the frigid basement air. The footsteps dwindled into a mere whisper, merging seamlessly with the persistent rain outside. Ascending the stairs once more, a peculiar tranquility enveloped me, as if I had borne witness to an ancient and enigmatic ritual, echoing through the house's depths since time immemorial. That night, as I readied myself for slumber, the rain's melody assumed a new dimension. No longer a random cadence of droplets, it seemed to synchronize with the rhythmic footsteps resonating from the basement. Drifting into peaceful slumber, I pondered whether the footsteps would return on the morrow, and if I would summon the courage to unveil the mystery behind the ethereal footprints lingering in the dust. Story 12. The night draped the house in a hush of stillness, as the wind murmured softly through the leaves of the ancient tree in the garden. Nestled in the armchair of my bedroom, I observed shadows waltzing on the walls under the flickering lamplight. It was the time when slumber typically beckoned, yet a peculiar resistance had taken hold of me lately, defying the call of Morpheus. The cause was clear. A recurring dream had visited me night after night with unsettling precision. The room's warmth and the steady ticking of the old pendulum clock soothed me gently. My gaze fell upon the open diary on the desk, where I had meticulously chronicled every detail of that persistent dream. The pages brimmed with my tidy script, narrating the familiar sequence: a spiral staircase of gray stone spiraling into the depths, the distant melody of dripping water, and a colossal wooden door adorned with cryptic symbols. As I pored over the diary entries, a previously unnoticed detail caught my eye. In each iteration of the dream, the chill seemed to intensify as I descended the stairs. My fingertips grazed the icy stone, and my breath materialized in the air, forming ethereal wisps. Yet what truly distinguished the dream was the pervasive sense of déjà vu that accompanied me throughout the journey, as if the staircase led to a realm I intimately knew, despite never traversing it in reality. The door at the staircase's base remained shut, but with each passing night, I inched closer to deciphering the intricate symbols etched upon it. They were fluid shapes that seemed to shift under scrutiny, as though imbued with life. In the dream, my fingers traced the contours of these enigmatic symbols, and with each touch, a subtle tremor resonated through the wood, as if the door itself pulsed with breath. That night, as I readied myself for slumber, a peculiar object caught my attention in the room. Resting on the nightstand beside the lamp was a small item whose presence eluded my memory: an ancient bronze key, its embellishments oddly reminiscent of the door's symbols in my dreams. I picked it up, taken aback by its weight and the frigidity it exuded. Though the key's origins remained a mystery, its presence felt eerily natural, as if it had always been a part of my existence. Drifting into bed, I clutched the key tightly in my palm, its tangible weight a reassurance of reality amidst the realm of dreams. As sleep embraced me, a premonition whispered that this night would unfold differently. The dream unfurled as usual: the spiral staircase, the melodic drips, the air growing colder with each descent. Yet, this time, upon reaching the door, the key in my hand pulsed faintly, harmonizing with the carvings on the wooden surface. Bringing the key to the lock, I discerned for the first time a hidden mechanism intertwined with the engravings. With a measured heartbeat, I inserted the key. The mechanism yielded to a soft, melodious click, akin to an ancient forgotten tune. The door creaked open gradually, revealing not another chamber, but a mirror reflecting the staircase behind me. However, in the reflection, the steps ascended instead of descended. I awoke in my room, the dawn's glow filtering through the curtains. The key still cradled in my hand now exuded a warmth, almost pulsating with life. On the desk, the diary lay open, a new page filled with characters not inscribed in my hand. Resembling the symbols on the door, these characters seemed to undulate, shifting like waves on an ink-black sea. Since that fateful night, the dream has not revisited me. The key rests on my nightstand, and on serene evenings, I sense a faint vibration emanating from it. I often ponder what awaits at the summit of that mirrored staircase, and whether one day I will summon the courage to ascend it. For now, I content myself with observing the symbols in the diary, their dance unfolding in the darkest hours of night. narrating a tale that perhaps I am not yet prepared to comprehend. Story 13. The wooden floor murmured softly beneath my feet as I wandered through the dimming hallway at the edge of dusk. Grandma's house possessed a unique way of speaking, where each creak and groan of the aging boards seemed to hold a different tale. The air was laced with the comforting fragrance of lavender and aged wood, a scent that had been my companion through countless childhood summers. Yet, on this particular evening, a subtle shift lingered in the air. Pausing before the weathered attic door, a detail caught my eye, one that had eluded me before. The once white paint, now worn and chipped, bore curious marks upon its surface. Drawing nearer, I realized these were no random scratches left by time's passage. Instead, they seemed purposeful, forming a pattern as though a hidden message yearned to be revealed from within. As the sun dipped low, casting amber hues through the hallway windows, elongated shadows danced upon the walls. The only sounds breaking the silence were the steady tick-tock of the grandfather clock below and the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the breeze outside. Tentatively, I reached out, tracing my fingertips along the intricate marks etched into the wood. They were methodical, almost geometric in their alignment, some shallow, others barely perceptible. Lost in contemplation of how many times I had overlooked these marks, I recalled how Grandma had always skirted around any mention of the attic, never speaking of peculiar noises or strange occurrences. A chill breeze brushed my neck, sending a shiver down my spine. The hallway appeared elongated, shadows deepening around me. Resolutely, I lifted the aged brass key from its hook on the wall, feeling the weight and coolness of it in my palm. Its floral engravings, nearly faded with time, spoke of a forgotten elegance. With hesitant fingers, I inserted the key into the lock, the mechanism resisting slightly as I turned it. A faint sound, akin to a slow, deep breath, barely audible, seemed to emanate from beyond the door. My heart quickened as I froze, the sound vanishing, leaving me enveloped in the house's silence. Trembling, I illuminated the door's surface with my phone's light, revealing hidden intricacies previously shrouded in darkness. The scratches formed a circular design, a spiral unfurling upon the wood. In the center, a series of delicate numbers caught my gaze, nearly imperceptible. A distant memory stirred within me, Grandma's mention of a hidden diary harboring family secrets, its location a mystery she safeguarded. The wind outside rose, causing the windows to protest with eerie moans. Shadows swayed to an unseen melody in the hallway, a spectral dance unfolding. A connection tugged at my thoughts, linking the numbers on the door to the elusive diary. Instinct or ancestral wisdom held me back from venturing further. Slowly I retreated, a faint scratching sound echoing from the attic, gentle and rhythmic, as if a message was being patiently inscribed. Casting one final glance back, I saw the scratches shimmering faintly in the dwindling daylight. That night, as I lay in bed, the numbers lingered in my mind, transcribed into my notebook for further study. Yet come morning, the attic door appeared unmarred, devoid of any traces. Only the brass key hanging on its hook seemed to exude a peculiar luminescence, guarding a secret not yet ready to be unveiled. Since that enigmatic evening, each visit to Grandma's house finds me pausing before the attic door. Sometimes, I swear I glimpse the scratches reappearing in the shadows, or hear that subtle breath from the other side. Still, I refrain from opening it again. Some mysteries, I've come to believe, are best left undisturbed, ensconced within the silence of an ancient abode and within the memories of those attuned to its whispers. Story 14. The old house was wrapped in midnight's embrace as the grandfather clock in the hallway chimed, its resonant voice echoing through the quiet corridors. Nestled in my favorite armchair, cocooned in a woolen blanket, I savored the soft whispers of the winter wind dancing through the window frames. The gentle glow of my reading lamp cast a warm aura around me, while the shadows in the room swayed in harmony with the clock's steady heartbeat. Engulfed in the ritual of reading before slumber, I found solace in the solitude of these long winter nights. The house settled into a familiar symphony of creaks and sighs, a lullaby of comfort. Yet, on this particular night, a subtle shift in the silence caught my attention. It was a whisper of change, a delicate alteration in the air that made my senses tingle with anticipation. Raising my head from the book, I let my awareness expand beyond the pool of lamplight, reaching out into the darkness that enveloped the edges of the room. The atmosphere had transformed imperceptibly, carrying a hint of chill that teased the skin, reminiscent of the calm before a snowfall. My gaze drifted to the partially open hallway door, a gateway to the clock's soothing chimes, and there, a peculiar sight beckoned. In the wedge of shadow beyond the door, a density lingered, a darkness that seemed to possess a life of its own. Layers of shadow intertwined, shifting like silk in a breeze that only I could perceive. The room's warmth avoided that corner, as if an unseen force guided the flow of air, redirecting it gently away from the mysterious presence. Leaning forward in my chair, not with fear, but with a serene curiosity, I watched as the shadow responded to my attention. It grew more defined, yet elusive, like a forgotten memory on the tip of the mind. Setting aside my book, I surrendered to the enchantment of the moment, allowing my eyes to adjust to the intricate dance of light and shadow. The darkness behind the door stirred with a graceful motion, akin to curtains swayed by a phantom wind. The room remained still, yet the shadow moved, a silent performance synchronized with the clock's rhythmic ticking. My breath slowed in harmony with this newfound cadence, a peaceful unity with the unfolding spectacle. The shadows swayed gently, as if breathing, weaving patterns that mimicked sunlight dancing on the ocean floor. A warmth, distinct from the radiator's artificial heat, enveloped the room, a soothing presence akin to a dozing feline nearby. Its movements became deliberate, a silent language of motion that spoke volumes without words, a conversation of shadows and silence. Time ebbed and flowed, stretching like honey in warm tea, as the shadow and I engaged in a tranquil exchange of observation and response. It reached out, retracting tendrils of darkness with a gentle grace, morphing and shifting in a mesmerizing display. Intricate details emerged within the shadow, ephemeral shapes that defied logic, offering glimpses into a realm beyond ordinary perception. As the grandfather clock tolled one, a subtle shift rippled through the air, signaling a transition. The shadow began to thin, not vanishing entirely but receding, like a departing friend bidding farewell after a shared moment of serenity. Watching it meld back into the hallway's darkness, a sense of quiet completion lingered in its wake. The room felt subtly altered, touched by the presence that had graced it, though outwardly unchanged. Picking up my book once more, I held on to the tranquility that the shadow had bestowed upon me. Sleep beckoned, its gentle embrace drawing me closer to dreams infused with the memory of that enigmatic visitor from the depths of shadow. To this day, I leave the door ajar each night, inviting the familiar darkness to weave its silent tales behind it. On hushed evenings, I glimpse the shadow's return, a comforting presence that fills me with a serene knowing. Smiling, I settle into my chair, ready to share another hour of peaceful companionship with the gentle visitor from the realm of shadows. Story 15. The pitter-patter of raindrops on the roof wove a soothing melody as I readied myself for another serene evening in my quaint country abode. Each drop traced a meandering path down the window, creating intricate patterns that swayed in the soft glow of the candle I had lit to ward off encroaching darkness. A gentle breeze whispered through the garden, rustling the leaves in a natural symphony. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a warm cup of tea, I idly observed wisps of steam spiraling into the air. The house murmured its usual familiar tunes, the faint creaking of aging wood, the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the foyer, the gentle sigh of wind slipping through unseen crevices. All appeared ordinary, yet an indefinable unease had settled upon my peaceful evening. It was during a sip of tea that I detected the anomaly. The upstairs bedroom window, visible through the hallway mirror's reflection, seemed to exude a peculiar glow, as if a hidden flame danced within. However, I knew for certain that no light illuminated that room. Setting down my cup on the nearby table, I rose slowly and made my way towards the staircase. Each step groaned beneath my weight, a sound familiar from years of dwelling in this house. Yet that night, every creak held a different timbre, as though the house itself sought to convey a message. The air grew colder with each ascent, a fine mist clinging to the walls of the upper corridor. Pausing before the bedroom door, I hesitated briefly before turning the brass handle. It felt unusually frigid, almost icy. With a soft squeak, the door swung open, revealing the room shrouded in shadows. The window, the same one reflected in the mirror, remained shut. Yet to my astonishment, the lock began to shift on its own, inching open slowly, as if guided by unseen hands. The gradual movement of the window defied explanation, the gentle breeze that accompanied it carrying a sweet, ancient fragrance of dried flowers and aged timber. Approaching cautiously, I watched as raindrops entered the room, forming tiny pools on the wooden sill. To my amazement, these droplets did not fall in their usual downward descent, but instead pirouetted in the air, crafting intricate patterns before settling gently on the floor. As I marveled at this inexplicable display, emotion drew my gaze. Upon the glass pane, unseen fingers seemed to trace letters in the mist, words materializing at a deliberate pace, yet remaining too indistinct to decipher clearly. The curtains swayed softly, though no discernible draft stirred the air, mimicking the rhythmic breaths of a slumbering figure. Moonlight, filtered through rain-laden clouds, cast dancing shadows on the walls, each telling silent tales. Reaching out towards the window, I felt the cool night air caress my fingers as I neared the glass. Just as I was about to make contact, the window closed gently, the same unhurried manner in which it had opened. With a soft click, the ancient scent that had permeated the room began to dissipate. I stood frozen for several moments, listening to the persistent patter of rain outside. The room had reverted to its usual state, yet a subtle shift had occurred. It felt as though the house had offered me a glimpse into another realm, a parallel world visible only in those rare moments when the boundary between reality and enigma thins to a gossamer veil. Since that night, whenever rain falls, I find myself seated in my armchair, gazing at the reflected image of the bedroom window in the hallway mirror. Sometimes it remains motionless, while on other occasions it opens gradually in a silent ritual that has woven itself into the fabric of my existence. The source of this phenomenon remains a mystery to me, yet I have come to embrace it as a part of the enigma that my house and I alone share. And on the stillest of nights, when the wind whispers through the trees and rain drizzles gently, I can almost sense a familiar presence watching over me, an unseen guardian choosing to inhabit this space alongside me, manifesting through a window that opens of its own accord. Story 16. The weariness of a long day's toil clung to me as I entered my study sanctuary. A gentle glow from the desk lamp bathed the room in amber hues, casting soft shadows along the rows of book-filled shelves. The faint aroma of aged paper and ink wrapped around me like a familiar cloak as I sank into the embrace of my worn leather armchair. Resting upon the gleaming wood of my desk lay my treasured old diary, a relic passed down from my grandmother, its weathered leather cover and yellowed pages preserving my innermost thoughts. As my hand reached for it, a peculiar sight caught my eye. The final page I had penned was no longer blank. Delicate script, markedly distinct from my own, adorned the page with words I had no recollection of writing. The ink appeared fresh, as though just laid upon the page. Drawing nearer, my breath slowed to a tranquil rhythm. The script painted a vivid scene of an autumn evening, intricately detailing the very room I now occupied. The gentle pitter-patter of rain tapped against the window, weaving a hypnotic melody with the soft rustle of unseen pages turning. The glow of the lamp flickered, casting playful shadows that danced upon the walls. Mesmerized, I delved deeper into the enchanting prose that seemed to foretell my every move. Curiosity beckoned him to turn the page, the text beckoned, and as my eyes traced those words, my fingers instinctively flipped to the next leaf. A gasp escaped me as fresh words materialized before my eyes, as if an invisible hand inscribed them in real time. The ink flowed gracefully, capturing the sensations that enveloped me in that moment. The warmth of the lamp caressing my skin, my breaths deepening, even the subtle shiver that traced my spine. Each detail rendered with eerie precision. Rising from my chair, I remained transfixed by the pages now filling with prose. The sentences began to name books on the shelves, titles I had no memory of owning yet found before me. The writing unfolded with a rhythmic cadence, akin to a silent clock ticking away moments in time. Seating myself on the corner couch, I observed the diary open on the desk, its pages gently fluttering as if stirred by an unseen hand. The rain's melody crescendoed, cocooning me in a barrier of sound that isolated me from the outside world. The room now exuded a warmth, a welcoming aura as if the enigma unfolding had carved out its own realm, a haven from the ordinary. I closed my eyes briefly, surrendering to the rain's lullaby. Upon opening them, the diary remained, but a subtle shift had occurred. The words now bore a personal, intimate weight, unearthing memories long tucked away, moments shared with none. Approaching the desk once more, each step deliberate, I found the words evolving into a dialogue, a communion with my own past. It felt as though the diary sought to converse through the corridors of my memories. The night progressed, the silent exchange hinting at revelations beyond the tangible. No fear gripped me, only a blend of curiosity and tranquility. Each word unveiled seemed a stride towards a profound comprehension I could not yet grasp. As midnight chimed from the pendulum clock, I realized hours had slipped by, lost in this ethereal discourse with the diary. The final words etched on the page were simple yet cryptic. Some mysteries need no solving to be understood. Gently closing the diary, I savored the familiar touch of its leather cover beneath my fingertips. The rain persisted outside, now a companion rather than mere background noise. As I readied for slumber, a final glance at the study revealed the diary resting innocuously upon the desk, as if untouched by the extraordinary events. Yet a transformation had occurred, not in the external realm, but within me. It felt as though those self-scripting pages had unlocked the gateway to a deeper comprehension, a revelation I struggled to define. Night enveloped the study in a hushed embrace, the lamp's amber glow a silent sentinel to a mystery that may forever elude full explanation. And with a soft click of the door, I pondered, perhaps some mysteries are most precious when shrouded in enigma. Story 17. In the quiet of that autumn afternoon, the doorbell remained silent. A gentle knock, barely noticeable, echoed through the house like a whisper, akin to a moth's delicate wings brushing against a window. Wrapped snugly in a cozy blanket, I sat on the couch, engrossed in a book, while the rain outside tapped softly on the window, composing a soothing lullaby. Rising slowly, I assumed it was the wind playing tricks outside. Opening the door, I found emptiness greeting me, save for a square brown package resting gracefully on the threshold. No delivery was expected, and the package bore no markings or addresses. Only my name, elegantly inscribed in ancient calligraphy, as though penned with black ink on parchment. The cardboard felt smooth to the touch, dry despite the rain's persistent patter. Curious, I brought it inside, the silence now profound, broken only by the rhythmic ticking of the clock and the rain's gentle serenade. Seated back on the couch, I scrutinized the package from every angle. No visible seams or openings marred its flawless surface. It exuded a faint fragrance, a blend of old books, black tea, and a hint of sandalwood, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Cradling it in my lap, I sensed a subtle movement within, elusive and ethereal. Not solid, yet not liquid, but a whisper of unseen currents swirling inside. The fading light of the day cast elongated shadows in the room, the natural twilight enfolding me in its tranquil embrace. The package seemed to absorb the waning light, its surface playing with reflections in a mesmerizing dance. After moments of contemplation, I sought a way to unlock its secrets. My fingertips traced the edges, discovering warmth in unexpected places, a mysterious heat pattern pulsating beneath the surface. A distant memory surfaced, hazy and indistinct, of a similar package from childhood days at my grandparents' house, bearing the same handwritten name. The rain outside intensified, its rhythm echoing the warmth pattern on the package. Was it mere coincidence or a hidden connection awaiting discovery? Lost in thought, the room's temperature shifted imperceptibly, reaching a delicate equilibrium. The familiar scent intensified, mingling with the rain's freshness, as if the elements conspired in a silent symphony. Astonishingly, my touch left faint luminous imprints on the cardboard, a transient glow mirroring my presence. These ephemeral marks flickered like stars in the night sky before fading into obscurity. Lost in this enchantment, I gazed up to find night had descended, bathing the room in a bluish hue. The package emitted a subtle glow, barely perceptible, illuminating the space with its enigmatic aura. Deciding to postpone its unveiling, I set it gently on the coffee table and illuminated the room with a soft lamp. In the ensuing days, the package remained a silent enigma, occasionally revealing its ethereal glow in the twilight, hinting at a clandestine dance within. The elusive scent evolved subtly, a constant companion shifting with the hours. The mystery persisted, veiled in shadows, inviting contemplation rather than resolution. Even now, with rain tapping on the windows during autumn evenings, thoughts drift back to that mysterious package, a symbol of the unknown. I ponder if somewhere beyond, another soul contemplates a similar parcel, bearing their name in elegant script, pondering the same choice, to unravel its secrets or let the mystery linger, an eternal dance of curiosity. Story 18. In the soft glow of amber light filtering through honey-colored glass lampshades, the hotel hallway lay quiet and serene. Weary from a long day of business, I maneuvered my suitcase with silent wheels over the plush burgundy carpet, making my way towards the elevator. The night enveloped the corridor, broken only by the gentle hum of distant air conditioners. As I reached the elevator, I pressed the button and watched my blurred reflection in the metallic doors. The digital numbers above slowly counted down. 6, 5, 4. A soft green light emanated from the display, casting a tranquil aura in the hallway. With a soft chime, the doors slid open, revealing a small mirrored chamber adorned with dark wood. Selecting the 7th floor, I leaned against the back wall as the elevator began its ascent. The movement was smooth and steady, accompanied by a barely audible mechanical rhythm, akin to a deep, tranquil breath. Closing my eyes briefly, I savored the moment of reprieve. Upon reopening my eyes, a peculiar sight greeted me in the mirror's reflection. My image seemed to lag behind my movements, a subtle delay that sent a shiver down my spine. Dismissing it as fatigue, I focused on the doors as they opened onto the 7th floor. However, something felt amiss. The once familiar corridor had transformed. Dark green carpet replaced the burgundy, and antique wall lamps bathed the hallway in a soft, mysterious light. The air carried a scent of old books and ancient wood, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Confused, I turned back towards the elevator, only to find the doors sealed shut. Pressing the call button yielded no response. The elevator had vanished, leaving me stranded in this unfamiliar realm. The silence grew palpable, weighing on me as I tentatively navigated the elongated, shadowy hallway. Each door bore unconventional numbering, 7A, 7B, 7C, hinting at a reality beyond my comprehension. As I ventured further, a figure caught my eye, a wise-looking doorman seated in an antique armchair, exuding an air of enigmatic calm. "Lost, are you?" His voice carried a soothing familiarity. As I confessed my confusion, he explained the elevator's peculiar nature, guiding travelers to where they truly needed to be. The doorman's presence offered solace, his surroundings filled with subtle anomalies that hinted at a deeper, hidden truth. Seated beside him, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. The once eerie silence now cradled me in its embrace, lulling me into a state of serene contemplation. Time became fluid, marked by the rhythmic ticking of a backward clock and dancing shadows on the walls. When the elevator's chime sounded, signaling my return, the doorman bid me farewell without looking up from his book. As I stepped into the elevator, a newfound clarity enveloped me. The journey back was swift, and as I emerged onto my floor, the familiar surroundings greeted me. Turning back to express my gratitude, the doorman had vanished, leaving only his book resting on the armrest, a silent reminder of the mysterious encounter. The elevator doors closed softly behind me, and as I pondered the experience, a symbol briefly flickered on the display before reverting to the mundane number 7. Since that night, the memory lingers, casting a veil of wonder over every elevator ride. In the quiet of the night, I sometimes catch a whisper of pages turning, a reminder of a surreal interlude between floors, a place where travelers find not just their destination, but a glimpse of something beyond. Story 19. In the stillness of the night, I stirred to the gentle cadence of a pendulum ticking methodically in the shadows. Its rhythmic beat permeated the air, akin to a mechanical pulse guiding the hours in this enigmatic realm. Slowly, my eyes fluttered open, revealing a room bathed in the soft, ethereal glow of twilight. A sense of unfamiliarity enveloped me as I found myself reclined upon a plush, time-worn burgundy velvet couch. The atmosphere carried a rich fragrance, a fusion of aged wood and desiccated blooms, underscored by a mysterious undertone that eluded my senses. Faint light filtered through ornate brocade curtains, casting intricate patterns upon the faded Victorian wallpaper. As my vision adjusted to the muted light, I absorbed the intricate details of the space. Ancient dark wood furnishings stood stoically in the corners, exuding an aura of silent guardianship. Dominating one wall, a towering bookshelf housed a collection of leather-bound tomes, their spines untouched by human hands for what seemed like eons. A delicate porcelain teacup, still emitting wisps of steam, rested on a small table beside me. Rising languidly, I detected a subtle protest from every muscle, as if I had been in a deep slumber for an eternity. My steps, softened by the plush Persian rug, led me to the window. Drawing back the heavy curtains, I unveiled a mist-shrouded garden where spectral silhouettes of trees and shrubs swayed in the evening zephyrs. A disquieting revelation awaited me in the glass's reflection. I was garbed in attire that was not my own. A crisp white linen shirt, an ornate brocade vest, and velvet trousers of a bygone era draped my form, tailored to perfection. Fingers trembling, I traced the fabric, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship. A flicker of movement at the room's periphery seized my attention. Whirling around, I found nothing but stillness. Only the pendulum persisted in its relentless motion, as though it were a sentinel of time in this enigmatic abode. With a resolve born of curiosity, I resolved to venture beyond the confines of the room. The door groaned open, unveiling a dimly illuminated corridor stretching into obscurity. Portraits of enigmatic figures adorned the walls, their gaze seemingly tracking my every move as I ventured forth cautiously. The aged floorboards creaked beneath my weight, each sound magnified by the pervasive silence. Ascending a staircase, I noticed a gradual chill enveloping me. The banister, cold to the touch, evoked a sense of familiarity that eluded my conscious mind. Upon reaching the upper landing, a series of closed doors lined the hallway, each adorned with a brass nameplate inscribed with indecipherable lettering in the dimness. A haunting melody, faint as a whisper, wafted through the air, beckoning me toward the final chamber at the corridor's end. The piano notes, delicate and ephemeral, seemed to emanate from the room ahead, yet as I drew nearer, they dissipated like mist. Slowly, I pushed open the last door. Within, a grand piano stood swathed in a white shroud, its bench unoccupied. Nonetheless, the room resonated with the ghostly echoes of that haunting melody. Approaching the instrument, I reverently uncovered the keys, unveiling an aged, yellowed photograph. Bathed in the dying light of day, the image depicted the very room I stood in, but frozen in a distant epoch. Seated at the piano was a figure that sent shivers down my spine. It was me, clad in the same antiquated attire I wore now, though the photo appeared to hail from a century past. Descending the staircase once more, an eerie tranquility settled over me, despite the surreal circumstances. The pendulum's hypnotic cadence now seemed to synchronize with the rhythm of my own heart. Nestling back onto the velvet couch, I noticed the teacup still radiated warmth. Peering into the amber liquid, a realization dawned upon me. I may have never truly roused from slumber, or perhaps I had awakened into a dream woven by another soul in times long forgotten. The pendulum persisted in its rhythmic count, measuring out seconds of a temporal realm that may have never existed, within a domicile that seemed to harbor secrets about me that even I had yet to uncover. Sipping the tea, its familiar flavor a balm to my unsettled spirit, I gazed out at the garden now cloaked in a thick veil of mist, blurring the boundaries betwixt reality and reverie. And in that moment, a profound certainty enveloped me. I was destined to remain within this enigmatic manor, a place that had, in some enigmatic fashion, awaited my arrival for an eternity. Story 20. The soft glow of the moon filtered through the sheer curtains, painting delicate patterns of light and shadow on the worn wooden floor. In the stillness of the night, I found myself nestled in my favorite armchair, enveloped by a silence so profound it seemed to have a life of its own. It was then that my gaze wandered to the old mahogany box resting peacefully on the mantelpiece. This box had been a fixture in the house since the days of my grandmother, yet its contents had remained a mystery to me. The moonlight caressed its glossy surface, causing the intricate carvings to come alive, dancing in the darkness with a subtle, almost imperceptible grace. I had never seen the box open, not even when my grandmother was alive. It had simply existed on the fringes of my consciousness, like a forgotten memory waiting to be rediscovered. But on this particular night, something shifted in the air. Perhaps it was the way the moonlight played upon the delicate inlays, or maybe it was the profound hush that draped the room in a cloak of tranquility. Slowly, I rose from my chair, the wool of my sweater whispering against the fabric as I moved through the room's reverent stillness. The floorboards murmured softly beneath my feet as I drew closer to the enigmatic box. An ethereal mist seemed to envelop the air around it, lending a weighty presence to the otherwise ordinary object. As my fingers brushed against the warm mahogany surface, a sense of quiet anticipation settled over me. The intricate carvings depicted intertwining leaves and branches, their craftsmanship so exquisite that they appeared almost alive. And then, as if by some unseen hand, my gaze was drawn to a detail I had never before noticed. A tiny eye, nestled amidst the swirling patterns on the lid. A faint, ancient scent began to permeate the room, a fragrance reminiscent of sandalwood, but imbued with a mysterious depth that defied explanation. Closing my eyes, I allowed the scent to carry me to a place of forgotten memories. A woman's gentle smile, the whisper of words lost to time. The sound of the wind outside brought me back to the present, my hands trembling ever so slightly as they traced the edges of the box. Though there was no visible lock, I knew deep down that this box had remained unopened for as long as I could remember. Or had it? My childhood recollections of this house suddenly felt muddled, as though the past had been rearranged without my knowledge. Seating myself on the couch, I cradled the box in my hands. Surprisingly light, it seemed almost empty, yet a subtle movement within hinted at hidden depths, intangible yet undeniably present. The warmth it exuded seemed to pulse with a life of its own, and for a fleeting moment I felt the tiny carved eye watching me. A shiver, not of fear but of recognition, coursed through me, a familiarity akin to meeting a long-lost friend in a dream. And then my grandmother's enigmatic words echoed in my mind, their meaning slowly unfurling in the quiet of the night. Some questions find answers only when we stop seeking them. The shadows in the room began to elongate and sway, mirroring the intricate designs of the box. The scent grew more potent, wrapping around me like a cocoon, drawing me into its hypnotic embrace. I pondered the generations that had come before me, each one gazing upon this box without ever unlocking its secrets. Did it truly matter what lay within? With a gentle reverence, I returned the box to its place on the mantelpiece, the tiny eye seeming to smile in silent approval. Retreating to my armchair, a sense of tranquil calm settled over me, a peace born of understanding, not of answers sought, but of mysteries respected. The moon continued its gentle vigil, casting a soft glow through the curtains, while the night whispered its secrets in the hush of darkness. I closed my eyes, allowing the lingering scent of the box to guide me towards slumber. In that liminal space between wakefulness and dreams, a faint sound reached my ears, a sigh, a whisper, or perhaps just the night breathing its quiet sigh. The box remained perched upon the mantelpiece, a silent sentinel of its enigmas, a riddle that needed no solving. And in that acceptance, a newfound serenity washed over me, cradling me in its embrace as I drifted into the arms of sleep. Story 21. The night was draped in a cloak of silence, broken only by the gentle hum of the refrigerator and the rhythmic ticking of the kitchen clock. It was 2 a.m., a magical hour when the world seemed to hold its breath, existing solely for me. I sat on the couch in my cozy apartment, basking in the tranquility that enveloped me. The soft glow of the reading lamp painted delicate shadows on the walls, while the steam from my chamomile tea waltzed lazily through the air. Amidst this serene moment, a peculiar detail caught my attention. The apartment next to mine. In all the 6 months I had lived there, I had never seen a soul enter or exit that mysterious abode. No sounds, no lights, just an enigmatic void. Yet on this particular night, a faint light seeped through the crack beneath the door, akin to the flicker of a solitary candle. Intrigued, I rose from the comfort of the couch, leaving my tea behind on the table. Drawn by an unseen force, I approached the dividing wall between our apartments. Pressing my ear against the cold surface, I strained to capture any hint of activity. The silence was profound, yet an inexplicable heaviness lingered in the air. I returned to my seat, but a seed of curiosity had been planted, urging me to unravel the enigma next door. In the following days, I observed the peculiarities of the neighboring apartment with newfound interest. The absence of piled-up mail, the pristine doorknob amidst dusty surroundings, and the occasional rustling in the dead of night all fueled my intrigue. Delving into the building's history, I uncovered a shroud of mystery surrounding the elusive tenant. One fateful night, a haunting melody of a piano drifted through the walls, evoking a sense of ancient sorrow and anticipation. The ethereal note stirred my soul, leading me to seek answers beyond the veil of the unknown. However, the truth proved to be as elusive as the melody itself. Encountering the woman from the upstairs apartment shed a sliver of light on the darkened corridors of my curiosity. Her revelation about the apartment's architectural constraints only deepened the enigma, pushing me further down the rabbit hole of unanswered questions. Subtle anomalies continued to unravel, the absence of warmth on winter nights, the perpetually dry doormat on rainy days. Each detail whispered of a presence shrouded in secrecy, a puzzle begging to be solved. One evening, as fate would have it, the door to the enigmatic apartment stood ajar, beckoning me with its eerie glow. A torrent of emotions surged within me, torn between the allure of the unknown and the dread of confronting it. In the end, I chose to walk away, embracing the wisdom that some mysteries are best left undisturbed. Since that night, a silent ritual has unfolded, a moment of pause in front of the enigmatic door, a fleeting glimpse into the veiled realm beyond. The distant melody, the flickering light, they remain as silent guardians of a secret world untouched by the rational grasp of reality. In a universe dictated by logic and reason, perhaps there is solace in the existence of enigmas that defy explanation. And so, I find solace in the silent presence that dwells beyond the wall, a reminder that some mysteries are meant to be cherished, not unraveled. Story 22. The autumn mist draped itself over the city streets like a soft gray shroud, casting a mysterious veil over the familiar roads. It was late, and I was making my way home, weary from a long day's work. That's when I became aware of it. A pair of headlights cutting through the fog, trailing behind me with unwavering constancy. At first, it was just a subtle sensation, a whisper of unease in the back of my mind, hinting at the peculiar nature of this unseen follower. The car behind me seemed to move in harmony with my own, matching my every turn and speed with eerie precision. Its presence felt like a shadow, a silent companion in the night, never drawing too close, yet never falling behind. The engine's gentle hum blended with the rhythm of my journey, creating a hypnotic symphony of motion. As I navigated the winding streets lined with sleeping houses, the only witness to our nocturnal tango, I couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched. The headlights, like vigilant eyes, pierced through the mist, never once losing sight of me. I decided to test the boundaries of this strange connection. Instead of heading home directly, I took a longer, meandering route, curious to see if my silent follower would stay the course. Rain began to drizzle, painting delicate patterns on my windshield, adding a soothing backdrop to the surreal scenario unfolding behind me. The rivulets of water distorted the view of the car, further obscuring the details of its persistent presence. Yet the dance continued, an unspoken agreement between us as we traversed the empty streets in tandem. With each turn I made, the car faithfully mirrored my movements, a ghostly echo of my own path. It felt as though an invisible thread bound us together, guiding our synchronized journey through the night. At a red light, I stole a glance through the wet glass and caught a glimpse of a figure in the driver's seat, unmoving and enigmatic. When I finally arrived home, the car lingered at a distance, a silent sentinel in the shadows. With the engine silenced, the only sounds were the gentle patter of rain and the steady beat of my own heart. I watched through the rear-view mirror as the headlights dimmed, plunging the street into darkness. Minutes ticked by like hours, the tension palpable in the air. And then, as if on cue, the headlights vanished, leaving behind only the silhouette of the car in the night. Summoning my courage, I stepped out into the rain, searching for any sign of my unseen companion. But the street lay empty, devoid of any trace of the car that had shared my journey. Since that enigmatic night, a sense of unease lingers whenever I drive after dark. The rearview mirror has become a portal to the past, a gateway to the memory of those haunting headlights in the mist. Sometimes, when the fog descends thickly upon the city, I catch a glimpse of those familiar lights in the distance, a silent reminder of a dance unfinished. I wonder if that elusive car still prowls the night, seeking another unwitting partner in its silent waltz. Or perhaps it waits patiently for the right moment to reappear, to resume our nocturnal chase through the shadowed streets, a ghostly echo of a night long past. Story 23. As autumn's rain whispered against my office window, I immersed myself in the tranquility of my study. The world outside seemed to hush, cocooned in a symphony of raindrops that lulled me into a peaceful reverie. The warm glow of my desk lamp bathed the weathered pages of ancient manuscripts, each one a thread in the tapestry of our city's history. And then she appeared. A solitary figure, adorned with a scarlet-red umbrella, gliding across the square like a fleeting burst of color in a canvas of autumnal hues. Her footsteps carried a mysterious rhythm, harmonizing with the gentle downpour in a mesmerizing dance. Every evening, like clockwork, the woman with the red umbrella graced the square with her presence. Her nightly ritual became a part of my own routine, a moment of anticipation tinged with intrigue. Her face remained veiled beneath the shadow of her umbrella and the misty rain, adding to the enigma that surrounded her. But one fateful night, as she paused in the center of the square, she turned towards my window, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. My heart skipped a beat at this fleeting connection, before she continued her journey into the mist-shrouded evening. In the days that followed, peculiar occurrences began to unfold. Watermarks appeared on the manuscripts I studied, as though touched by phantom fingers damp with rain. The delicate fragrance of antique roses wafted through the study, lingering in the air long after the sun had set. And then, one evening, a forgotten photograph materialized on my desk. It depicted the square from 50 years past, capturing a figure with a red umbrella amidst the crowd, a vivid anomaly in the monochrome image. The date inscribed on the back read October 15th, 1973. Delving into the archives, I unraveled the tale of Sarah Thompson, a young librarian who had once walked the same halls as I, her red umbrella a symbol of her passion for the written word. Tragically, her life had met its end in that very square, on a rainy night, much like the ones we now shared. As I delved deeper into Sarah's story, the scent of roses intensified, the rain outside morphing into a haunting melody, as if a forgotten lullaby echoed through the chambers of time. The pages of the ancient documents fluttered as if stirred by an unseen presence, and when I lifted my gaze, there she was. The red umbrella now closed, revealing a face both gentle and serene. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of sorrow and empathy. From that moment on, the woman with the red umbrella ceased her nightly crossings of the square. Yet, on rainy evenings, when the archive lay shrouded in silence and shadows danced upon the walls, I could sense her ethereal presence. Sometimes, while perusing the yellowed pages of history, I would discover fresh water droplets, as if a ghostly hand had traced its path across the paper. I often pondered whether Sarah still watched over her cherished books, her spirit lingering in the rain with her beloved umbrella. This tale, a secret shared between me and the shadows of the library, remains untold to the world. And when the rain taps gently on the window panes, I find solace in the thought that somewhere, amidst the layers of time, a woman with a red umbrella continues her eternal sojourn. Story 24. The soft rustling of paper slipping through my fingers reverberated in the tranquil attic. The fading sun cast its golden rays through a dusty window, painting shimmering patterns in the serene air. Amidst the quiet, I delved into the realm of ancient family documents, stumbling upon a weathered envelope sealed with aged red wax. My name, elegantly inscribed on the rough exterior, bore a mysterious allure, unfamiliar yet beckoning. Settling onto a creaking wooden chair, I inhaled the fragrance of time-worn books and aged wood, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves of a grand tree outside. The envelope carried a weight beyond its physical form, hinting at secrets veiled within. With care, I broke the seal, the sound of fracturing wax echoing in the hushed space. Within the envelope lay delicate pages, sheer as veils, adorned with the same elegant script. The date atop the parchment traced back 50 years, a timeline preceding my own existence. The initial words seized my attention, my dear future grandchild. Engrossed in the unfolding narrative, I remained seated, the room gradually dimming around me. Yet I made no move to illuminate the space, for the words on the pages seemed to emanate a gentle, ethereal glow. The letter unfurled the tale of a woman, my unseen grandmother, weaving a tapestry of familial legacy. She spoke of a rare gift that coursed through our lineage, surfacing under celestial alignments and atmospheric whispers. On moonlit nights with northern winds, certain kin could glimpse beyond the veil of time, though obscured by nebulous impressions akin to ripples on water. My grandmother chronicled her visions, recounting my presence in that very attic, ensconced in the act of unfolding her letter. A chill traversed my spine as I delved deeper into her intimate revelations. Her prose grew personal, divulging attempts to safeguard the family through prescient guidance. However, each glimpse extracted a toll from her essence, a sacrifice for glimpses into the unknown. In the attic's timeless embrace, shadows danced with the memories etched within those aged pages, elongating and intertwining on the walls. The narrative foretold events from my past and those yet to transpire, the ink on the pages shifting imperceptibly as I progressed. The final pages bore a tremulous script, hinting at an impending juncture where the dormant gift within me would awaken. I paused, casting a glance towards the window now veiled in darkness, the full moon peeking through somber clouds. A gust of wind, heralding imminent rain, rattled the window panes, urging me back to the concluding words of my grandmother's missive. "When you hear the call," the letter imparted, "you will understand your purpose. Embrace the gift as a solemn duty, for as I have done for you, you must inscribe a letter that may never be sent, yet shall find its destined recipient when the stars align." Reverently, I folded the pages and nestled them back into the envelope. The wind intensified, whispering secrets through the time-worn attic, prompting me to rise and approach the window. A fleeting reflection, a fusion of my visage and the moon's glow, momentarily blurred reality, hinting at a spectral presence. A gentle smile graced the countenance of an elderly woman in the glass, vanishing as swiftly as she appeared. Yet, on the desk beside the window, materialized a blank sheet of paper and an ink-laden pen. Seated once more, bathed in the silvery moonlight and the northward breeze, I yielded to the call of ancestral legacy. The pen met the paper, embarking on a journey through time and space. My dear future grandchild. Story 25. The night lay hushed, cloaked in a delicate mist that swirled like a wraith through the air. Nestled in my cherished armchair, a rich burgundy velvet piece beside the grand antique mirror, I lost myself in the pages of a book under the gentle glow of a vintage lamp. The pendulum clock's steady tick echoed through the room, weaving a hypnotic cadence, while the crackling warmth of the fireplace cocooned me in a soothing embrace. Amid this perfect serenity, a peculiar sensation crept upon me. Initially fleeting, akin to catching a glimpse of movement in the corner of one's eye, I lifted my gaze from the book to meet my reflection in the aged mirror. The golden frame, adorned with intricate floral motifs, shimmered softly in the flickering firelight. Yet, as I beheld my mirrored self, a subtle shiver trickled down my spine. An imperceptible unease lingered in the air. Tilting my head ever so slightly, I noticed a peculiar delay in my reflection's response, as if it strived to mimic rather than mirror my actions naturally. I sought to dismiss it as mere fatigue or the whims of the dancing firelight. But the longer I scrutinized, the more unsettling the revelation became. With each gesture, a raised hand, a smile, the reflection mirrored me with a fraction of delay, a disquieting echo. The crackling of wood in the fireplace assumed an ominous tone, as though conveying a hidden message. The room grew heavy with a subtle tension, urging me to slow my breath. A blend of candle wax and ancient musk permeated the air, evoking the scent of forgotten tomes and faded recollections. Rising from the armchair with deliberate grace, I observed my reflection moving in an uncanny synchrony. its fluid motions rehearsed rather than spontaneous. Its eyes seemed to harbor depths unknown to me, veiling secrets I dared not fathom. Drawing closer to the mirror, I discerned further anomalies. The room in the reflection bore subtle discrepancies from mine: a rearranged bookshelf, unfamiliar objects. A weathered frame, housing a seascape in reality, now held a blurred countenance that appeared to gaze back at me. The pendulum's swing persisted, yet in the reflection time languished, flowing at a different pace. Shadows cast by the hearth cavorted upon the walls, conjuring spectral forms that hinted at silent watchers. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the icy surface of the mirror, and my reflection mirrored the gesture, its hand extending in an alluring invitation. Our fingertips met upon the frigid glass. My touch met with a chill, while my reflection's demeanor hinted at an alien sensation. Retreating from the mirror, I watched as my mirrored self hesitated, as if deliberating whether to follow suit. When it finally moved, its actions grew increasingly independent, as though forging its own volition. Hastily, I draped an old velvet cloth over the mirror's surface, concealing that disquieting doppelganger. Since that fateful night, the mirror remains veiled, yet in the still of night, whispers of movement seem to emanate from behind the velvet shroud, as though a phantom traverses a mirrored realm identical to my own. And in the quietest moments, when the house slumbers in profound silence, I ponder whether that reflection lingers, a silent sentinel, leading a parallel existence within a realm of glass and silver. The truth eludes me. I cannot discern if what transpired was real or a figment of my mind's creation. But with each passing mirror, a lingering doubt nags at me, questioning if the reflection gazing back is truly mine or a mimic so adept that it blurs the line between truth and illusion. Story 26. The mysterious journal materialized on my nightstand one chilly winter morning, its deep red cover illuminated by the soft rays of sunlight seeping through the curtains. I hadn't placed it there, yet as my fingers brushed against its weathered spine and delicate cream pages, a sense of déjà vu washed over me. The crisp scent of frost lingered in the morning air, accompanied by a distant wind chime serenading the stillness. The intricate designs on the cover beckoned to be explored, each groove and curve telling a silent tale of its own. The leather, though worn smooth, carried a comforting warmth that hinted at untold stories. Upon opening the journal, a faint fragrance of lavender and aged paper wafted out, sparking elusive memories just beyond reach. The initial pages lay blank, pristine and inviting, but as I turned them, elegant handwriting emerged, shimmering in the gentle morning light. It was my own writing, yet I couldn't recall penning these words. Dates foretelling of days yet to unfold adorned the entries before me. Day by day, I found myself drawn to the journal, reading prophecies scribed in my hand about events yet to pass. Simple occurrences manifested first: a chance encounter, a lost ring found, the distant tolling of midnight church bells. Each prediction unfolded with serene accuracy, like ripples dancing across a tranquil pond. With time, the entries grew more intricate, detailing conversations verbatim before they occurred, mirroring sunsets with uncanny precision, and predicting rainfall that would kiss my skin. The revelations within the diary were never alarming nor foreboding, but rather gentle mysteries that added a surreal charm to my days. One entry spoke of the aroma of fresh bread drifting through my window, followed by a mysterious knock at my door. True to the prediction, a basket of warm rolls awaited outside, their benefactor a whisper in the wind. Another foretold a haunting melody to grace my garden stroll, played on an instrument unknown to me, the source forever a tantalizing secret. The presence of the diary altered my perception of time, infusing each day with a sense of quiet anticipation and every night with gentle introspection. Details once overlooked now captivated me. The whimsical play of shadows, the subtle shift in the air heralding rain, the myriad shades of silence that enveloped my home after dark. Pressed flowers would sometimes materialize between the pages, their hues vibrant and alive, remnants of futures yet to be lived. Their delicate petals, coupled with the enduring scent of lavender, created a tapestry of tranquility. As weeks drifted by, I noticed the entries fading once their prophecies came to fruition, blending seamlessly into the journal's pages, like morning mist dissipating under the sun's gaze. New predictions emerged, penned in the familiar script, maintaining a delicate equilibrium between enigma and solace. The origins of the diary remained a mystery, its choice of me an unanswered question that added to its allure. The journal taught me to embrace the unknown with a sense of wonder rather than trepidation, to find solace in the gradual unfolding of time. On quiet nights, bathed in silver moonlight, I glimpsed words materializing on the pages, ink forming letter by letter in a mesmerizing dance. I resisted the urge to decipher them, allowing tomorrow's secrets to remain shrouded until their appointed hour. Becoming my steadfast companion, the diary bridged the gap between past and future, unveiling not grand tragedies or euphoric highs, but the subtle magic woven into everyday life when one learns to pay attention. Its greatest gift lay in revealing the enchantment nestled within the ordinary rhythms of existence, in the ethereal juncture where reality and dreams entwine. As I pen these words, I sense the unwritten tales of tomorrow stirring within me, eager to grace the yet untouched pages. The diary lies beside me, radiating a comforting warmth, poised to unravel another day's worth of gentle enigmas. Outside, the wind chime resumes its melodic serenade, a reminder that even its song was prophesied within the journal's pages, written in a hand both familiar and foreign, in a diary that dreams of the days waiting to unfurl. Story 27. The ancient house had always whispered to me, but on that wintry night, a peculiar shift occurred. Snow cascaded noiselessly outside my window, each delicate flake shimmering under the pale moon's watchful eye, before melding with its kin on the ground below. Nestled in my reading chair, cocooned in a threadbare woolen blanket, I savored the gentle crackling symphony of the fireplace. The usual settling wood and creaking floorboards, once familiar companions, now bore a mysterious undercurrent, weaving whispers into the fabric of the night. Initially, the murmur was scarcely discernible, a faint rustling that could have been mistaken for the wind's playful dance through the ancient timbers. Setting my book aside, I held my breath, attuning my senses to the ethereal sounds that enveloped me. The whispers revisited, resembling distant conversations overheard behind heavy velvet drapes. Though the words eluded me, the rhythmic cadence resonated with human essence. Placing my hand against the wall beside me, I traced the rough texture of the vintage wallpaper, its aged fibers telling tales of bygone eras. A subtle vibration, akin to a slumbering cat's contented purr, emanated from the wall, its warmth defying the winter's icy grip. Pressing my ear against the surface, I closed my eyes, immersing myself in the enigmatic symphony within. The voices grew clearer, yet shrouded in enigma, flowing through the walls like subterranean streams meandering from room to room, sometimes fading into silence, only to resurface from a different corridor. They carried no hint of malevolence, rather evoking memories of intimate family gatherings cloaked in late-night whispers. A silent wanderer within my own abode, I trailed the elusive whispers through the house's labyrinthine corridors. My bare feet tread noiselessly on the time-worn carpets, following the elusive trail of voices. In the kitchen, they seemed to emanate from behind the gleaming copper pots adorning the walls. In the hallway, they reverberated beneath the faded landscapes, each painting a portal to distant realms. Words almost within grasp would metamorphose, evading comprehension like fragments of a fading dream. The grandfather clock told midnight in the study, its sonorous chime merging with the enigmatic murmurs. Standing in the darkness, shadows waltzing to the nocturnal melody cast by the street lamp, my gaze fixated on a peculiar bulge in the wallpapered corner. An imperceptible movement, as if a hidden presence gently pushed against the surface, caught my attention. Drawing closer, the voices crescendoed, the wallpaper rippling faintly, akin to a breath behind a gossamer veil. Tentatively, I extended a trembling hand, fingertips brushing the warmth pulsating beneath the surface. In that moment, the voices swelled, and a tender utterance of my name, suffused with affection, graced my ears. The bulge receded, leaving the wall unblemished, yet the residual warmth lingered. Throughout the night, I traversed the rooms, unearthing more of these mysterious anomalies in the walls. Each transient bulge ebbed and flowed like the tide, leaving behind warmth and elusive whispers. Laughter fragments and unfamiliar lullabies, sung in a cryptic tongue, teased my senses. The voices, gentle and hypnotic, never veered into disquietude, enveloping me in a soothing embrace. At the break of dawn, the whispers dissipated like morning mist, the final echoes embracing me in a symphony of farewell. The walls gradually cooled, returning to their slumber as sunlight painted the room in hues of dawn. The source of the voices within the walls remained a mystery, though they occasionally resurfaced on tranquil nights when snow garlands the earth. Perhaps the house harbors echoes of past inhabitants, their conversations and laughter etched in its essence. Or maybe on certain nights, the walls thin, granting passage to the unseen, their murmurs a bridge between realms. What remains certain is the strange solace found in those nocturnal whispers, akin to a lullaby from a forgotten past. They serve as a poignant reminder that even in solitude, we are not alone. The walls, custodians of untold stories, divulge their secrets solely in hushed tones on wintry nights when reality melds with the ethereal, and the veil between the known and the imagined fades as thin as aged wallpaper. Story 28. The autumn rain whispered softly as it danced down from the heavens, enveloping the world in a hazy embrace. Time had stretched its limbs, reaching into the late hours of the night, prolonging my weary work shift. Each step I took on the slick pavement mingled with the gentle percussion of raindrops on the car roofs. The air was dense with that unique fragrance born only from rain, a symphony of damp earth, decaying leaves, and a freshness that lingered in the storm's wake. Approaching the bus stop, a solitary figure came into view, perched upon the bench beneath the translucent shelter. Immobile, they sat cloaked in darkness, a wide-brimmed hat casting shadows over their features. What drew me in was the enigma of their coat, untouched by the rain cascading around us. Halting a few paces away, I observed in silence the dim glow of the street lamp painting cryptic patterns on their form. It was as though their outline wavered, a mirage in the downpour, distorting reality. The rain's cadence seemed to muffle in the stranger's vicinity, a bubble of quiet defiance against the storm. With 20 minutes until my bus arrived, I edged closer to seek refuge from the escalating downpour. The figure remained motionless, unaware of my presence. Seating myself at a distance, I noticed a disquieting anomaly. Raindrops diverted their descent near the stranger, as if repelled by an unseen force. A subtle shift in the rain's melody accompanied their proximity, a barely perceptible hiss. Minutes ebbed by languorously as I tried to divert my attention with my phone, yet the stranger's aura held me captive. Peripheral glimpses hinted at a subtle, ethereal gaze fixed upon unseen horizons. A sudden gust swayed the street lamp, casting deeper shadows momentarily. At that instant, the stranger turned towards me, revealing beneath the hat's brim only faint, lunar glimmers that pierced the night. A steady throb pulsed in my chest, fear tempered by an insatiable curiosity that anchored me to the bench. The stranger pivoted back to their original pose, the moment slipping away like receding tides. The distant rumble of the approaching bus shattered the stillness. Headlights cut through the darkness, elongating shadows on the glistening road. Hastily rising, I stole one last glance at the vacant bench, but the stranger had vanished without a trace. No sound, no motion, simply gone. With unsteady steps, I embarked onto the bus, settling near the driver. As the bus whisked us away, I stole a glance through the fogged window. The shelter stood bereft of life, yet for a fleeting heartbeat, I glimpsed a shadow dissolving into the rain, a wisp carried off by the wind's whims. In the days to come, each nocturnal bus journey bore a subtle shift. The street lamps glowed dimmed, the rain's melody held a mysterious echo, as if the very air retained a trace of that enigmatic presence. The stranger never crossed my path again, but on rainy evenings, I spy certain raindrops deviating from their course, a silent reminder of that inexplicable encounter. Story 29. As I awaken, a heavy sensation envelops me, like a leaden shroud. The room is bathed in a gentle light, a pearlescent glow emanating from an unknown source. The walls possess an elusive hue, shifting shades when I avert my gaze. The ceiling soars to great heights, far beyond the norm for a typical bedroom, disappearing into a velvety darkness reminiscent of a starless night sky. The bed beneath me is luxuriously soft, the silk sheets whispering hypnotically against my skin with each movement. A sweet, familiar scent lingers in the air, reminiscent of lavender or perhaps vanilla, yet ever-changing as I attempt to pinpoint its essence. Time in this room flows in a peculiar manner. Shadows stretch and retract as though alive, a slow, mesmerizing dance upon the walls. The silence is never absolute, a distant murmur akin to deep slumber, or maybe the echo of my own heartbeat reverberating through the void. Rising from the bed, my bare feet sink into a plush carpet, yielding underfoot like walking on clouds. Sparse furnishings populate the room, an antique dark wood desk, a rich burgundy velvet armchair, and an oval mirror framed in gold. The mirror remains misted, as though steam just dispersed, though no bathroom is in sight. Drawn to the desk, I find an array of items: a weathered leather-bound diary, a fountain pen with midnight blue ink, and a steaming cup of tea, its delicate tendrils of vapor spiraling upwards. The tea is still warm, though the act of preparing it eludes my memory. The diary's pages lie blank, yet beneath my touch, faint impressions of words linger, as if inscribed in invisible ink. The armchair beckons me, and I comply, the velvet yielding warmth as if recently vacated. From this vantage point, a peculiar sight captures my attention. The wall before me pulsates subtly, akin to a slumbering chest's breath. Intrigued, I approach for a closer inspection, only for the wall to appear solid and motionless upon my nearer scrutiny. Seeking an exit, as is my custom, my hands trail along the walls, tracing every imperfection, every minute crevice. Occasionally, a handle's outline teases my fingertips, only to dissipate like morning mist upon my grasp. The misted mirror captivates me. Through its haze, my reflection appears, yet with a disconcerting delay to my movements, as if hesitating to mimic me. At times, when the fog momentarily lifts, a fleeting glimpse of another presence observing me from within the glass unsettles my senses. Time meanders erratically. The light waxes and wanes in a rhythm divorced from day or night. Moments spent perusing the diary in the armchair seem like mere minutes, until I realize the room's shadows have shifted, as if hours have slipped by unnoticed. Reclining once more on the bed, I gaze at the seemingly infinite expanse of the ceiling. The sheets enfold me tenderly, as if possessing a life force, cradling me in a comforting embrace. The ambient scent intensifies, evoking memories of my grandmother's perfume, fresh-baked cookies, or the fragrance of rain on a summer meadow. Eyes closing, I anticipate the inevitable cycle of renewal upon reopening them. The room ensnares me in a liminal state betwixt dream and reality, where time loops upon itself like a Mobius strip. Uncertain if I dream the room or if it dreams me, I ponder the elusive notion of escape, questioning if I truly desire liberation. The room intertwines with my being, blurring the line between self and space, in an eternal loop of waking and dreaming, where reality merges seamlessly with imagination, like hues blending in a freshly painted canvas. And as slumber claims me once more, a fragment of my consciousness ponders the existence of an exit, or perhaps the realization that the room and I are forever intertwined, locked in a dance of perpetual transition where the boundaries of existence dissolve into the ethereal realm of dreams. Story 30. The night carried a special essence, a hint of autumn seeping into your very being, whispering of lengthening nights. Nestled in the cozy armchair of my study, I savored the gentle touch of the wind outside, a soft caress on the leaves that played a natural lullaby. Amidst this tranquil moment, a subtle noise stirred from the depths of the basement, a faint rustling akin to the delicate flutter of aged paper. Initially, I attributed it to the usual settling of the house, those nocturnal murmurs every abode utters as twilight descends. Intrigued more than alarmed, I rose leisurely from my seat. The warm glow of the desk lamp enveloped me in a golden aura as I ventured towards the basement door. With each step down the wooden staircase, a gentle creak echoed, as if the very structure whispered ancient truths. The air grew cooler as I descended, carrying a faint fragrance of damp earth and forsaken books. In the basement, shadows pirouetted on the walls to the flickering rhythm of the light bulb. This familiar domain, dotted with neatly arranged boxes and shrouded in white-sheeted furniture resembling slumbering phantoms, held an unfamiliar aura that night. A previously unnoticed detail seized my attention. Nestled in the far corner, where light struggled to penetrate, stood a door. Simple in its design, fashioned from dark wood with no embellishments, it bore an air of mystery. Strangely absent from my recollection despite numerous hours spent organizing in that basement, this door beckoned. The brass handle gleamed as if recently polished, drawing me closer. The floor beneath my feet pulsed with a chilling vitality as I approached, my fingers tracing the weathered surface of the wood. The door seemed to quiver at my touch, as if sentient. The basement's silence deepened, interrupted solely by the reverberations of my own heartbeat. Tentatively, I grasped the handle. Surprisingly warm against the frigid air, it turned effortlessly, unveiling a sight beyond belief. Instead of a wall or another room, a thin, silvery mist undulated, swayed by unseen currents. Emitting a soft, entrancing light, the mist exuded a familiarity akin to a half-remembered dream slipping away at dawn. A distant melody, delicate like a pianist's elusive tune, wafted from within, accompanied by a scent of spring blossoms or freshly brewed tea. Hesitating at the threshold, torn between curiosity and caution, I beheld the mist's elusive dance, morphing into fleeting shapes that defied definition. Faces flickered, landscapes unfurled, all behind a veil separating reality from a realm profound and enigmatic. Stepping back, I gently shut the door. The click of the latch broke the enchantment. Normalcy returned to the house, the clock's ticking, the wind's whispers, a dog's distant bark in the slumbering neighborhood. Ascending the stairs unhurriedly, I carried with me the sense of an extraordinary discovery. In the days that ensued, I revisited the basement, yet the door had vanished, replaced by an unyielding brick wall. On the hush of night, suspended between wakefulness and sleep, I still sense that distant melody, pondering if the door lingers hidden, awaiting another's discovery. Some doors, I learned, unveil themselves only in fleeting moments, when time and space converge in unfathomable ways. Perhaps some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, their allure preserved, like ephemeral dreams brushing against reality before dissipating into the silvered mists of memory. Story 31. The Enigmatic Door. The grandfather clock in my study tolled midnight with its deep, resonant chimes, sending vibrations through the still air like gentle ripples on a serene pond. Nestled in my weathered leather armchair, a cherished book lay open on my lap as I savored the soothing sound of raindrops dancing against the window panes. The old house sighed softly around me, its ancient wooden frame settling into the hush of the night. My gaze wandered to the hallway door, its dark silhouette bathed in the warm glow of my reading lamp. Something felt different about it tonight, a subtle shift in the familiar pattern. The brass handle seemed to catch the light in a new way, casting an unfamiliar gleam. Or perhaps the wood's grain appeared altered, a mysterious change that eluded my grasp. Despite residing in this house for 15 years, that door now held a strange air of unfamiliarity. Standing up, I marked my place in the book with a delicate silk ribbon and ventured towards the door. The floor beneath me felt cool, even through my soft slippers. But as I neared the door, a chill seemed to settle, as if a whisper of winter had seeped into this secluded corner of my abode. My hand reached out to touch the handle, and to my surprise, it radiated unexpected warmth, a sharp contrast to the cool night air that enveloped me. With a smooth motion, the door swung open, revealing the usual hallway beyond. Everything appeared unchanged: the faded wallpaper, the worn carpet runner, the familiar frames of family photographs adorning the walls. I closed the door, shaking my head at my own fanciful thoughts. Perhaps my mind had been entangled in the mysteries of the books I'd been devouring lately. That night, my dreams were filled with doors. They materialized and vanished in impossible settings, in lush gardens, hovering in the sky, standing solitary on deserted shores. Each door bore the same warm brass handle as my hallway entrance, a touch of familiarity in their surreal existence. As dawn broke, I carried on with my daily routine, scarcely sparing a glance for the enigmatic door as I passed through it. However, as dusk descended, a peculiar sight caught my eye. The door appeared subtly lighter in hue, as if it had aged decades overnight. The brass handle now bore a weathered patina previously unseen. Intrigued, I approached the door once more, this time with a keen eye for detail. Yes, the wood had indeed transformed, lighter with an intricate grain pattern that eluded recognition. Even the hinges had shifted from their usual dark iron hue to a burnished copper sheen. And yet, upon opening the door, the hallway on the other side remained unaltered. Night after night, the door continued its quiet metamorphosis. Sometimes it aged, sometimes it rejuvenated. The handle would shift ever so slightly, or the frame would gain or lose intricate carvings. I began chronicling these changes in a journal, capturing each transformation with meticulous sketches and detailed descriptions. Curiously, the door remained static whenever I observed it, only revealing its alterations during the deepest hours of the night, when the house lay cloaked in silence and my attention was elsewhere. One evening, I resolved to stay vigilant and monitor the door throughout the night. I positioned my armchair directly facing it, brewed a pot of strong tea, and settled in for my watch. The grandfather clock ticked away the hours as I observed, my eyelids growing heavy but my resolve unyielding. At precisely 3:17 a.m., as per my timepiece, the lights in the study flickered momentarily. In that fleeting darkness, I sensed a subtle shift in the room's atmosphere. When the light returned, the door had transformed again. The warm oak had morphed into lustrous mahogany, adorned with delicate silver inlays that seemed to dance when viewed askance. Compelled by this new revelation, I reached out towards the door's handle, now crafted from crystal instead of brass. Yet, a peculiar humming vibration emanated from the air around the door, as if resonating with a hidden melody. It was then that I noticed a crucial detail. The door bore no keyhole. In all its iterations, it had never possessed one. And yet, every morning as I passed through, a keyhole had always been present, just beneath the handle. I was certain of this, a fact that now eluded my journal entries. The absence of the keyhole troubled me, leaving a lingering question on the edge of my thoughts. Now, each evening spent in my study is tinged with curiosity about the enigmatic door and its nightly transformations. At times, I catch glimpses of alternate hallways through the slender gap beneath it, corridors with different carpets, wallpapers, and photographs. However, upon opening the door, my familiar hallway unfailingly greets me. I've contemplated rearranging the photographs to test the reality of my perception. Yet, an unseen force restrains me, a whisper of caution from that deeper part of consciousness that warns against delving too deeply into the realms between the known and the unknown. The door persists in its nightly evolution, each change embraced with a quiet acceptance, even a hint of fondness. I ponder whether it's the door itself that shifts, or if my perception of it alters with each passing night. Perhaps both truths hold weight, or maybe neither rings entirely true. Yet one certainty remains. As the grandfather clock announces midnight and the rain taps gently against the window panes, I eagerly anticipate the unveiling of the door's new form and the mysteries it may choose to disclose or conceal in the tranquil hours before dawn. Story 32. The gentle flicker of candlelight painted shadows on the walls of my bedroom, setting the stage for another tranquil evening spent in solitude. Raindrops played a soft melody on the window panes, synchronizing with the rhythm of my breath, lulling me into a peaceful state. Surrounded by the embrace of vintage wooden furniture and the familiar scent of weathered leather-bound books, I found solace in the quietude of the night. Yet on this particular night, a subtle shift in the atmosphere stirred a sense of intrigue within me. Seated at my antique writing desk, a peculiar sound caught my attention, a faint scratching coming from the wall beside me. Initially dismissing it as mere house settling, I couldn't ignore the peculiar pattern that emerged, as if deliberate hands were tracing secrets on the wall's surface. Drawing closer, I pressed my ear against the aged wallpaper, the scratching evolving into a rhythmic dance of mystery. Each pause felt calculated, leading to the next sequence with precision. Tracing my fingers along the wall, I detected a subtle warmth emanating from a specific spot. With cautious curiosity, I peeled back a section of the worn paper, revealing a hidden world etched into the plaster. Intricate symbols adorned the surface, meticulously crafted with an unknown purpose. They appeared as a cryptic language, a fusion of ancient glyphs and enigmatic equations, waiting to be unraveled. In the shimmering glow of the candlelight, I retrieved my notebook and began to sketch the enigmatic symbols. 12 recurring patterns formed a mesmerizing code, teasing my memory with a faint sense of recognition. Time seemed to bend as I delved deeper into the markings, the rain outside providing a soothing backdrop to my investigation. The symbols danced before my eyes, shifting in meaning with each passing moment. Sometimes they resembled cryptic texts, while in other instances, they transformed into celestial maps of uncharted skies. The ambience of the room intensified as the candle flames swayed in harmony with the mysterious energy that enveloped me. As the night progressed, I uncovered more hidden symbols beneath the wallpaper, each unveiling a new layer of the enigma. Tracing their contours, I felt a peculiar warmth radiating from them, as if they held a dormant power waiting to be awakened. The rain outside grew in intensity, its cadence echoing the intricate patterns etched on the wall. In a moment of revelation, I realized that these symbols were more than mere designs. They pulsated with a subtle glow, a silent invitation to decipher their secrets. As the midnight hour drew near, a gentle hum replaced the scratching sound, akin to ethereal whispers weaving through the air, carrying untold stories from distant realms. Lost in a trance, I transcribed the symbols onto paper, their complexity unfurling with each stroke of my pen. The candlelight cast eerie shadows, animating the symbols as if they were alive, dancing in a silent symphony on the plaster canvas. Exhaustion eventually claimed me, and I succumbed to sleep, the rain's serenade lulling me into dreams. Awakening to the soft caress of morning light, I beheld the symbols with newfound reverence, understanding that some mysteries were meant to be savored rather than solved. Running my fingers over the patterns one last time, I covered them with a veil of secrecy, acknowledging that some enigmas were best left undisturbed. On quiet nights, when the rain whispered against my window, I still hear echoes of the mysterious wall's secrets. The symbols remain hidden behind the painting, a silent testimony to the allure of the unknown. In their silent vigil, they remind me that some truths are meant to be felt in the depths of the soul, their whispers echoing through the corridors of time, waiting for the right moment to be heard. Story 33. As the autumn wind whispered through the deserted streets on my journey home from work, the amber glow of streetlights painted the wet pavement with hues of warmth, casting reflections in the puddles like scattered treasures. In that peculiar evening atmosphere where every sound carried a mysterious weight, where echoes lingered longer and fallen leaves rustled a haunting melody, I first encountered him on an ordinary Tuesday. Standing motionless at the corner where Main Street curved past the ancient bookshop, cloaked in layers of weathered garments, he stood out not for his stillness or worn appearance, but for the way pedestrians unconsciously formed a circle around him, as if guided by an unseen energy. My usual path led me directly past his corner, and as I drew near, I found myself being drawn into that same circular orbit, my steps naturally veering in a wider arc without my conscious direction. It was at that moment when he turned his gaze toward me, and I saw his eyes, not the expected shades of brown or blue, but black, deep, unfathomable black, reminiscent of polished onyx capturing the glow of the streetlights, absorbing rather than reflecting the amber light. Each evening thereafter, he remained in his spot, a silent sentinel in the same position, always unmoving. Sometimes I would divert my route, choosing alternate paths to avoid that corner, yet I could sense those dark eyes following me even when I was blocks away. Strangely, he never begged for alms or sustenance. There was no cup extended, no hand outstretched. He simply observed, his obsidian gaze fixed on each passerby with a blend of gentleness and unease. During quiet nights when the wind hushed and the traffic dwindled, I fancied I could hear him softly humming. The melody was like no other I had ever heard, a lullaby that resonated with something primal within me, evoking images of distant stars and ancient songs sung before humanity's time. Then on a rainy evening, a shift occurred. Approaching his corner, bracing myself for another encounter, I noticed a change. His hand was no longer idle. It was raised, not in request or salutation, but pointing upwards toward the clouded sky. Without hesitation, I halted and followed his gesture. Each raindrop felt weightier on my skin, carrying significance beyond mere water. Lowering my gaze, I found him gazing directly at me, his lips moving. His words, barely audible over the rain's patter, bypassed my ears to materialize in my mind. "You see it too," he murmured, an enigmatic blend of statement and query. His voice held the same ancient, otherworldly quality as his humming, offering a strange sense of solace. That night, my dreams were filled with visions of black-eyed guardians watching over slumbering cities, of sentinels standing vigil on countless corners throughout time. I dreamt of melodies shaping the world, and rain carrying messages from realms beyond the stars. Upon waking, my window bore intricate frost patterns, despite the autumn air being too temperate for ice. The following evening, he was absent from his corner. Days passed, and he did not return. The space where he stood remained vacant, yet somehow imbued with a significance surpassing the surrounding sidewalk. Occasionally, on quiet nights when the streetlights flickered just right, I caught fleeting glimpses of what might be his reflection in the puddles forming at that corner. The black eyes still watched, but now they seemed to peer outward from beneath the water's surface. Other passers-by continued to avoid that particular spot, unknowingly creating that perfect circle of emptiness. And on rare occasions when the wind carried that familiar melody, I found myself pausing to gaze skyward, pondering the hidden messages within the rain. I never encountered another beggar with eyes like his, yet I now comprehend that he was more than a beggar. He was something else, choosing that corner to observe, to wait, and perhaps to remind us that some mysteries are destined to elude our understanding. Every evening on my homeward walk, I still pass by that corner. Sometimes I pause, listening for that ancient lullaby, and at times when the light dances on the puddles just so, I discern those black eyes gazing back at me from every reflection. In some inexplicable way, it brings me solace knowing that whatever he was, whatever he symbolized, continues to watch over our silent streets as the world gradually turns toward night. Story 34. The hush of that autumn night held a unique weight as I made my way down the gravel driveway toward the ancestral home. Each crunch of my steps on the pathway seemed to echo louder in the encompassing darkness. Dry leaves rustled lazily, swirling around my feet, carried by a gentle breeze that caressed the branches of ancient trees, whispering secrets of bygone days. The house had stood empty for months since Aunt Mary's departure, and the duty fell upon me to ensure all remained as it should within its walls. With a click, the antique key turned in the lock, its metallic echo reverberating through the empty porch. The air carried a distinct aroma, a blend of aged wood and a mysterious essence that stirred memories of childhood afternoons spent within those very walls. Inside, the dim light of dusk filtered through delicate lace curtains, casting intricate patterns on the wooden floor. The silence within was profound, broken only by the steady ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Yet beneath that quietude, there lingered an eerie undertone, as if the silence veiled an unseen presence. As I treaded the main hallway, the familiar creak of the floorboards accompanied my steps. Family portraits adorned the walls, their gaze now seeming to hold a mysterious allure. Pausing before my grandmother's portrait, a subtle detail caught my eye. Her smile appeared different, imbued with a newfound enigma. It was then, amidst the silence, that I heard it. A faint sound, barely perceptible at first, akin to a distant echo of a lullaby drifting from a faraway room. The melody, though familiar, eluded my grasp, teasingly just out of reach. Intrigued, I followed the ethereal tune, tracing its origin to the upper floor. Each creaking step on the staircase seemed to narrate a tale of its own. The melody grew clearer, yet retained its elusive quality, akin to a fading dream upon waking. Upon reaching the landing, I discerned that the music emanated from the old playroom, a space where childhood memories were woven into its very fabric. Pushing the slightly ajar door, a sliver of moonlight seeped into the room, casting a soft glow upon the scene. The room appeared frozen in time, adorned with relics of bygone days, a rocking horse, a bookshelf filled with tales of whimsy, an old toy chest. Amidst the familiar items, a new addition stood out, a music box perched on the windowsill, its presence unfamiliar to my recollection. Approaching cautiously, I observed the music box crafted from tarnished brass, its surface etched with intricate floral motifs. Strangely, it remained silent, yet the haunting melody persisted in the air, as if the very walls hummed its tune. Gazing at the reflection of the music box in the window, a peculiar sight met my eyes. The dancer atop the box appeared to sway, a spectral dance mirroring my own movements. Blinking, the illusion dissipated, leaving me bewildered. In that moment, a memory resurfaced. The melody was the lullaby my grandmother would sing, a melody long intertwined with my childhood. But how could her voice linger in a room that had long ceased to be hers? Taking the music box in hand, I felt a warmth suffuse through me, as if a gentle presence enveloped the room. A faded engraving on the bottom revealed a date matching my grandmother's birth, a poignant connection to a past long faded. As the melody gradually faded into the silence of the house, I settled upon the old toy chest, cradling the music box. The moon cast shifting shadows on the floor, a silent dance that mirrored the unseen echoes resonating within those walls. Since that night, the music box accompanies me on each visit to the house, its tune never playing audibly but lingering in the quietest of moments, a distant echo of love and memories woven into the very fabric of the home. Closing the door behind me, I pondered the unseen threads that bind places to the past, whispering softly through time, a reminder that echoes of the past endure, eternally resonating within the heart of the home. Story 35. The November breeze whispered through the dry leaves scattered on the driveway, painting a delicate lullaby in the air. Before me, the silhouette of the forsaken mansion loomed against the somber sky. Known as the never-inhabited house, a misnomer of sorts, for once upon a time a soul had called it home. Yet the memory of that dweller had faded into the mist of time. Drawn by curiosity, I approached the weathered gate, my fingertips meeting the cold embrace of the wrought iron bars. The scent of moss and damp stone hung in the air, lending an aura of mystery to the neglected garden, where brambles and nettles intertwined with the cracked walls. As a real estate agent tasked with assessing the property, I ventured further into the overgrown garden. Amidst the unruly foliage, I noticed faint traces of pathways, as if someone had treaded through the wilderness recently. A peculiar discovery, considering the neighbors had sworn that no one dared to set foot on the premises. With a soft creak, the front door yielded to my touch, revealing the interior cloaked in a bluish twilight that filtered through the closed shutters. The air within was heavy with the weight of years, carrying the essence of ancient wood and lingering dust. Each step I took echoed through the desolate halls as I explored the main salon, where furniture draped in yellowed sheets cast ghostly shadows in the dim light. Enormous veiled mirrors adorned the walls, distorting reflections in a dance of illusions. Ascending the staircase, my hand found solace in the polished wooden handrail, worn smooth by the passage of time. The upper floor greeted me with a corridor lined with closed doors, each revealing empty rooms save for a few shrouded pieces of furniture. It was in the final room that a sense of disquiet settled upon me. A bedroom, frozen in time, hinted at a feminine presence. Dust lay undisturbed on every surface, save for a silver brush, accompanied by a tress of dark, fresh hair that defied decay. The bed, meticulously made, bore a faint indentation as if someone had recently occupied the space. A sudden movement in the mirror caught my eye, a fleeting image of a woman seated on the bed, only to vanish upon my swift turn. Descending the stairs with a hastened pace, the afternoon light shifted, casting deeper shadows across the room. The mirrors seemed to watch me as I made my way towards the exit. A soft, haunting melody reached my ears, barely audible yet hauntingly beautiful. Was it the wind sighing through the shutters, or a figment of my imagination? With a lingering presence at my back, I closed the door behind me, bidding farewell to the silent mansion. Outside, the garden lay still, the wind now a mere whisper. Glancing back at the mansion, a flicker of movement behind an upstairs window caught my attention, a fleeting glow that dissolved into the shadows. In the days that followed, I compiled my report on the property, detailing its condition and potential value. Omitting the peculiarities I had encountered, I noted cryptically, "The property possesses a unique charm that may appeal to a discerning buyer." The house lingered on the market, a relic of forgotten tales and whispered secrets. Occasionally, as I passed by the rusted gate, I would pause, half expecting to glimpse a ghostly figure moving through the upper rooms, as if awaiting a long-lost visitor. Perhaps the truth of the never-inhabited house lay not in its emptiness, but in the lingering presence of a soul that refused to depart. Story 36. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my study, creating a soothing melody that mingled with the crackling of the fireplace. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I gazed absent-mindedly at the recent addition adorning the wall, an antique painting portraying an autumn landscape. Discovered in a quaint antique shop, its warm hues and enigmatic aura had drawn me in. Despite the wear of time, the golden frame shimmered in the flickering firelight, casting dancing reflections on the walls. That particular evening, as the storm outside intensified, A peculiar occurrence captured my attention within the painting. The painted leaves seemed to sway ever so slightly as if being caressed by an unseen breeze. Initially, I attributed it to the shadows cast by the fire, but the more I observed, the more I discerned a subtle alteration. The colors appeared richer, more vibrant than my initial impression. The pathway winding through the painting, once concealed by trees, now appeared elongated and meandering, extending beyond the canvas's confines. Rising slowly from my seat, I approached the painting. An unusual chill enveloped the air around it, contrasting sharply with the warmth of the fire. Running my fingers gently across the canvas, I encountered a texture unlike that of an oil painting. Smooth, almost silky. A faint fragrance of damp earth and wet leaves emanated from the frame, so lifelike it blurred the line between reality and illusion. While pondering these anomalies, movement in the painting's upper corner seized my focus. Amidst the tree branches, something stirred. It was not a mere interplay of light and shadow, but a deliberate motion, hinting at a presence concealed among the painted foliage. My heart quickened, not from fear, but from an escalating intrigue. Stepping back, I sought a clearer view. It was then that I noticed the brushstrokes shifting direction autonomously, molding new pathways and forms within the landscape. Trees swayed slightly as if stirred by an unseen breeze. In the distance, where fog had obscured before, the silhouette of a small structure emerged. The rain's patter outside transformed into a soft whisper, harmonizing with the painting's movements. Sinking back into my armchair, I became wholly engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. The room expanded, deepened, as if the painting was gradually breaching the boundaries between reality and imagination. Throughout the night, the painting metamorphosed at a leisurely pace. Autumnal hues intensified and waned in a mesmerizing cycle, casting shades unknown to me before. The distant building grew sharper, a stone house, chimney emitting smoke, windows aglow with a golden warmth. I pondered whether inhabitants dwelled within that painted dwelling, and if they observed me, seated in my armchair, peering through that enchanted window, masquerading as a painting. Strangely, the notion did not unsettle me. Instead, it bestowed a sense of tranquility, as if I had stumbled upon a hidden passage where reality and fantasy intertwined seamlessly. As the night aged, the painting continued its gradual transformation. Sometimes, I fancied glimpsing figures strolling along the path. Other times, they dissolved into mere shadows, frolicking among the trees. Each attempt to focus on these details resulted in their gentle dissipation, akin to fading dream memories upon waking. With the dawn tinting the sky pink, the painting reverted to its original state. The leaves stilled, colors settled, and the distant house vanished into the morning mist. Only the lingering aroma of damp leaves bore witness to my nocturnal observations. Since that night, I sit in my armchair every evening, watching the painting with patience. Occasionally, it unveils its secrets. At times, it remains silent like any other artwork. Yet I am aware that behind the canvas lies an entire realm, one that stirs only when the world slumbers, accessible solely to those who possess the patience to observe steadfastly. Story 37. The rain whispered against the panes of my rustic country abode, a gentle lullaby blending with the soft creak of the aged wooden floor beneath my steps. It was an autumn night, where reality and dreams intertwined seamlessly. The leaves outside pirouetting in the darkness, casting elusive shadows on the walls bathed in a milky hue from the misty windows. Nestled in my beloved armchair, cradling a cup of now chilled chamomile tea, I idly watched as the glow from the floor lamp formed a warm halo on the ground. A subtle shift in the air stirred the evening, a fleeting yet insistent feeling that eluded my grasp. Was it the thickness of the atmosphere or the profound silence of the house that seemed palpable, almost tangible? Rising slowly, a flicker of movement caught my eye, drawing me towards the hallway leading to the bedrooms, its length seeming to stretch beyond its natural borders. The shadows deepened in the corners, taking on a life of their own, dense and mysterious. Pausing at the threshold of the living room, I peered into the darkening corridor that seemed to extend infinitely. As I ventured forth, the temperature dropped gradually, the floor murmuring beneath my feet in a language foreign to my ears. The ancestral photographs adorning the walls observed me with an unfamiliar gaze, their features subtly altered. Halfway down the hallway, a peculiar fragrance filled my senses, an aroma of antiquity, of weathered books and damp wood, foreign to my home. Turning to the window, rain had painted intricate patterns on the glass, cryptic designs following an enigmatic rhythm. And then I saw it. A shadow, darker and distinct from the rest, gliding with an otherworldly elegance along the far wall. Unattached to any visible source, it possessed a solidity akin to condensed mist, moving with a hesitant grace as if acknowledging my presence. My breath deepened as I watched, not in fear but in a strange recognition, as if this presence had always lingered, waiting to be noticed. The shadow paused by the guest room door, its form vaguely human. Taking a step closer, it seemed to react to my proximity, wavering slightly. The rain's murmurs transformed into a constant whisper, a language attempting to convey a message. Straining to listen, I caught fragments of words in an unknown tongue, strangely comprehensible. The air chilled around me, yet it embraced me like a cool silk sheet on a balmy night. The shadow resumed its movement, gliding towards me in a slow, fluid dance. I stood transfixed, watching as it approached with a deliberate grace. Just a few paces away, it halted. Amidst the house's silence, my heartbeat echoed, steady and calm. The shadow inclined slightly, a silent greeting. On impulse, I raised my hand, and to my surprise, the shadow mirrored my gesture, a hand materializing briefly from its misty form. Though no physical touch occurred, a warmth enveloped me where our hands almost met. Then, with a graceful dissolve, the shadow dispersed into the air, leaving a faint trace of jasmine and a profound sense of tranquility. I lingered in the hallway, time suspended, listening to the rain's fading serenade. Returning to the living room, I found my tea still warm, as though time had paused during our encounter. Since that mystical evening, on rainy nights, I tread the hallway with a watchful eye on the shadows. Sometimes I catch a glimpse of that familiar figure, dancing at the edge of my vision. The identity of the shadow remains a mystery, but its presence bestowed not fear but an understanding that some enigmas require no answers. The hallway now holds its secret, and on quiet nights as rain taps the windows, I await with a blend of curiosity and peace for another rendezvous with the shadow that dances beyond the corridor. Story 38. The gentle patter of raindrops on the windows of the cozy establishment created a soothing melody, harmonizing with the soft clinks of cups and the murmurs of the few lingering patrons. Seated at the bar counter, I observed the reflections of dim lights dancing on the polished surface of the dark wood. Jack, the bartender, meticulously cleaned glasses with a slow and almost hypnotic rhythm. That evening, there was a subtle shift in his gaze, a depth I had not perceived in my routine visits. Behind his dark eyes, elusive thoughts seemed to linger as he prepared my usual lavender tea with precision. While his hands moved deftly, a faint tremor betrayed him as he placed the cup before me. The delicate scent of lavender wafted through the air, mingling with the coffee aroma and the aged wood's earthy scent that filled the atmosphere. Jack surreptitiously glanced towards a solitary figure sitting motionless at a secluded table in the far corner. The figure appeared almost melded into the surroundings, immobile like a piece of the furniture. With measured steps, Jack approached to refill my cup, his controlled breath carrying a subtle tension when he inquired if I desired anything more. It was then that a disquieting detail caught my eye. A faint reddish stain marred the cuff of his otherwise pristine white shirt, barely visible in the dim ambiance. Time trickled by leisurely while the rain continued its steady, hypnotic downpour outside. Patrons gradually departed, leaving vacant chairs and abandoned cups, except for the enigmatic figure in the corner, unmoving, as if anticipating something or someone. Jack meticulously rearranged the counter, his attention to detail bordering on obsession, aligning bottles and dusting already spotless surfaces. His actions betrayed escalating unease, while the pendulum clocks ticking incessantly marked the passage of time. Amidst this, I spied a worn notebook nestled beneath the counter amidst the bottles, its yellowed pages filled with meticulous tiny handwriting detailing names, dates, and places in an organized sequence. Yet, it was the cryptic annotations on the final pages that seized my interest. Numbers devoid of apparent meaning, accompanied by meticulously drawn symbols. The sound of footsteps drew my attention upward. The mysterious figure had finally stirred from their seat and was making their way towards the exit. As they traversed past the counter, a meaningful glance was exchanged with Jack, a fleeting moment pregnant with tension. The bartender nodded imperceptibly, and the stranger vanished into the rainy night. Jack resumed his tasks, but a shift in his demeanor was palpable. His usually steadfast hands quivered slightly as he stowed away the glasses, his gaze adrift in distant contemplation, as if grappling with a profound memory or attempting to bury it. As I readied to depart, Jack halted me with a gentle gesture. In a calm, hushed tone, he shared, "There are things a bartender witnesses and hears, things best left veiled within these walls' silence. Yet, at times, the burden of these secrets becomes too weighty to bear alone." He paused, his words measured. Turning towards him, I observed the flickering lamp light casting dancing shadows on his fatigued visage. The notebook, a silent guardian of unknown truths, remained partially concealed among the bottles. Jack offered a faint, strained smile that failed to reach his eyes. "Return tomorrow," he murmured. "Perhaps I shall recount a tale, or perhaps not." Stepping out into the obsidian night, the rain continued its gentle descent. Through the bar's window, I witnessed Jack resuming his methodical cleaning routine, a facade of normalcy maintained. Yet beneath those habitual actions dwelled depths of enigma that I may never fully fathom. As I distanced myself, the establishment's lights dimmed, allowing darkness to shroud the enigmas harbored within those walls. I pondered how many similar stories lay concealed beneath bar counters, how many other silent sentinels like Jack existed, guardians of secrets too weighty to unveil. Alas, the answer eluded me, obscured by the rain's soothing cadence persisting in the starless night. Story 39. The gentle glow of my desk lamp caressed the worn surface of my grandfather's vintage writing desk, casting soft shadows that swayed in the quiet of the night. Raindrops tapped a soothing melody on the window, a lullaby for the weary soul seeking rest. Amidst the stack of aged letters and faded postcards, a pristine white envelope stood out, untouched by time's embrace. The paper felt strangely familiar yet subtly changed, like a forgotten memory rediscovered in a dream. In elegant cursive, my name graced the envelope in deep blue ink that shimmered under the lamplight, devoid of any postal markings. But it wasn't the lack of stamps that sent a shiver down my spine. It was the date inscribed in the corner, December 27th, 2025, a year from this very moment. With trembling fingers, I turned the envelope over, revealing a seal of dark red wax imprinted with an intricate design that seemed to shift and swirl like a hidden message. A blend of old books and leather scents from my grandfather's desk mingled with hints of lavender and a metallic tang, stirring a sense of anticipation in the air. Placing the letter down, I watched as the rain's whispers painted delicate patterns of light and shadow across its surface. The grandfather clock's chimes echoed through the hallway, each toll lingering in the stillness of the night. Between the solemn beats of the clock, a faint rustle, as if paper was softly sliding against paper, teased my senses. Though the envelope remained motionless, the wax seal seemed to warm under my touch as I gently broke it. Inside, a single sheet of paper awaited, folded with precision, bearing my hurried handwriting in the same enchanting blue ink. The words on the page pulsed with a life of their own, hinting at choices yet to be made, paths yet to be walked, and destinies yet to unfold. Each sentence painted a picture of a future both certain and elusive, a realm shaped by experiences not yet lived. As I delved deeper into the letter, the lamp's light danced in harmony with the rain's gentle pitter-patter against the windows, weaving a symphony of fate and possibility. The final paragraph hung in mid-sentence, a silent plea or a hidden truth left unsaid by my future self. Below, a postscript in a darker ink warned of a looming choice at midnight, a door that would open only once. Glancing at the grandfather clock, I saw the hands inching closer to the fateful hour, the world outside cloaked in a tranquil stillness. As the clock struck midnight, the rain's song faded, leaving behind a profound silence that enveloped the room. The paper in my hands grew weightless, almost ethereal, as if touched by the hand of time itself. Rising from my chair, I approached the window, the moon's silver beams casting a mystical glow upon the scene. In a mesmerizing display, the ink on the page began to vanish, words dissolving like dreams upon waking. By the stroke of midnight, the paper lay blank, an echo of what once was, leaving behind only the lingering scent of lavender and the whisper of untold possibilities. The elusive envelope eluded my search in the days that followed, yet on quiet rainy nights, the fragrance of lavender and ozone would drift through the air, a reminder of a moment lost in time. I pondered the choice foretold in the letter, wondering if it had already passed or if its shadow still loomed on the horizon. Perhaps both truths coexisted, entwined like threads of fate, suspended between the known and the unknown. The grandfather clock's rhythmic ticks marked the passage of time, a constant reminder of life's unyielding march. But on nights like these, when the rain returned and shadows danced in silent reverie, I found myself gazing at the door, contemplating the mysteries that lay beyond. Was there a future moment where I too would reach out to my past self, bridging the chasm between what is and what could be? Only time, that elusive master, held the answer in its timeless embrace. Story 40. The soft, rhythmic tap of raindrops against my bedroom window had been a soothing companion all evening, lulling me into a state between sleep and wakefulness. Amidst the calming patter, a faint, steady hum broke through the tranquility of the night. Initially brushing it off as background noise from the nearby road, I couldn't ignore the unchanging sound that persisted, a car engine softly idling in the vicinity. The digital clock on my nightstand cast a gentle red glow, signaling the approach of midnight. Intrigued, I rose from my bed, drawn by an inexplicable curiosity to the window. Peering through the rain-streaked glass, I discerned a shadowy sedan parked across the street. Its headlights remained dark, yet a subtle bluish light emitted from the dashboard, accompanied by wisps of exhaust twirling into the misty air. A surreal stillness enveloped the scene before me, devoid of any movement or visible figures within the vehicle. However, the continuous purr of the engine felt both ordinary and unsettling in the hush of the night. The raindrops, illuminated by the street lamp's glow, created mesmerizing patterns on the car's sleek surface, causing it to appear almost fluid in the darkness. As I observed, my breath fogged the window, framing the mysterious vehicle in a soft haze. Details captivated my attention with dreamlike intensity. The way water droplets clung to the car's exterior, the ethereal shapes formed by the mingling exhaust and mist. With each passing moment, more questions arose in my mind. Who would leave their car running unattended at such a late hour? Why here, on this unassuming street? In response to my silent ponderings, the engine's pitch subtly shifted, sending a delicate vibration through the air, almost palpable to my senses. Noticing the completely fogged windows of the car, concealing any view of the interior. A sense of presence rather than emptiness emanated from within. Contemplating whether to seek help, a hesitation lingered as I grappled with the enigmatic scenario unfolding before me. Plausible explanations surfaced: someone awaiting a companion, a weary driver seeking respite, a neighbor preparing for a night shift. Yet these rationalizations felt inadequate against the peculiar ambience that enveloped the night. Time seemed to stretch and warp as I stood by the window, the rain's melody and the car's silent vigil merging into an eerie harmony. Subtle transformations unfolded, condensation patterns shifting, exhaust clouds morphing into new shapes. Despite these changes, the vehicle remained a static enigma, akin to a frozen moment captured in time. With heavy eyelids and the allure of sleep beckoning, I reluctantly tore myself away from the window, retracing my steps towards the bed. An inexplicable urge made me glance back one last time. The car persisted, its engine humming steadily, and this time a flicker of movement caught my eye behind the misted windows. A fleeting shadow, a play of light amidst the rain's veil. Slipping beneath the covers, the hum of the engine now amplified, resonating through the walls and glass. Drifting towards slumber, the merging sounds of the engine and rainfall wove a hypnotic lullaby. My thoughts lingered on those foggy windows, pondering the unseen presence within, observing, waiting in the stillness of the night. As morning light filtered through the curtains, I hastened to the window, half expecting to find the street deserted, the nocturnal events dismissed as mere figments of a dream. To my astonishment, clear tire tracks etched the damp pavement where the car had been, accompanied by a glistening pool of liquid catching the early sunlight, perhaps transmission fluid, its iridescent shimmer oddly beautiful in the dawn's glow. The car never reappeared, yet on quiet rainy nights, when the world hushed to a whisper, the distant murmur of an idling engine occasionally reached my ears. I wonder, as I lay awake, how many others share this nocturnal vigil, peering through rain-streaked windows, yearning to catch a glimpse of the mysteries veiled behind those foggy panes of glass. Story 41. The night had enveloped the house in a deep, tranquil hush, broken only by the soft patter of rain tapping against the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the shadows waltz on the walls, moving in harmony with the flickering flame of the fireplace. The warmth wrapped around me like a gentle embrace, as the aroma of burning wood mingled with the fragrance of vanilla tea cradled in my hands. In that moment of utter peace, a peculiar sight caught my eye in my niece's toy room, peeking through the slightly open door. An antique porcelain music box, a gift from my grandma, seemed to radiate a faint bluish light, a glow unfamiliar to my memory. Rising slowly from the armchair, I placed the teacup on the wooden side table. Each step I took on the creaking floor blended with the rain's rhythmic symphony, weaving a hypnotic melody around me. Drawing nearer to the door, the glow intensified, yet retained a softness akin to moonbeams caressing calm waters. The toy room stood as a sanctuary of nostalgia and enchantment. Ancient wooden shelves cradled porcelain dolls adorned in Victorian attire, vibrant toy trains, and plush animals with gentle gazes. At the heart of the room, the music box resided on the central shelf, encircled by tiny crystals collected by my niece during her strolls in the garden. The porcelain ballerina perched atop the music box, typically frozen in her eternal pose, swayed gently as if brushed by an unseen breeze. Moving closer, I sensed the room's temperature dropping noticeably compared to the rest of the house. Wisps of vapor escaped my lips into the chilled air, while the crystals encircling the music box seemed to mirror its light, casting miniature rainbows on the walls. The ballerina continued her subtle dance, and I fancied hearing a faint melody in the distance, a musical whisper echoing from bygone days. Tentatively, I reached out towards the music box, and at that instant, the blue light pulsed softly. The other dolls on the shelf seemed to shift their gazes towards me slightly, but in a blink they returned to their original poses. The melody grew clearer. It was a lullaby Grandma used to sing, a tune I believed had faded from my memory. Slowly, the music box began to revolve on its own, the ballerina moving with an unearthly grace, her motions flowing akin to a genuine dancer's. The crystals now cast intricate patterns on the ceiling, weaving designs that seemed to narrate tales of eras long past. Memories thickened the air in the room, as if time itself had condensed around that small, enchanting object. Spellbound, I stood transfixed by the spectacle unfolding before me. The music from the music box intertwined with the rain's melody, crafting a symphony that whispered of longing and concealed enigmas. The shadows in the room swayed to the music's cadence, and for an instant, I felt as though I was not alone in witnessing this private performance. Gradually, the melody began to fade, like a fleeting dream slipping away at dawn. The blue light of the music box dimmed to a barely perceptible gleam, and the ballerina's dance slowed until it ceased entirely. Silence descended upon the room once more, though it carried a weight of significance and enigma. Returning to my armchair, I lifted my now tepid tea. Watching the final embers in the fireplace, my thoughts drifted to Grandma and her affinity for objects that held tales within. I pondered whether she had ever encountered something akin, if the music box had always possessed that magic, or if it was a special gift, reserved for particular moments and select observers. Since that night, whenever I pass by the toy room, I steal a glance at the music box. Sometimes I believe I catch a fleeting blue shimmer or hear the initial notes of that forgotten lullaby. Yet perhaps it is merely memories pirouetting in my mind, akin to that porcelain ballerina on that rainy night. Story 42. The snow whispered as it descended that winter night, a soft cascade of delicate flakes draping the windowsill in a velvety white embrace. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the snowflakes pirouette in the lamplight while indulging in a soothing cup of chamomile tea. The warmth caressed my senses, a stark contrast to the chill seeping through the aged wooden window frames. The grandfather clock's rhythmic ticking filled the room, a gentle lullaby beckoning me into tranquility. Amidst the serene stillness, a peculiar sight caught my eye in the window's reflection. Within the swirling snowflakes, a vague semblance of a face emerged. It bore an otherworldly essence, as if sketched by the mist of my breath on the frost-kissed glass. The eyes, however, held a captivating depth, gazing at me with an eerie familiarity. Rising from the chair, the floorboards whispered beneath my weight as I drew nearer to the window. The elusive reflection seemed to waver, yet an unsettling sensation of being observed lingered. A subtle hint of jasmine intertwined with the tea's aroma, evoking hazy recollections of a bygone summer evening. Resuming my seat, my gaze fixated on the window, seeking that enigmatic face in the glass. The pendulum's hypnotic swing continued, its tick-tock now murmuring unintelligible whispers. Retrieving my weathered journal from the nearby shelf, I absent-mindedly flipped through its pages, unearthing a faded photograph concealed within. Trembling fingers lifted the image, a snapshot tinged with age, depicting a group of joyous faces captured at a summer picnic. Though unfamiliar, each visage bore a strange semblance of recognition. One figure in particular drew my focus, a young woman in the backdrop, her image slightly blurred, yet her gaze mirrored the profound darkness I had glimpsed in the window's reflection. Heartbeat slowing, I scrutinized the photograph. Clad in a white floral dress, she clutched a bouquet of jasmine, her smile imbued with a melancholic grace. Turning the photograph, elegant script adorned the back. "Don't forget me." A sudden gust stirred the curtains, despite the sealed windows, the scent of jasmine enveloping me in a tender embrace. Eyes closed, fragmented memories swirled, a tinkling laugh, a distant piano melody, the whisper of a white gown among garden foliage. Upon reopening my eyes, the snow continued its silent descent. The window's reflection reverted to its mundane state, capturing only my weary countenance. Yet as the photograph found its place within the journal, I sensed that haunting face would accompany me in slumber. Not a menacing presence, but a poignant nostalgia akin to a long-lost melody resurfacing. Draped in a cozy blanket upon the couch, the pendulum's hypnotic sway persisted. The lingering scent of jasmine ebbed, fading like a dream, slipping into the realm of sleep. Drifting towards slumber, I pondered the myriad forgotten memories concealed within the recesses of my mind, patiently awaiting reawakening. Perhaps, I mused, certain faces are destined to linger, a spectral reminder of memories veiled by time but not effaced. As consciousness ebbed away, a crystalline laughter echoed in the wind, intertwining with the snowflake's nocturnal waltz. Story 43. The winter twilight draped my bedroom in shades of purple, as raindrops tapped a soothing melody against the window panes. A single candle flickered on my antique vanity mirror, casting playful shadows that danced in the dimming light. The fragrance of wax mingled with the comforting aroma of burning firewood downstairs, enveloping me in a cozy embrace. In that tranquil moment of solitude, amid the gentle symphony of rain, a peculiar sight caught my eye. While arranging my hair before the mirror, a fleeting glimpse of a tall, slender figure seemed to glide behind me, an ethereal presence in the stillness. Instinctively I turned, but the room remained empty. Returning my gaze to the mirror, I dismissed it as a trick of light and shadow. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn to reflections around me. The gleaming surface of a freshly polished table, the evening light on the window glass, even the tiny rear-view mirror in my car, all seemed to capture fleeting images of that mysterious visitor. It was as though a parallel world of reflections existed, where this silent figure observed me with tranquil curiosity. Featureless, yet emanating a soft, silvery glow, the figure appeared to convey a gentle smile at times or a subtle gesture with its hands, as if reaching out in silent communication. Instead of fear, a sense of familiarity washed over me, as if this presence had always lingered in the periphery of my existence, waiting to be acknowledged. One serene evening, while lost in a book in my cherished armchair, the figure in the window's reflection appeared more defined than ever before. Instead of vanishing upon direct scrutiny, it lingered, a silent companion sharing the tranquil space. A faint rustle, like silk stirred by an unseen breeze, teased my senses, though the room remained hushed. Drawing closer to the window, the figure mirrored my movement, revealing ethereal details, draped in flowing garments, moving with a grace that seemed to defy gravity. As it extended a hand toward me, an unspoken invitation, I found myself reciprocating almost instinctively. In that moment, a profound realization dawned upon me. Each appearance of the figure brought with it a profound sense of peace. The world around me hushed, colors softened, and time itself seemed to slow, as if bridging the realms of reality and dream. Seeking out reflections became a ritual, not born of fear or mere curiosity, but a quest for the serenity the figure bestowed. It appeared most often in moments of quiet clarity, when worries faded into the background. It was as though this ethereal presence possessed an innate understanding of when I craved its calming influence. Over time, the figure in the reflections evolved into a silent companion, a presence I welcomed without question or doubt. Some mysteries, I learned, are best left unsolved, their enigma a treasure in itself. Even now, as the sun dips below the horizon, casting elongated shadows across the room, I pause to observe the dance of light and shadow. In those timeless moments of stillness, when the world holds its breath, I catch a glimpse. A luminous figure gracefully moving among the reflections, a harbinger of peace and a gentle reminder that some mysteries are meant to be embraced, not unraveled. Story 44. The Whispering Shadows. Time inched by at its own leisurely pace on that tranquil autumn evening, the rain tapping gently on the roof of the ancient family homestead. Nestled in the embrace of my cherished armchair, I observed the tender glow emanating from the floor lamp bestowed upon me by my grandfather in his parting will. This lamp was no ordinary possession. Its stained glass lampshade cast whimsical patterns of light that frolicked across the walls. Yet, on this particular evening, a peculiar allure in the shadows beckoned to me in a manner hitherto unknown. The shapes that cavorted on the walls seemed to possess a life of their own, weaving intricate designs that eluded my prior notice. Initially, I attributed these phenomena to mere optical illusions spawned by the weariness of the day. However, the longer I fixated on those dancing shadows, the more apparent it became that their movements defied the constraints of natural laws. When a sudden gust of wind set the lampshade swaying, the shadows did not sway in unison, but instead adhered to an enigmatic rhythm of their own making. Intrigued, I rose from my seat and drew nearer to the lamp, compelled by an insatiable curiosity. The tinted glass exuded a peculiar warmth, almost pulsating, as though harboring a hidden enigma within its geometric designs. Tracing the contours of the lampshade with gentle fingertips, I discerned an intricate detail previously unnoticed. Etched onto the metal base of the lamp was a symbol, faint as a whisper, yet radiating a soft luminescence in the subdued light. Meanwhile, the shadows persisted in their silent ballet, gradually revealing more distinct forms. Graceful human silhouettes, swaying trees, and elusive apparitions that materialized and dissolved like fleeting reveries. It was as though the lamp was not merely projecting shadows but memories, narrating tales of bygone eras through the silent dialogue of light and obscurity. Enthralled, I settled onto the floor, captivated by the surreal spectacle unfolding before me. The shadows seemed to respond to my presence, drawing closer with my approach and receding as I distanced myself. Occasionally, a distant melody, akin to a whispered sonnet, accompanied their enigmatic dance. A tranquil sensation enveloped me, devoid of fear but brimming with reverential wonder. With the progression of the night, the projected figures grew more elaborate, intertwining snippets of mundane existence with flights of whimsy. A child at play metamorphosed into a soaring bird, a seamstress transfigured into a butterfly pirouetting in the breeze. It felt as though the lamp sought to communicate through a lexicon of light and shadows, weaving narratives that straddled the realms of reality and reverie. Then, a revelation struck me. Amidst the shifting shadows were scenes from my own childhood, memories long believed forgotten, but now resurrected by the lamp's luminous artistry. Outside, the rain persisted in its gentle descent, providing a melodic backdrop to this intimate and mystifying performance. The patter of raindrops against the window pane seemed synchronized with the undulating shadows, as though they were harmonious components of a silent symphony. In this realm detached from temporal constraints, I drifted into a state of tranquil contemplation. Gradually, the figures began to wane, their movements slowing like dancers weary from a protracted performance. The shadows softened, their contours less defined yet no less captivating, as if the lamp whispered the concluding verses of a bedtime tale, poised to resume its guise as a mundane furnishing. Upon rising from the floor, I discerned that the rain had ceased. The chamber enveloped me in a soothing quietude, the shadows reverting to mere projections of the lamp. Nevertheless, an ineffable transformation had transpired. Contemplating the ancient heirloom, I acknowledged that I would forever perceive it through altered eyes. I pondered how many untold stories the lamp harbored, how many latent memories and reveries awaited projection onto the walls during future peaceful nights. Drifting onto the couch, I surrendered to the gentle caress of the lamp's soft radiance, allowing it to lull me towards slumber. In my dwindling moments of wakefulness, a final shadow materialized on the wall, the visage of my grandfather, his countenance suffused with a benevolent smile. imparting the silent wisdom that some mysteries are best cherished, not unraveled. Story 45. Night had draped the ancient countryside dwelling in a cloak of profound serenity. Nestled in my cherished armchair beside the crackling fireplace, I observed the shadows waltz on the walls while the flames leisurely devoured the logs. The warmth embraced me like a cozy quilt, as outside, the autumn breeze tenderly brushed against the tree leaves. In that fleeting moment of utter tranquility, a peculiar sound reached my ears. A crystalline, childlike giggle drifting from the upper floor of the house. A laugh that seemed crafted from silver bells. Intrigued, I paused to listen, allowing the sound to intertwine with the fire's gentle crackle. There was no hint of menace in that laughter. Instead, it exuded joy, almost melodic. Yet, I had dwelled alone in this dwelling for over 2 decades, never entertaining children. Curiosity stirred within me like a tranquil stream, slowly dispelling the drowsiness that had nearly overtaken me. With deliberate movements, I rose from the armchair, relishing the sensation as my feet met the threadbare Persian rug. The floorboards murmured softly as I made my way towards the staircase. The flickering candlelight in the living room cast a welcoming glow, casting my silhouette on the walls in a silent dance. Ascending the stairs, I sensed the air growing cooler, not chilling, but rather a gentle caress on the skin, akin to the sea's breeze. The laughter echoed once more, closer this time, emanating from the guest room. A room seldom frequented, adorned with antiquated furniture cloaked in ghostly white sheets that swayed as if stirred by an unseen breath. The door stood slightly ajar, emitting a silvery light distinct from any other within the house. Not moonlight, too warm for that, nor the glow of electric lamps. It was a light of its own, pulsating softly, akin to a tranquil heartbeat. Pushing the door open, the ancient wood hummed a familiar tune. The room unfolded before me, bathed in that ethereal luminescence. The draped furniture formed gentle, comforting shapes resembling clouds in a serene sky. And there, perched on the window ledge, I beheld something that caught my breath. Not a solid form, but a dance of light and shadow that seemed to mimic a child. The laughter chimed again, unmistakably emanating from that luminous presence. No fear gripped me, only profound wonder. The light child toyed with the rays it emitted, casting luminous patterns on the walls as if painting with light itself. Drawing nearer, the room's temperature oscillated tenderly between cool and warm, akin to waves lapping at the shore. As I approached, a sense of recognition dawned within me. In the fluid movements, I saw echoes of my childhood gestures when I played alone in my room. The realization washed over me with the sweetness of a long-forgotten memory. That laughter, so pure and crystalline, belonged to my childhood self. Time seemed to stretch as I beheld that surreal spectacle. The light child continued its silent play, occasionally punctuated by that melodious laughter, now echoing like a reverberation from the past. I refrained from speaking or interfering, fearful of shattering the peace and nostalgia enveloping the room. Gradually, the silvery light began to fade, akin to the sun sinking on a winter evening. The child's form grew increasingly ethereal until only a faint glow remained. The final laughter I heard was a mere whisper, a tender farewell before dissolving into darkness entirely. I lingered in the room for what felt like an eternity, enveloped in a comforting silence. The swaying sheets on the furniture stilled, and the air reverted to its usual temperature. Yet, something had shifted. The guest room, once a repository of dusty memories, now harbored a precious enigma. Retreating to my armchair by the fireplace, where the embers smoldered, I sank into the cushions, realizing that the events of that night would forever remain a mystery. Was it a dream, a memory, or perchance something deeper, a message from the past that chose to materialize through a child's laughter in the darkness? Since that fateful night, whenever I passed by the guest room, I paused to listen. On the quietest of nights, a faint echo of that crystalline laughter seemed to reach me, a gentle lullaby guiding me towards slumber. And with a smile, I embraced the mystery, a cherished secret shared between myself and the child who laughs in the shadows. Story 46. The enigmatic wooden box. Winter nights hold a certain magic, especially when the world outside is veiled in a cloak of mist. Nestled in my study, a cozy wool blanket draped over my shoulders, I watched as the fog painted the night in shades of silver. The soft glow of my desk lamp cast dancing shadows on the walls, adorned with rows of ancient books. In the tranquil stillness, a peculiar sight caught my eye in the reflection on the glass. A small, dark wooden box, intricately carved with ever-shifting patterns. It beckoned to me, its presence both unfamiliar and strangely intimate. Perched on the edge of the desk, it seemed to have materialized out of thin air, its grain pulsing faintly in the dim light as if whispering secrets. Drawn by an unseen force, I rose from my chair, the blanket slipping to the floor with a gentle rustle. Each step on the creaking floorboards echoed in the hushed room. A nostalgic scent of aged wood and beeswax wrapped around me, stirring forgotten memories from the depths of my mind. My fingertips grazed the warm surface of the enigmatic box, its carvings alive with a tale that unfolded with each passing moment. Moonlit forests, tempestuous seas, and endless starlit skies danced across its surface, ever-changing yet constant in their mysterious allure. Seated once more, bathed in the warm glow of the lamp, I delved deeper into the box's enigma. A realization dawned upon me. This box, with its shifting carvings, had visited me in my dreams, a recurring presence shrouded in the same aura of intrigue that now permeated the room. In the quietude, the grandfather clock's ticking slowed to a languid pace, as if holding its breath in anticipation. Shadows cavorted on the walls, weaving intricate patterns that mesmerized my gaze. With a sense of trepidation, I lifted the box, its weight belying its small frame, and felt a silent promise of significance concealed within. As I inspected the lid, the carvings coalesced towards the center, forming a pattern unknown to my eyes. The wood hummed under my touch, responding to my presence, while the fragrances of beeswax and an elusive, ancient aroma intertwined in the air. A soft, melodic hum emanated from within the box, lulling me into a peaceful drowsiness. The lamp's light pulsed in harmony with the hypnotic melody, and my eyelids grew heavy as I succumbed to an enchanting sleep. Hours later, I awoke at the desk. The fog outside dissipated to reveal a star-strewn sky. The box had vanished, leaving behind a ghostly imprint on the wood, as though it had stood there for centuries. Was it all a dream? A fleeting thought crossed my mind as I noticed a faint carving on my hand, mirroring those on the box, faintly glowing in the dimness. Since that mysterious night, the box continues to visit my dreams, each time with a new revelation, a hidden message waiting to be deciphered. Every morning, the carving on my hand evolves, as if crafting a message only time can unveil. I ponder if others have encountered this enigmatic box in their dreams, if they too bear the unseen marks of a riddle that unravels solely in the realm of slumber. The line between dreams and reality blurs, and I question if it ever truly existed. In the air, the lingering scent of beeswax beckons, a whisper of the box's presence in the dream world, where it awaits with untold secrets. Tonight, as I drift into the realm of dreams, I know the box will reveal new mysteries, bridging the gap between two worlds that have always been closer than we dared to believe. Story 47. The gentle evening wind whispered through the open window, carrying the fragrant essence of night-blooming flowers from the garden. Nestled in my favorite armchair, I found myself entranced by the shadows waltzing across the walls of the living room, painted by the flickering candlelight. Beside me rested my cherished possession, a vintage Polaroid camera gifted by my grandmother, a relic of memories past. Though it had been ages since I last used it, an inexplicable urge beckoned me to pick it up on this particular night. As I held the familiar weight of the camera in my hands, a comforting familiarity washed over me in the dim glow. Almost instinctively, my fingers found their way to the shutter button, a motion engraved by countless repetitions. With a gentle click, I aimed the lens towards the darkest corner of the room and captured a shot. The sudden flash illuminated the space briefly, followed by the mechanical hum as the image slowly materialized. Watching intently as the colors materialized on the blank canvas, a peculiar anomaly caught my eye. In the corner of the photograph, a vague figure materialized, its form ethereal and enigmatic. It hovered like a wisp of smoke, hinting at a human silhouette. Curiosity piqued. I directed the lens towards the mysterious corner once more and snapped another photo. This time, the figure appeared more distinct, as if drawing closer to the camera. Though the face was still blurred, a semblance of features began to take shape. A subtle shiver tingled down my spine, not born of fear, but rather a profound intrigue. Compelled by an unseen force, I continued to capture image after image, each frame revealing the spectral figure edging closer and growing clearer. It was as though the entity used the photographs as a conduit to our world, each snapshot granting it more substantial form. The undefined contours gradually morphed into a figure donning a vintage dress, reminiscent of a bygone era. The room fell into a hushed stillness, an eerie presence lingering in the air, unseen yet keenly felt. The atmosphere thickened, the temperature dropping imperceptibly as the candle flame danced without a breath of wind. Mesmerized by this silent exchange, I proceeded to take the final photo of the evening. The figure now loomed large within the frame, a woman with a gentle smile gracing her lips. Her eyes seemed to pierce through the glossy surface of the Polaroid, locking with mine in an uncanny connection. A sense of familiarity washed over me, stirring dormant memories from my childhood. As I rose to fetch an old photo album, a tremor quivered through my hands. Flipping through the faded pages, I stumbled upon a picture of my grandmother in her youth, captured by the same Polaroid. The mirrored smile in the photograph mirrored the one I had just immortalized. Arranging the snapshots in chronological order on the table, they silently narrated a tale of a transcendent link between two realms, woven through the lens of the vintage camera. I never attempted to recreate that surreal encounter, and the Polaroid found its place back on the shelf. Yet, on quiet evenings drenched in the golden hues of twilight, I find myself drawn to those photographs. Sometimes the smile in the image seems to shift subtly, as if my grandmother sought to convey a message. In those fleeting moments, the boundary between memory and reality blurs, akin to the delicate surface of a freshly developed Polaroid. Story 48. The night was veiled in a tranquil hush until a distant, gentle melody broke through the silence. Nestled in my beloved armchair, a woolen blanket draping my knees, and a cup of now chilled chamomile tea resting on the nearby table, I lifted my gaze from the book in my hands. The ethereal notes drifted like delicate snowflakes, barely discernible yet undeniably present. I could sense it was a piano, its tune unfamiliar yet oddly reminiscent, akin to a faint memory of a long-forgotten dream. The darkness enveloped the house, save for the soft glow of a lamp beside me, casting a warm circle of light. Shadows waltzed across the walls in harmony with the mysterious music. Rising slowly, the blanket cascading to the floor with a gentle murmur, I treaded softly on the wooden floor toward the living room window. Outside, the night lay in serene stillness. The full moon bathed the garden in its silver radiance, unveiling the graceful sway of trees in the nocturnal breeze. The neighboring houses slumbered in obscurity, devoid of any signs of life. Yet the melody persisted, seeming to emanate from all directions and none simultaneously. I ventured through the house, room by room, in pursuit of the elusive source of the ever-shifting music. In the kitchen, it whispered from the living room. In the living room, it beckoned from the stairs, On the stairs, it cascaded from the upper floor. A hypnotic interplay of echoes and reverberations led me in a silent waltz through the familiar spaces of my abode. Upon reaching my upstairs bedroom, I noticed the slightly ajar door, although I distinctly recalled leaving it wide open that morning. Moonbeams filtered through the sheer curtains, painting intricate patterns on the floor. The melody grew clearer, more distinct, as though I stood on the cusp of unveiling its origin. Pausing at the threshold, I scrutinized the room intently. My antique music box, a cherished heirloom from my grandmother perched on the bedside table, gleamed faintly in the dimness. Neglected for years under the assumption of its disrepair, it now came to life in the quietude of the night. Its diminutive ballerina twirled gracefully, casting a dancing shadow on the wall. The melody it emitted mirrored the enchanting tune that had lured me there, yet amplified, as if the entire house had transformed into a resonant chamber. With measured steps, I drew closer, feeling my heart synchronize with the music's rhythm. The music box appeared to radiate its own gentle luminescence, its surface exuding a subtle warmth. As I extended my hand to touch it, I noticed the lukewarm sensation that enveloped my fingertips. The miniature ballerina continued her pirouette, her once featureless face now bearing a striking resemblance to my grandmother's, complete with the familiar sweet smile of my childhood. For a fleeting moment, her gaze met mine, and the melody subtly shifted, morphing into the lullaby she used to sing to me in days long past. Transfixed, I stood motionless, enveloped by the music like a comforting embrace. No fear lingered, only a profound sense of tranquility and wistful nostalgia. The notes lingered in the air, gradually waning like receding waves. As the music faded into silence, the music box closed with a soft click, filling the house once more with a serene stillness imbued with significance. Descending back to my armchair downstairs, reclaiming the blanket from the floor and enfolding myself in its warmth, I found the book still open to the same page. However, my thoughts were consumed by the enigmatic music box and memories of my grandmother. I pondered how many melodies lay ensnared within its silent mechanisms, awaiting the opportune moment for release. Since that fateful night, on occasion, when the house falls into a profound hush and the full moon bathes the garden in its luminous glow, a familiar, melodic cadence graces the rooms. I no longer embark on quests to unveil its origin. Instead, I close my eyes and surrender to the sweet, familiar strains, understanding that certain mysteries need not be unraveled to be embraced. Story 49. The gentle glow of sunset filtered through the sheer curtains, casting warm shadows across the walls of my study. This room, filled with old books and cherished memories, has always been my sanctuary. Yet on this particular evening, there was a subtle shift in the air, an unusual stillness that whispered of hidden secrets. The autumn light lingered, painting everything in hues of amber and gold, creating an atmosphere of mystery and tranquility. My gaze settled on a new acquisition, a Victorian-era portrait above my antique writing desk. The woman in the deep burgundy dress captivated me with her inscrutable expression. The antique dealer had spun tales of its intriguing history, but my focus had been on the steep price rather than the stories behind it. As I sank into my leather armchair with a cup of Earl Grey tea, tendrils of steam curling upwards, the portrait caught my attention. The woman's eyes, once gazing askance, now seemed to pierce through me. I brushed it off as a trick of the changing light and the weariness from a day of writing. The grandfather clock's ticking usually soothed me, but that night, each sound drew me back to the portrait. I found myself stealing glances, convinced of subtle alterations, a tilt of her head, a shift in her lips, a change in her gaze. Night fell, and the old brass lamp cast a new light on the portrait. Shadows danced, adding depth to the painted figure. The room, once familiar, now felt like a realm of shifting realities. Books opened to mysterious pages, the pen moved on its own, and the room's temperature fluctuated inexplicably. One quiet evening, a hidden detail in the portrait captured my attention. In the background, obscured by the woman's shoulder, was another canvas on an easel. Squinting, I discerned a tiny study within, mirroring my own. My heart quickened as I realized the figure in the miniature scene was me, studying a painting. A sense of unease crept over me as the woman's expression changed, her eyes alive with a knowing glint. Her smile seemed to deepen, hinting at secrets untold. That night, I shut the study door firmly, yet her presence lingered, a silent observer throughout the house. In the quiet of my bed, I pondered the portrait's past owners, wondering if they too had felt the weight of those watchful eyes. The next morning, my study remained as I left it, save for my journal open on the desk. In elegant Victorian script foreign to my hand were words that challenged my perception of art and reality. The portrait remained on my wall, a silent enigma that I couldn't resist. Her gaze followed me, her smile a silent invitation to unravel the mysteries within. In the stillness of the study, I observed subtle changes within the painting, a dance of new details and shifting scenes. As the grandfather clock marked time and the evening light painted shadows, I embraced the mystery of the portrait. In this endless dance of observation and reflection, I realized the blurred line between watcher and watched. We are both players in a timeless narrative, bound together by the threads of perception. And so, in the quiet of my study, I find solace in the ever-changing portrait, a reminder that reality is a fluid canvas waiting to be explored. Story 50. The night held its breath, a symphony of whispers blending with the gentle patter of rain on the rooftop. Stirring from slumber, a common occurrence of late, I found myself awake in the darkness, greeted by an unexpected sight. There, on the nightstand, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight filtering through the curtains, rested an ancient brass key. Its ornate design spoke of a bygone era, unfamiliar yet strangely comforting, as though it had always been a part of my existence. As I reached out to touch it, a chill ran through me, the key's weight far greater than anticipated for its small form. Time had etched a unique patina onto the metal, its surface cool and smooth to the touch. Unlike any key I had seen, this one bore no jagged teeth or worn grooves, but instead boasted intricate floral motifs, intertwined with symbols of a forgotten language. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, I rose from bed, the key's faint bluish aura guiding me through the silent house. Each step on the wooden floor whispered a secret, the scent of aged wood and ancient pages lingering in the air. At every door, I held the key close, sensing a subtle vibration that hinted at an unseen connection. It was a silent dance, the key and I, moving through the shadowed corridors as if drawn by an unseen force. In my study, a change in the air caught my attention. The old bookcase, a relic from my grandfather, hummed in harmony with the key's glow. As I traced the key along its edges, a low, haunting note reverberated through the room, the wood responding with a gentle tremor. Though no lock was visible, it was clear the key had found its purpose. Time seemed to slow, the room alive with a presence both ancient and profound. Shadows danced, acknowledging my presence as the key pulsed with a rhythmic light, revealing hidden patterns within the wood. Following an instinct beyond my understanding, I pressed the key against the bookcase's center panel. A sigh, deep and resonant, filled the room, the wood trembling like water disturbed, revealing fleeting glimpses of faces and places from a distant past. Morning found me at my desk, the key clutched tightly in my hand. The dawn's light dispelled the night's mysteries, yet the bookcase stood unchanged, a silent witness to the events of the night. In the days that followed, the key lost its ethereal glow but retained its weight, a reminder of the unspoken bond forged in that moment of revelation. On quiet nights, a faint vibration still echoes from the bookcase, a silent call that beckons the key's return. But I resist, recognizing that some doors are best left unopened, even when we hold the means to unlock them. The key now rests in a velvet-lined drawer, a silent guardian of secrets unknown. In the deep hush of night, I sense its presence, a reminder that perhaps it was the key that found me, unveiling a world of mysteries yet to be discovered. Story 51. The gentle breeze whispered through the night, carrying the earthy scent of rain-kissed soil and blossoming flowers. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I tuned into the rhythmic breath of the aged house enveloping me. The wooden beams murmured softly, as if harboring ancient tales within their very fibers. Amid the hush, a peculiar sound stirred my senses, a steady, pulsating beat echoing from the upstairs corridor. It resembled the tap of a door knocker swayed by the wind, yet it possessed a mesmerizing regularity. The flickering glow of the reading lamp cast playful shadows on the wallpaper, shaping elusive forms that seemed to dance in silent rhythm. Setting aside my book, I remained motionless, fixated on the persistent sound. Rather than grating, it held a hypnotic quality, almost musical in its constancy. Rising languidly, my footsteps sinking into the plush Persian rug, I drifted towards the staircase. With each ascent up the time-worn steps, a faint groan resonated, as though the house itself responded to my inquisitiveness. The beat persisted, unwavering in its tempo, leading me along the dimly lit corridor where moonbeams filtered through tall windows. Upstairs, a cool breeze carried the faint fragrance of aged timber and beeswax. Pursuing the sound, I reached the door to the ancient library. Closed shut as always, yet the brass knocker continued its rhythmic dance against the sturdy wood. No draft stirred the air. All windows in the hallway remained sealed. Mesmerized, I observed the weighty knocker move of its own accord, as if an unseen force guided its patient taps. Approaching with a trance-like gait, I noted the clarity of the sound and detected subtle variations in its cadence, akin to an enigmatic melody beyond my grasp. Reaching out for the brass handle, I felt the chill of the metal beneath my fingertips, smoothed by countless hands of the past. Though unlocked, the door resisted my push, yielding as if an unseen presence gently held it shut. The knocker persisted in its motion, indifferent to my presence, enacting an ancient ritual of its own design. Seating myself against the adjacent wall, I succumbed to the lulling beat, losing track of time amidst its wordless narrative. Eyelids drooping, my thoughts meandered through misty recollections of forgotten tomes and ancient lore. The sound melded seamlessly with my breath, with my pulse, blending into the nocturnal symphony. Upon awakening, the dawn's ethereal light bathed the hallway in a soft glow. The knocker lay still, as silent as if it had never stirred. Rising slowly, my limbs tingling from hours spent on the floor, I found the door yielding effortlessly to my touch. Inside the library, untouched since the previous day, every tome stood in its rightful place, dust hanging motionless in the morning air. Yet on the antique desk, bathed in the first light of daybreak, lay an open book I could not recall leaving there. Its pages gleamed pristine and untouched, as though waiting for a tale to be inscribed. Since that night, the brass knocker has remained dormant, yet on tranquil evenings, a faint echo of that rhythmic beat seems to reverberate in the stillness, as if the house seeks to recall a forgotten melody. Story 52. The autumn breeze whispered through the trees, creating a tranquil symphony that harmonized with the hushed hum of the crowd surrounding me. Seated on my cherished bench in the park, I observed the steady stream of passers-by strolling along the paved pathways. The air held a crispness, carrying the fragrance of moist soil and dampened wood. Though I held a book in my hands, my focus was captivated by a subtle, almost elusive sensation that had lingered with me for days. It all began with a whisper. One morning, on my way to work, a tingling sensation grazed my neck, as though unseen eyes were fixed upon me. I turned, but found only the usual rush of commuters hastening toward their destinations. In the following days, that feeling grew more frequent, more palpable. During lunch breaks, while running errands, even as I sat in my favorite cafe, people continued to glide past my bench, some solitary, others in pairs. A woman in a scarlet coat paused briefly to check her phone. An elderly gentleman ambled leisurely with his polished cane. Yet, amidst the sea of familiar faces, I sensed an indefinable difference. Closing my book, I rose and resolved to take a stroll. The sky transitioned into hues of amber, while the street lamps flickered to life, one by one. I traversed the main avenue, attuned to the rhythm of my footsteps on the gravel. The sensation lingered, akin to an unseen shadow trailing me at a fixed distance. Halting before a shop window, I feigned interest in the displayed wares. Gazing at the glass reflection, I discreetly monitored the figures passing behind me. It was then that I noticed a peculiar occurrence, a face in the crowd that seemed ever present. Unclear and elusive, it wove between individuals, materializing and vanishing with fluid grace. Resuming my walk, I remained vigilant. I veered onto side streets, then another, the crowd thinning, yet the presence enduring. Settling on a bench in a serene square, enveloped by aged edifices aglow with lamplight, I sensed the chill in the air as the first stars emerged. A disquieting realization dawned upon me. It was not a singular gaze tracking me, but many. As though a succession of individuals passed an unseen baton in a silent, meticulously choreographed ballet. Certain faces recurred more frequently. A young woman donning a blue scarf, a bespectacled middle-aged man, a boy with a backpack. Standing slowly, I made my way home, burdened by the weight of those gazes upon my back. The streets now deserted, yet the sensation only heightened in the nocturnal stillness. Seated by my window in my apartment, observing the street below, the procession of people persisted, some pausing briefly, others continuing their journey. I pondered how many were truly bound for a destination, and how many were players in this enigmatic spectacle, of which I unwittingly occupied the center stage. Most unsettling was their guise of normalcy, blending seamlessly with the populace. As the city lights flickered to life, I contemplated the enigma of this silent surveillance. Who were these observers? What quest propelled them? And above all, why me? Queries suspended in the ether as night draped the city in its somber cloak. Since then, I've acclimated to this awareness. At times I endeavor to discern my watchers, while at others I feign ignorance. Yet they persist, like phantoms skulking at the periphery of my everyday existence. And in the hushed stillness of night, as I peer from my window at the dwindling streets below, I muse on whether they too contemplate me, concealed within their abodes, primed for another day of this cryptic waltz of gazes and apparitions. Story 53. The autumn mist draped the park in a gentle cloak of gray, as leaves twirled lazily in the damp dusk. Meandering along the gravel path, I inhaled the earthy aroma of rain-soaked soil, relishing the hushed crunch of my steps. Street lamps cast soft halos through the mist, casting a dim glow on my path. And there it was, a dark coat, neatly folded on a weathered wooden bench, devoid of any other soul in the park at that late hour. The garment appeared meticulously placed, as if its arrangement held a purpose beyond mere happenstance. Approaching cautiously, I observed the woolen fabric absorbing the mist's droplets, its warmth suggesting recent occupancy. A curious shiver ran through me, not of fear, but of intrigue. I ventured to explore its pockets, hoping for a clue to its owner's identity, only to find emptiness, save for a solitary bus ticket from the year 1985. Time seemed to linger as I inspected this relic of a bygone era, its yellowed paper miraculously preserved. Seated beside the coat, I let my mind wander as the mist thickened around me. A delicate fragrance of lavender and pipe tobacco wafted from the coat, evoking memories of yesteryears, of faded photographs in black and white. Upon closer inspection, I discovered faded initials JM, intricately embroidered with golden thread inside. The park's silence was broken by a distant melody, an old tune reminiscent of a gramophone, meandering like a distant memory. Rising from the bench to trace the music's origin, I found it elusive, surrounding me from all directions and none at once. Returning to the coat, I noticed a subtle shift in its position, as if moved while my attention wandered with the music. The fold was no longer pristine, and a button caught the light in a different manner. Despite my solitude in the park, time ambled on at an unhurried pace, the mist enveloping everything in its ethereal embrace. Shadows from the streetlights swayed gently on the fallen leaves, while the fading music whispered in the air. Lost in thoughts of JM's identity and the coat's enigmatic presence, a gentle touch brushed my shoulder like a fleeting breeze. Turning, I found only the dancing mist around me. The coat appeared aged now, as if time had hastened solely for it, weathering the fabric and fading its color further. Respecting the mystery it held, I left the coat undisturbed, walking away as the music momentarily crescendoed, a waltz unfamiliar yet strangely comforting. The following day, curiosity led me back to the park, hoping to find the coat still resting on the bench, but it was gone, leaving only the impression on the dew-kissed wood as evidence of its presence. Beside the imprint lay a fresh bus ticket, dated for that very day. Even now, on misty evenings passing by that bench, echoes of the distant melody linger, intertwined with the scent of lavender and tobacco. Sometimes, as the streetlights play with the mist, a silhouette of a refined figure strolling through the park teases my vision, disappearing into the dancing shadows of evening leaves when I try to focus. Story 54. The rain fell softly that evening, draping a shimmering cloak over the pavement, reflecting the glow of the streetlights. After a taxing day at work, I strolled homeward, relishing the earthy fragrance in the air and the soothing patter of raindrops on the rooftops. And then there it was, a tiny book, its dark cover abandoned on the sidewalk. The rain had not marred it, almost as if it had been placed there mere moments before. I stooped to retrieve it, noting its supple feel and the exquisite leather binding. No markings adorn the cover, no hints of its origins. Only a sleek black ribbon, serving as a bookmark, peeked from within the weathered pages. The weight of the journal in my hand belied its size, hinting at secrets beyond mere paper and ink. Under the shelter of a nearby balcony, I gingerly opened the book's first page, shielding it from the rain. The script, elegant and precise, inked in black that seemed freshly laid, bore the date of the present day, yet the year read 1887. The initial words seized my attention at once. I have unearthed an existence that defies logic. Shadows transcend their nature, and time meanders in defiance. I must chronicle all before it's too late. A chill tingled down my spine, not born of fear, but of profound intrigue. I turned the page and the narrative unfurled, weaving tales of increasingly enigmatic occurrences. The author recounted looping moments, objects shifting in the night, and mirrors reflecting with a subtle delay. As I delved into the text, I discerned a new cadence in the rain's fall, a symphony of droplets orchestrating a dance of their own. Glancing around, I realized the street lay deserted, bathed in the glow of the street lamps casting intricate patterns on the glistening pavement. The journal detailed akin phenomena, hidden symmetries in the mundane world, visible only at specific junctures when perception broadened its horizons. These revelations had dawned upon the author after the discovery of a peculiar item, an ancient brass key etched with inscrutable markings. Just as I read about this enigmatic key, a metallic object brushed my fingers in the pocket of my jacket. Retrieving it, I beheld a key I had no recollection of owning, a mirror image of the one described in the diary, antique brass adorned with cryptic symbols. My heart thrummed a steady rhythm as I scrutinized it beneath the lamplight. Subsequent pages narrated a tale of a door, not a physical portal, but a threshold between realms, visible solely when light struck reflective surfaces at a precise angle. The key, it seemed, did not unlock conventional barriers, but wielded a sway over reality's very fabric. Lifting my gaze from the journal, I glimpsed the street lamp shadows contorting into impossible shapes, morphing into patterns resembling ancient scripts. The rain's melody intensified, a hypnotic lullaby whispered by some ethereal voice. The final page bore a cautionary note. If these words meet your eyes, the journal has sought you out. This is no chance encounter, for chance holds no sway at this level of existence. The key shall unveil truths, but heed this: certain doors once ajar may never be shut. Tenderly closing the diary, I sensed the key's presence in my pocket. Each raindrop now carried a fragment of a grander harmony, the street lamp lights pirouetting on the building walls, casting shadowy figures in a nocturnal ballet. Resuming my journey homeward, the journal clutched to my chest, the key pulsing faintly against my touch. The world around me metamorphosed into a dreamscape, a liminal realm betwixt wakefulness and reverie. How many predecessors had stumbled upon this diary, had found the key nestled in their pockets? Drawing closer to home, I spied the shadows on my building's wall converging to form a door-like outline. It had not been there before, of that I was certain. Or had it always lurked there, concealed until now when my eyes were finally unveiled to its presence? The key, a weighty presence against my thigh, seemed to resonate with recognition. Stillness enveloped me as I beheld that spectral door, the rain weaving its nocturnal sonata. The journal had discovered a new custodian, and with it perhaps a new chapter awaited its unfolding. But that tale, a story of another night, a juncture suspended between realms of reality and dream. Story 55. In the tranquil embrace of a rainy night, the soft patter of raindrops on the tiled roof whispered a lullaby to the world. Shadows swayed gracefully across the walls of my cozy study, painted by droplets sliding down the window panes. The remnants of a fire from the night before still lingered in the air, mingling with the gentle glow of the desk lamp that bathed the room in a soothing light. Amidst this serene ambience, a sound pierced the stillness, a ringing that should have been impossible. The old rotary phone on the shelf, long disconnected in favor of modern technology, echoed with a crystalline tone that defied logic. Setting aside my book, I rose from the cushioned armchair, my steps hushed by the plush Persian rug beneath my feet. Approaching the antique phone, a relic passed down from my grandmother, I saw it gleaming faintly in the dimness. The ringing ceased abruptly as I extended my hand towards it. The receiver, cold to the touch, carried the aged scent of Bakelite, evoking memories of childhood days spent watching my grandmother dial numbers with the rotating disc. Shaking off the initial confusion as a trick of fatigue, I turned away from the phone, only for it to ring once more. This time the sound carried a weight, a presence that demanded attention. Intrigued and unsettled, I found myself drawn back to the phone, its receiver vibrating subtly with each ring, catching the light in a mesmerizing dance. Counting the rings in a trance, 1, 2, 3, 4, I hesitated briefly before succumbing to the allure of the fifth ring. With a mixture of trepidation and curiosity, I lifted the receiver, greeted by a silence that felt deeper than before, punctuated only by the rhythmic cadence of raindrops outside. Bringing the receiver to my ear, the cold backlight pressed against my skin, I expected to hear static or the familiar dial tone. Instead, there was an eerie void, as if the absence of sound itself had taken form. And then a breath, slow, steady, and distant, as though someone on the other end was waiting patiently for my response. The breath held a familiarity, a rhythm that stirred ancient memories within me, reminiscent of my grandmother's peaceful slumber in her cherished armchair, always within reach of the phone. "Hello," I whispered, my voice barely audible over the rain's gentle symphony. The breath seemed to pause, listening, before morphing into a long, melancholic sigh that tugged at my heartstrings. Immobile, I stood there, the receiver against my ear, as the breath now seemed to harmonize with the rain's melody. No fear gripped me, only a peculiar blend of tranquility and yearning, as if the silence between us was weaving a tale beyond words. The breathing ebbed and flowed, punctuated by pregnant pauses that carried unspoken significance. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the haunting serenade, letting it envelop me like a familiar embrace. Time seemed to blur, and when I opened my eyes once more, the room had shifted. The lamp's glow felt warmer, cocooning me in a fragrant haze of lavender, my grandmother's signature scent. Reluctantly, I returned the receiver to its cradle, the phone now exuding a benevolent presence, as though it had imparted a silent message. Sinking back into the armchair, I gazed at the phone in a new light, the rain outside continuing its gentle cadence, intermingling with memories of a bygone era. Since that enigmatic night, the phone has remained silent, yet on rainy evenings when the silence grows profound, a faint breath, a familiar sigh from a distant past, seems to caress my ears. And in those fleeting moments, a smile tugs at my lips, for I understand that some connections transcend the physical realm, defying the mere act of unplugging a wire from the wall. Story 56. In the quiet embrace of the small hillside town, silence draped the streets like a velvet blanket. It was an autumn evening when the air held the scent of burning wood and damp leaves, and fog slinked through the alleys like a silent cat. From my perch on the third floor, I gazed at the windows of the neighboring houses, each aglow with a soft amber light. It struck me as peculiar to see so many lights still lit at this late hour, yet no signs of life stirred behind the misted panes. The church bell chimed 10 in the evening, its toll sounding more hollow than ever, as if shrouded in a cloak of cotton. Though I had only recently arrived in this town, 3 weeks past, I had never before witnessed its streets so deserted. Normally, even at this hour, a lone figure might be seen walking a dog, or the murmur of young voices from the corner bar would drift through the night. Nestled in my favorite armchair, cradling a cup of chamomile tea, I observed the absence of even the stray cat that usually prowled Mrs. Miller's windowsill. The steam curling from the cup waltzed in the air, weaving ephemeral shapes that dissolved into the room's darkness. Opting to keep only a soft reading lamp illuminated, casting gentle shadows on the cream walls, I was startled by a sudden rustling. It emanated from the hallway leading to the bedroom, a noise akin to paper being softly dragged across the floor. Intrigued rather than fearful, I rose from my seat, setting the cup down on the wooden side table. The air seemed to chill as I drew closer to the hallway. Not a harsh cold of winter, but a coolness reminiscent of entering an ancient church. The floorboards murmured under my weight, a sound that oddly comforted me. Upon reaching the bedroom threshold, I paused. The door stood slightly ajar, emitting a bluish light unlike any other in the house. Pushing the door open with a gentle creak, I found the window shut, yet the curtain fluttered as if touched by a ghostly breath. Nestled beneath the window was a single sheet of paper, catching my eye. It was a newspaper page dated October 15th, 1954, the headline reading, "Mysterious Night of Silence in Pine Grove." The article recounted a night when the town's folk had all retreated to their homes, as if bound by an unspoken pact whose origins had faded into obscurity. As I perused the text, a movement outside the window drew my gaze. Across the street, lights blinked out one by one, like candles extinguished by a passing breeze. Yet, within the darkened windows, unmoving silhouettes appeared to gaze towards the street. A buzz from my robe pocket alerted me to a message in the building's WhatsApp group. "Tonight, stay indoors. It's crucial." Peering out once more, I saw that all lights had now dimmed, save for my own. In the deepening hush, I sensed my heartbeat slowing, falling into rhythm with an ancient, enigmatic force. Perching on the edge of the bed, clutching the newspaper sheet, its texture impossibly soft as if handled by countless hands, I beheld the thickening fog outside, enveloping the streetlights in a milky shroud. From my vantage point, the entire main street lay deserted, a ghostly echo of the past. Recalling the article's accounts, wherein witnesses from that night claimed a collective amnesia shrouded the events, I rose and made my way to the light switch. Before flicking it off, I stole one final glance through the window. The fog twisted into sinuous, almost dancing shapes, and for a fleeting moment, shadowy figures seemed to cavort within, like phantoms adrift in a sea of mist. With the room plunged into darkness, I settled upon the bed, still clothed. The silence now reigned supreme, broken solely by the rhythmic ticking of the clock on the nightstand. Drifting into a deep slumber, I pondered whether the morrow would reveal memories of this night, or if I, like the town's residents before me, would remain oblivious to the cyclical mystery that veiled our lives. The final echo that resonated in my mind before succumbing to sleep was the distant toll of midnight bells, their chime oddly muted, as if reverberating from a realm where silence spoke the universal language of all beings. Story 57. The first time I encountered the phenomenon was on a tranquil autumn evening. Nestled in my study, engrossed in the pages of an ancient tome, I caught sight of the natural light filtering through the window, diminishing in a peculiar manner. Startled, I lifted my gaze to witness an extraordinary sight. The sky above my abode slowly darkening while the surroundings basked in the warm glow of the setting sun. A subtle yet undeniable contrast unfolded before me. It was as though an unseen veil had chosen to linger solely above the roof of my dwelling. The scent of damp earth and fallen leaves wafted through the air, accompanied by a gentle breeze causing the lace curtains to sway in a mesmerizing dance. The soft rustling of the curtains birthed a tranquil melody that seemed to serenade this mysterious natural display. As the days drifted by, the phenomenon persisted, revealing itself routinely. Each evening, as the sun embarked on its descent towards the horizon, that specific section of sky above my home would morph into darker hues compared to the rest of the celestial expanse. It appeared as if a painter had brushed strokes of gray and midnight blue onto a square of sky, forming a surreal contrast with the vibrant blue backdrop. I found myself captivated by this spectacle, often seated in the aged velvet armchair by the window. The wooden floor murmured softly beneath me as I shifted to track the evolution of this celestial marvel. The room's atmosphere grew cooler, and a delicate layer of condensation adorned the window panes, birthing abstract patterns that seemed to waltz with the shadows. One day, amidst my contemplation of this enigma, I discerned a novel occurrence. Amidst the darkened canvas, tiny points of light flickered into existence and then faded, resembling stars that chose to twinkle solely for my eyes. Their movements lacked a discernible pattern, yet their dance exuded a hypnotic, almost musical quality. The silence within the house accentuated their presence, while the pendulum clocks ticking in the hallway established a rhythm seemingly synchronized with their choreography. As the weeks unfolded, I began to notice subtle reactions from the objects within my abode towards this phenomenon. The aged mirrors reflected a softer, more embracing light. Shadows elongated in peculiar manners, crafting shapes reminiscent of ancient symbols. The plants on the windowsill flourished more vibrantly during these moments of selective darkness, as if drawing sustenance from that specific twilight. One evening, while seated in my study, a faint touch grazed my shoulder, akin to a breeze carrying a gentle caress. Startled, I turned around, finding no one in sight. The fragrance of antiquity emanating from the ancient books and time-worn wood intensified, momentarily evoking the sensation of time standing still. The clock's hands continued their motion, yet the sound felt distant, as though echoing from afar. I commenced documenting these occurrences in a diary, meticulously recording every subtle shift in the darkness's intensity and the accompanying phenomena. The pages overflowed with intricate descriptions of how the light transformed, how the shadows danced, how the air seemed to hum with an imperceptible yet tangible frequency. During these moments, my script evolved into a more elegant and flowing style, as if guided by a gentle and enigmatic influence. On the stillest of nights, I fancied hearing a melody emanating from that shaded portion of the sky. It wasn't a sound describable with words, but rather a sensation resonating within me. It felt as though that darkness harbored an ancient melody, a cosmic lullaby solely audible within the confines of my dwelling. With time, I embraced this mystery rather than shunning it. My home transformed into a conduit between the ordinary realm and something grander, something profound. While the world outside continued its daily rhythms, I found myself ensconced in the embrace of these gentle shadows each evening, amidst this symphony of light and darkness crafted solely for me. Thus, night after night, I beheld the sky darkening solely above my dwelling, cognizant that some mysteries require no unraveling, solely immersion. My abode had morphed into a haven of marvel, where the mundane and extraordinary intertwined in a perpetual waltz of light and shadow, of the known and unknown, of reality and reverie. Story 58. The gentle glow of my reading lamp caressed the mahogany shelves in my private library, casting delicate shadows that danced with the rhythm of the rain outside. It was a nightly symphony of tranquility, each droplet tapping against the window pane in perfect harmony. Nestled in my favorite leather armchair, I breathed in the comforting fragrance of old paper and polished wood that lingered in the air. But on this particular evening, a subtle shift in the atmosphere caught my attention, a whisper of change that stirred the stillness of the room. My gaze wandered over the meticulously organized volumes, each one a cherished piece of my collection. The leather-bound books exuded a soft gleam in the warm light, their golden titles shimmering like secrets waiting to be discovered. And then, like a subtle whisper in the silence, I noticed it. A void between two books, a perfect gap that shouldn't have been there. Standing up, the leather of my chair sighed beneath me as I approached the peculiar absence on the shelf. Running my finger along the untouched space, a faint chill tingled through me, a sensation that hinted at something beyond the ordinary. The neighboring books stood as they always had, my beloved 19th century supernatural tales, but the missing volume, acquired just weeks before, had vanished without a trace. Confusion tinged with curiosity, I pondered the mystery of the empty space. I lived alone, the library secure behind locked doors, yet here was a gap where none should be. As I studied the anomaly, another detail caught my eye. The books flanking the void were pristine, untouched by dust, while a fine layer of age coated the rest. Drawing closer, a sweet scent teased my senses, a blend of old parchment and elusive notes that danced on the edge of recognition. In a hopeful gesture, I reached for a neighboring book, expecting to uncover the missing volume hidden behind. But my fingers met only the solid wood of the bookcase, denying me the answer I sought. As I replaced the book, a flicker of movement drew my attention back to the gap. There, a shimmer of light danced like moonbeams on water, a surreal sight in a windowless room. Intrigued, I extended my hand into the void, encountering a warmth that defied explanation, an energy that pulsed with life. The rain outside seemed to murmur in a language unknown to me, a whispered symphony that intertwined with the mystery before me. Mesmerized, I found myself drawn to the empty space, captivated by its silent invitation. Throughout the evening, I remained in my chair, drawn to the enigmatic gap like a moth to flame. Each glance revealed a new facet of its mystique, depths that defied logic, lights that flickered and faded, a presence that lingered just beyond reach. The rain softened to a mist, the night deepened, and still, the space between the books held me in its spell. As exhaustion crept upon me, the shadows in the room seemed to shift, a subtle dance as if the darkness itself sought the void. With a heavy heart, I bid the mystery good night, completing my nightly ritual of securing the library. But as I reached to extinguish the lamp, a sight stopped me in my tracks. A single page had materialized in the empty space. The paper, ancient and ethereal, bore words penned in a script unknown to me, a language of elegance and intrigue. Before I could decipher its message, the words faded, leaving behind only a memory of their presence. I searched in vain for the missing volume, yearning for the answers it held, but the gap remained empty, a silent enigma in my sanctuary of knowledge. To this day, the space endures, defying my attempts to fill it with another book. Each night, I find the displaced volume returned to my desk, as if the library itself craves the return of its lost companion. And so I embrace the mystery, the unanswered question that lingers in the air, a reminder that some tales are meant to wander beyond our grasp. In the hush of quiet evenings, I sit in my chair, watching the empty space with a sense of wonder. Sometimes in the stillness, I catch a whisper of turning pages, a ghostly echo of stories untold. And on rare occasions, a fragrance lingers in the air, a delicate perfume that hints at the secrets concealed within the gaps of my library. For in those spaces between what we know and what we dream, mysteries find their home, inviting us to unravel their secrets, one whispered clue at a time. Story 59. The vintage store exuded a unique charm as the daylight waned, casting a soft glow upon its interior. Strolling down the narrow aisles, I found solace in the faint creaking of weathered floorboards beneath my steps, and the mesmerizing dance of dust motes in the warm, golden light filtering through lace curtains reminiscent of a bygone era. The air carried a blend of ancient leather-bound books, polished wood, and memories ensnared within forgotten treasures. It was in that moment that I caught the first whispers of it, a delicate melody, barely perceptible, drifting through the shelves like a secret shared in hushed tones. The notes, clear yet distant, evoked memories of a time when music was etched onto vinyl and sent out into the world through brass horns. Intrigued, I followed the enchanting sound, drawn by its haunting familiarity, even though the tune eluded my memory. Nestled in the farthest corner of the shop, past displays of tarnished silverware and porcelain dolls with watchful eyes, stood an elegant mahogany gramophone, its brass horn arched gracefully, capturing the fading light of day. The turntable spun leisurely, though no record adorned its surface. As I drew nearer, the music neither increased in volume nor faded away, maintaining its ethereal essence. Suddenly, the shop's owner, a silver-haired elderly woman with gentle eyes, materialized by my side with a silence that nearly startled me. "A beautiful piece, isn't it?" she murmured, her voice echoing the softness of the phantom melody. "It arrived last week as part of an estate collection. Odd thing is, we've never wound it up." I scrutinized the mechanism closely. The winding key remained motionless, yet the turntable continued its hypnotic spin. The music, perhaps a waltz or a nocturne, wove through the air like gossamer threads, beckoning me into its enigmatic embrace. My fingertips grazed the smooth wood, encountering a surprising warmth beneath its polished surface. "Would you like to take it home?" the shop owner inquired, her gaze holding a knowing glint that eluded my understanding. Certain objects choose their owners, you see, and this one appears quite smitten with you. That evening, the gramophone found a new abode in my study, positioned beside the window where moonbeams could caress its brass horn. I devoted hours to examining every intricate detail, the ornate scrollwork on its base, the faded maker's mark barely discernible from years of use, the meticulously balanced arm that should have held the needle. The music persisted, soft and intermittent, akin to a radio transmission from a distant era. Some nights it serenaded me with classical compositions, while other times it crooned jazz standards that might have filled ballrooms a century ago. Each melody seemed to carry emotions within its strains: jubilation, yearning, sorrow, hope, as if the gramophone had absorbed the sentiments of all who had ever listened to it. Gradually, subtle changes crept into my home. Books would be subtly askew, as if someone had perused them while I slumbered. Curtains would flutter on windless evenings. Occasionally, a hint of perfume, a delicate blend of lavender and vanilla would linger in the air, though I dwelt alone. One tranquil evening, as rain tapped a gentle rhythm against the panes, the music altered its course. Instead of its usual ethereal distance, it drew nearer, more palpable. I recognized the piece, Debussy's Clair de Lune, though I had never encountered it performed in such a manner. The notes seemed to paint ethereal scenes in the air. Moonlight dancing on water, leaves swaying in a nocturnal breeze, lovers strolling along gaslit streets. Drifting into a reverie, I perceived a gentle pressure on the cushion beside me, as though someone had settled there to partake in the melody. The perfume intensified, and the air assumed a peculiar weight, akin to the pregnant pause before snowfall commences. When I opened my eyes, the pressure lingered, yet my gaze met only the flickering play of shadows on my furnishings. The music softened once more, returning to its customary distant allure, but something had shifted. The gramophone was no longer a mere relic. It had transformed into a conduit between realms, a custodian of tales yearning to be told. Now, every night, I sit in my study as darkness envelops the world. Sometimes I read, sometimes I simply listen. The gramophone unfurls its enigmatic melodies, and occasionally I sense that tender presence beside me. I have never sought to rationalize or capture the music on any recording device. Some enigmas, I have come to realize, are meant to be savored rather than deciphered. The shop owner was correct. Certain objects select their guardians, and in selecting me, the gramophone has imparted something precious. The realization that music, memory, and enchantment intertwine in ways that transcend full comprehension. As another melody wafts through the air, I smile, recognizing that within the notes lies a truth that resonates directly with the soul, free from the constraints of language or rationale. Story 60. The night unfolded in a hushed embrace as snowflakes descended from the sky, draping the world in a cloak of glistening white. As a night sentinel, my solitary vigil led me through the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient museum. The wooden floor whispered secrets beneath my feet, harmonizing with the faint murmur of the heating system. Pausing by a grand window on the upper level, I watched in wonder as snowflakes pirouetted through the air, their delicate descent painting the courtyard below. Amid this ethereal dance, a peculiar sight captured my gaze. A figure moved amidst the stark trees, yet left no imprint upon the fresh snow. Curiosity stirred within me, prompting a visit to the surveillance room, adorned with glowing screens. Each monitor revealed a world veiled in blue hues, but one screen offered a blurry glimpse of the enigmatic figure, hinting at unseen forces at play. Determined to unravel this mystery, I traversed the museum's silent depths, descending towards the ground floor where artifacts slumbered behind glass casings. The air crackled with an otherworldly energy, presaging the unknown. Peering through the glass doors to the courtyard, I beheld the figure once more, a phantom cloaked in shadow, gliding noiselessly across the snow-laden expanse. With trepidation, I illuminated the figure with a beam of light, only to witness its insubstantial form and featureless countenance. An internal struggle waged within me, torn between duty and primal instinct, as the figure advanced without disturbing the pristine snow. As it drew nearer, a chill enveloped me, frosting the glass and distorting reality in its wake. Objects wavered in its presence, leaves suspended in an unseen current. Pausing by the door, the figure extended a hand in a gesture that felt strangely familiar, almost welcoming. Frost etched cryptic symbols upon the glass, a language of the forgotten past. Before I could decipher the message, distant bells chimed, diverting my attention fleetingly. Upon turning back, The figure had vanished, leaving behind an untouched courtyard and melting frost tracing silent paths down the glass. Repeated scrutiny of the security footage yielded no trace of the enigmatic visitor, only the relentless fall of snow in the empty courtyard. Yet, on nights veiled in snow-laden silence, I am drawn back to that glass door, a silent sentinel awaiting the return of the figure that defied explanation. Sometimes, in the play of light and snow, a shapeless presence seems to drift among the flakes, a ghostly reminder of unfathomable truths that transcend the visible world, a whisper of mysteries that leave no trace, akin to the man upon the immaculate snow. Story 61. The gentle melody of raindrops tapping against my window had become a familiar companion during my late-night writing sessions. Each droplet painted shimmering trails down the glass, crafting a fluid tapestry of light and shadow. The soft radiance of my desk lamp enveloped me in a cozy amber aura, while the rest of the room slumbered in peaceful darkness. I found solace in observing the rain's symphony, deciphering intricate patterns in its meandering journey. Sometimes, amidst my creative musings, I fancied narratives woven within the crystal-clear paths of these droplets. Yet, on this particular night, a sense of intrigue tinged the air. The rain cascaded in peculiar motions, as if guided by an unseen force. Initially, I attributed it to my weary eyes playing tricks on me. The rhythmic lullaby of rain almost lulled me into the ethereal realm between consciousness and dreams. Nevertheless, the enigmatic dance of water persisted, growing more defined with each passing moment. Droplets avoided specific areas on the glass, delineating dry patches that slowly coalesced into the semblance of a figure. Intrigued, I inched closer to the window, my breath hitching as I peered into the reflection that intertwined rain and room behind me. A curious anomaly caught my eye. My own reflection seemed slightly out of sync, as if mirroring my movements with a subtle delay. The rain's hushed cadence intensified, weaving a delicate melody that filled the room. Mesmerized, I witnessed my reflection's hand reaching out to touch the glass, a motion mirrored by my own hand resting on my lap. The movement flowed gracefully, akin to a ballet unseen, yet deeply felt. A gentle warmth enveloped me, a stark contrast to the cool night air near the window. The features of my reflection underwent a subtle metamorphosis, shifting into an entity both recognizable and enigmatic. The eyes that met mine held ancient wisdom, depths unfathomed within my own gaze. Immobilized, I observed as my reflection transcended gender and age, embodying a timeless essence. The rain sculpted intricate patterns around this ethereal figure, defying the laws of gravity with circular motions that shimmered like liquid silver. A flicker of my desk lamp momentarily dimmed the room, ushering a fleeting moment of obscurity. In that ephemeral darkness, a presence brushed against me, tender and comforting as a mother's caress. As light flooded back, my reflection reverted to mirroring my actions flawlessly. However, the rain persisted in its mesmerizing dance, a testament to the extraordinary encounter I had just witnessed. Hours drifted by as I sat by the window, contemplating the mystical visitation that had graced me. The lingering essence, akin to a cherished melody echoing in the soul, lingered without menace or intrusion. With the approaching dawn, the rain's cadence waned, leaving behind a window adorned with ordinary water stains. Now on rainy nights, I find myself drawn to that window, abandoning pen and paper on my desk. When the elements align perfectly, and the rain transforms into a reflective mirror, glimpses of my other self observing me through the looking glass emerge. A silent understanding binds my reflection and me, acknowledging that certain enigmas are meant to be embraced rather than deciphered. The rain persists in its gentle descent, each droplet carrying the promise of another ethereal rendezvous. In those fleeting moments of observation and being observed, I ponder if, in a parallel existence, another version of myself sits by their own window, yearning to glimpse my world through the gossamer threads of rain. Story 62. The night had enveloped the old house in a velvety shroud of quietness, broken only by the soft patter of autumn rain against the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a hot cup of tea, I idly gazed at the painting hanging on the wall across from me. A relic passed down from my grandmother, it portrayed a woodland scene at dusk. Though not a prized possession, it never failed to draw me in with its poignant tranquility. That particular evening, as the golden glow from the lamp cast dancing shadows around the room, I noticed something peculiar. The painting appeared slightly askew to the right, though I could have sworn it had always been perfectly aligned. Setting down my cup on the nearby table, I rose slowly, the aged floorboards sighing beneath my weight as I made my way to the wall. With gentle hands, I straightened the painting, feeling the rough edges of the antique frame under my fingertips. Back in my seat, I resumed my interrupted reading, lulled by the warmth of the tea and the soothing melody of the rain outside. It was only after a while that I looked up and saw the painting askew once more, this time to the left. A subtle chill crept down my spine as I tried to rationalize it as mere fatigue or a trick of light. Rising again, more cautiously this time, I approached the painting and noticed a detail I had never before seen. The colors of the sunset appeared more vibrant, almost pulsing, while the tree shadows seemed to stretch longer than before. With trembling fingers, I brushed the canvas, feeling a warmth as if it had absorbed the room's heat, yet the way the paint shimmered under the light felt different. In the days that followed, I found myself increasingly drawn to the painting. Each time I entered the room, it seemed to have shifted ever so slightly. Sometimes the change was subtle, other times more pronounced. Not only did its tilt vary, but the details within the painting itself seemed to subtly alter. The density of the trees, the shapes of the clouds in the painted sky, they all underwent imperceptible transformations. I began photographing the painting daily, comparing the images meticulously. The variances, though slight, were undeniable. In the painted forest, new elements emerged and vanished. A nest nestled among the branches, a hidden glade, a faint path previously unseen. The sunset appeared to inch across the canvas, as if time within the painting flowed at a different pace than our own. On a particularly serene evening, as I sat in my familiar armchair, movement caught my peripheral vision. The painting was shifting on its own, a slow, almost imperceptible tilt. Curiosity mingled with a surreal calm as I watched the fluid motion, as if an invisible hand caressed it gently. Approaching the painting once more, I felt the canvas tremble beneath my gaze. In the glass protecting the painting's surface, for a fleeting instant, I thought I glimpsed a familiar figure. The blurred outline of my grandmother, like a faded memory, seemed to smile while writing the painting's position. Since that moment, I've embraced these subtle changes as part of the house's enchantment. Each night before retiring to bed, I spend a few moments studying the painting, eager to uncover its new secrets. Sometimes I believe it's my grandmother's way of signaling her presence, watching over me through this enigmatic canvas that stirs and shifts like a living entity. I've shared this tale with no one, holding the sweet mystery close to my heart. The painting continues its dance, though less frequently now, as if striking a balance between revealing itself and harboring its secrets. And so, I remain seated in my armchair each evening, tea in hand, listening to the rain drumming against the windows, observing the painting that breathes its own existence, a silent exchange understood only between us. Story 63. In the quiet of the old family home, raindrops tapped a soothing lullaby on the roof, guiding me through the remnants of my grandmother's legacy. Nostalgia hung heavy in the air, mingling with the fragrance of aged wood and swirling dust particles caught in the fading sunlight filtering through the cream curtains. Each item I unearthed whispered tales of yesteryears, painting vivid memories in my mind. Amidst the final boxes, a weathered photo album, cloaked in dark leather, beckoned my attention. Its corners worn with time, yet the touch retained a tender softness, a silent testament to bygone days. Placing it delicately on the antique oak table, I traced the album's pages, releasing a faint scent of must and time-worn paper. Black and white snapshots unfolded family chronicles, weddings, birthdays, lazy summer days, smiles frozen in time, generations intertwined in familiar features. The rustle of pages melded with the rain's gentle rhythm on the window panes. Pausing at a photograph captured in the garden, a summer tableau emerged before me. My grandmother, a vision in her floral dress, seated with her siblings, basking in the sunlight's embrace. Yet a solitary figure stood at a distance, veiled in mystery. Clad in a pale gown cascading to her ankles, her face obscured by the shadow of a wide-brimmed hat. Unfamiliar to the stories recounted at festive gatherings, her presence puzzled me. Removing the photograph revealed a date inscribed in my grandmother's elegant script, summer 1956. A solitary detail, no name to accompany the enigmatic figure. A chill breeze swept through the room, stirring the curtains as daylight waned, casting an ethereal glow. Illuminating the scene with an old table lamp, casting a soft, warm radiance, I scrutinized the photograph anew. A disconcerting realization dawned upon me. The mystery woman's shadow defied logic, a divergence from the others. While familial shadows stretched to the right, hers veered in a different direction, as if touched by an unseen light source. A shiver traced my spine, recalling fragments of a whispered conversation between my mother and aunt, speaking of a woman who vanished without a trace. Rainfall intensified, a hypnotic cadence enveloping the room. The figure in the photograph seemed to sharpen, the surroundings fading into obscurity, beckoning me to unravel its cryptic message. Turning the photograph, faint markings in the corner emerged, faint words etched with delicate strokes. She always sees. Nestling the photograph back into its rightful place, a magnetic pull compelled me to linger, as if the image held untold secrets in its grasp. How many untold narratives lay dormant within these walls, how many enigmas captured in fleeting moments. The rain persisted in its gentle descent, cloaking the night in a hushed embrace. Nestled in an armchair by the window, the album cradled in my lap, I drifted into contemplation. Who was she, this elusive woman? What had she witnessed, and did her gaze linger still? Leaving the album open on the table, a silent invitation to the enigma within, I retired to bed, stealing a final glance from the threshold. Beneath the flickering lamplight, a fleeting impression crossed my mind, that the figure had shifted as if casting a glance in my direction. Yet it could have been a trick of shadows, a fleeting illusion, or perhaps a profound mystery destined to dwell within the sepia-tinted pages of a time-worn family album. Story 64. Snow drifted down silently that evening in my quaint antique shop. The delicate flakes pirouetted behind the windows, basking in the warm glow of vintage lamps, casting a gentle and inviting aura. The aged wood of the shelves murmured softly, harmonizing with the unhurried cadence of the pendulum clock's hands. The air was redolent with the scent of ancient books and beeswax, a fragrance unique to items steeped in history. As I arranged some volumes, the doorbell twinkled with crystalline clarity, breaking the hush. A rush of cold air glided into the shop, carrying a few snowflakes that dissolved on the wooden floor in an instant. I turned to greet the visitor, only to be momentarily transfixed. Standing at the threshold was a tall figure cloaked in darkness, seemingly absorbing the light around them. A broad-brimmed hat shielded the upper face, while a gray wool scarf veiled the lower portion. "Good evening," I whispered, striving to maintain a composed demeanor despite a subtle shiver crawling up my spine. The visitor offered no reply but glided gracefully among the shelves, their gloved hands skimming the displayed trinkets with delicate finesse. There was a hypnotic quality to their movements, as if they danced to a melody known only to them. I found myself captivated by their every gesture, noting how light seemed to bend oddly in their presence. Shadows deepened and thickened, as if possessing a tangible substance of their own. Pausing before an antique mirror from the 18th century recently acquired, the visitor's gloved fingers traced the gilded frame with deliberate care. Silence in the shop grew weighty, punctuated solely by the clock's deliberate ticking, each second elongating. Tentatively, I tried to catch their reflection in the mirror, only to realize with mounting unease that it revealed only the shelf behind them, as if they were absent from its gaze. Approaching cautiously, the floor creaking beneath my steps, I ventured, "May I assist you in finding something specific?" My voice hung lower than usual. The visitor turned languidly towards me, their features obscured by shadows under the hat. With a fluid motion, they withdrew a yellowed piece of paper from their coat pocket, unfolding it meticulously on the counter beside the cash register. Elegant, antiquated script adorned the list of curious items. A mirror that remembers, a clock that counts backwards, a key that opens forgotten doors. Reading the list, I sensed a chill settling in the shop. My breath materialized in small clouds in the chilled air. Objects on the shelves seemed to quiver imperceptibly, as if recognizing something in the visitor's presence. "I regret," I murmured, "but I do not believe I possess these particular items." The visitor remained still for a prolonged moment, then nodded slowly. Retrieving the paper, they tucked it back into their coat with the same grace as before. They made their way to the door, pausing just before departure. Turning slightly, a sound more akin to a whisper of thought than a voice emerged from the scarf. "You will." It was not a query, but a certainty. The bell chimed as they exited, yet the sound carried a different timbre, resonating from a distance. Snow continued its descent outside, yet for an instant it seemed the flakes hung motionless in the air, suspended in time. That night, after closing the shop, I scrutinized the antique mirror. Its reflective surface appeared profound, hinting at hidden depths within its silvery sheen, and the pendulum clock, the faithful timekeeper, had halted precisely at the moment of the visitor's arrival. Since then, each evening as shadows lengthened and light waned, I found myself gazing towards the door, awaiting the bell's melodious ring. Every item in the shop seemed to share the anticipation, as if we all sensed the inevitable return of the visitor. For in an antique emporium, every object harbors a tale, and perhaps, just perhaps, some items await the inception of their own narrative. Story 65. The ocean that night lay placid, a mirror reflecting the moon's gentle glow. Wrapped in a cozy wool blanket, I sat on the porch of my rustic wooden abode, entranced by the soft rhythm of waves caressing the shore. The silver path of moonlight on the water beckoned me, a mysterious invitation to follow it to the edge of the world. In that tranquil moment of reverie, a peculiar sight captured my gaze, a verdant luminescence, almost ethereal, swaying amidst the gentle waves near the shoreline. Rising slowly from my rocking chair, its faint creak breaking the silence, I felt the salty breeze kiss my face as I descended the weathered steps. The sand, still warm beneath my bare feet in the late hour, guided me towards the water's edge where the waves tenderly embraced the land. The greenish glow grew more distinct as I drew closer. An antique glass bottle, its elongated form exuding an air of mystery, held a yellowed piece of paper within. Retrieving the bottle gingerly, I marveled at its weight and the salt-encrusted patina that veiled parts of its surface, rendering it opaque in places. Moonlight danced through the glass, casting hypnotic reflections. The cork stopper, sealed with aged black wax, bore cracks from the passage of time, yet remained intact. Peering closer, I noticed the glass held tiny sparkling crystals, like stars encapsulated within. Returning to the porch, the flickering light of an oil lamp provided better visibility. Placing the bottle on the worn wooden table, I settled into my favorite armchair, the symphony of the sea now a poignant backdrop. With deliberate movements, I began to unravel the sealing wax, disintegrating like ancient ash beneath my touch. The cork, remarkably preserved, emanated an unusual fragrance, a blend of seaweed, aged ink, and an indefinable essence that lingered in the air. Inside, a rolled parchment tied with a faded blue silk ribbon awaited. My hands trembled as I untied the knot, revealing a surprisingly resilient paper despite its age. Unrolling it, the sepia-toned ink revealed fragmented phrases that seemed to sway on the page, hinting at a language just beyond recognition. Elegant script intermingled with distorted letters, conveying a sense of urgency in its creation. Among the faded text, snippets emerged. Time flows differently here, and the light is never the same. Intricate sketches of unknown constellations and lunar phases intertwined, captivating my senses. Yet a drawing at the page's bottom, a perfect spiral, seemed to shift imperceptibly, its motion entrancing. As I delved deeper, the oil lamp's flicker grew peculiar, casting elongated shadows that danced to the sea's rhythmic chant, now echoing a forgotten language. Time itself seemed to slow, the air thickening around me. The concluding paragraphs, clearer than the rest, spoke of a realm where dream and reality intertwined, where time ebbed like water through fingers. The message's closure held a breath-stealing revelation. If you are reading these words, it means you too have been chosen. Look at the sea tonight. You'll see it's no longer the same as before. Startled, I glanced up from the parchment. The moon loomed larger, its reflection now bearing a geometric allure on the water's surface. The bottle on the table emitted the same emerald light, pulsating as if stirred from slumber. Gently folding the message and returning it to the bottle, I left the cork aside. Staring out at the horizon, I pondered the possibility of others encountering similar bottles, feeling the silent beckoning of the sea. The night drifted by in quiet contemplation, a subtle shift in the universe palpable. Whether it was the stars' reflection on the water or a newfound perception within me, something had changed. Until dawn broke, I remained on the porch, absorbing the sea's whispered ancient secrets. With daylight's arrival, the bottle's green glow waned, a fading memory of the night's revelations. Uncertain if I would ever unravel the message's full meaning, I carried within me a sense of transformation. Sometimes, beneath the full moon's gaze, I catch glimpses of that green glow dancing among the waves, a silent call to unearth mysteries, perhaps best left undisturbed in the ocean's depths. Story 66. In the early morning haze of the autumn garden, I set out to gather the fallen leaves that had carpeted the ground overnight. The mist wrapped the landscape in a soft embrace, veiling the familiar sights in a cloak of mystery. As I moved through the garden, the cool breeze kissed my cheeks, carrying the earthy fragrance of damp soil and the sweet scent of chrysanthemums that bloomed quietly in a corner. The world around me was hushed, save for the gentle rustle of dry leaves underfoot and the occasional serenade of an early bird, its song weaving through the stillness. It was amidst this tranquil scene that my eyes caught a glimmer among the fallen foliage. A faint silver light beckoned me closer, like a whispered secret waiting to be discovered. Bending down, I brushed aside the dew-kissed leaves, revealing a hidden treasure nestled among them. An antique necklace lay before me, its delicate beauty a stark contrast to the rugged earthiness of the garden. The pendant, adorned with intricate floral designs, cradled a small blue stone that seemed to hold a piece of the sky within its depths, capturing the essence of light in a mesmerizing dance. I held the necklace in my hands, feeling its ancient whispers against my skin. It was a piece of craftsmanship unlike anything I had ever seen, a relic from a forgotten time. Alone in my sanctuary for over 2 decades, I knew with certainty that this exquisite piece did not belong to anyone I knew. That night, after tenderly cleansing the necklace of its earthly veil, I placed it on the nightstand beside my bed. The moon cast its silvery glow through the window, casting dancing shadows upon the walls as I drifted into slumber, the necklace's presence a silent guardian in the night. Throughout the hours of darkness, I stirred from dreams to the faint strains of a melody, a haunting tune that lingered in the air like a wisp of memory. Each time I strained to grasp its elusive notes, they slipped through my fingers like mist, leaving only a sense of longing in their wake. With the dawn's light, I found the necklace had shifted on the nightstand as if moved by unseen hands in the night. The blue stone, once radiant in the moon's glow, now held a quiet radiance that whispered of hidden secrets waiting to be unraveled. Driven by curiosity, I delved into the necklace's origins, embarking on a journey that would blur the lines between reality and the ethereal. In the days that followed, subtle shifts in my home began to reveal themselves. Objects in the kitchen seemed to rearrange themselves overnight, as if touched by an unseen presence. The family photographs on the walls shifted imperceptibly, their frames askew in a silent dance of remembrance. And always, the melody persisted, growing clearer with each passing night, its ethereal strains weaving through the house like a forgotten lullaby. One evening, as I sat in my favorite armchair with the necklace beside me, I heard the faint echo of footsteps from the floor above, soft and delicate like the tread of a child in the dead of night. I ascended the stairs cautiously, but found no trace of the source. Yet in the guest room, a hidden treasure awaited my discovery. An ornate wooden box, adorned with the same floral motifs as the necklace, lay in quiet repose. Within its velvet embrace rested a photograph, its colors faded with time, depicting a young woman adorned with the very necklace that now lay in my possession. On the back of the photograph, a date and a heartfelt message, to remember the happy days in the garden. From that moment on, the melody of the music box became a familiar companion, a soothing presence that filled the quiet hours of night with its gentle refrain. The house itself seemed to come alive with whispers of the past, a symphony of memories echoing through its walls. As autumn waned and winter's chill crept in, I often found myself in the garden, where shadows danced among the trees and a faint figure seemed to materialize in the fading light, a specter of days long past. The mystery of the necklace and the enigmatic woman in the photograph remained unsolved, a riddle woven into the fabric of my existence. Yet with each passing day, I embraced the unknown with a sense of peace, like one accepts the ebb and flow of the seasons. And so, the necklace still rests upon my nightstand, a silent sentinel in the night, its presence a reminder of the mysteries that dwell within the heart of the world. On nights when the moon shines brightest and the wind carries whispers of forgotten laughter, I listen for the echo of happy days lost to time, a melody intertwined with the very essence of my being. Story 67. The night enveloped the world in a blanket of silence, broken only by the steady rhythm of the train wheels rolling on the tracks. Nestled in the final car, I found myself bathed in a soft, gentle glow that emanated from the delicate fixtures above. The air held a comforting warmth, and the motion of the train seemed to cast a spell, lulling me into a tranquil state. Peering through the window, I watched as the mist outside swirled lazily, twirling into fleeting shapes that vanished into the shadows. In that dimly lit carriage, I believed myself to be the sole passenger, cocooned in solitude. Or so I thought. My reflection in the window melded with the darkness beyond, conjuring an illusion of an unseen watcher on the other side. The symphony of the rails whispered a mechanical lullaby, coaxing me towards slumber. It was then that a peculiarity caught my eye in the glass. A shadow loomed behind me, a figure seated a few rows away. I had no recollection of their arrival, yet there they sat, a silent presence. The train pressed onward through the night, its wheels spinning tales of antiquity in their ceaseless cadence. With cautious movements I shifted my gaze, avoiding any overt attention. The amber light bathed the carriage, casting elongated shadows over the vacant seats. The enigmatic figure, shrouded in a dark coat and obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, remained motionless. Their visage hidden, time itself seemed to slow in their midst. The atmosphere grew heavy with unspoken memories, as though the air bore echoes of bygone eras, not my own. The passenger made no sound, no movement, blending seamlessly with the carriage as if an intrinsic part of the train's essence. I rose slowly, feigning a trip to the restroom towards the rear of the car. Drawing nearer, I discerned that their coat seemed to swallow light, absorbing every glimmer. A chill hung in the air around this enigmatic companion, a faint fragrance of lavender and aged tomes lingering on the breeze. Passing their seat, I felt a suspension of time, the distant hum of the wheels fading into a realm beyond reach. A disquieting realization dawned upon me. The figure beneath the cloak exhibited no signs of life, no telltale breaths. Reaching the end of the carriage, I hesitated, torn between advancing to the next car or retracing my steps. The corridor stretched endlessly, hypnotic patterns swirling under the soft glow. Glancing back, the seat once occupied by the mysterious passenger sat vacant. In its stead rested an ancient train ticket, its edges yellowed with age. Trembling, I retrieved the ticket, its date marking 50 years prior, on the very same day. The ticket retained a warmth, as though recently handled. Returning to my seat, I clutched the artifact between trembling fingers. The train continued its nocturnal voyage, the rhythmic symphony of wheels a soothing backdrop. Beyond the mist-blanketed window, ghostly silhouettes seemed to tread alongside the train, companions in its shadowed journey. As weariness tugged at my senses, I pondered how many others had crossed paths with this mysterious passenger aboard the final train of night. The ticket, a tangible memento of the surreal encounter, began to slip from grasp, fading like a wisp of dream upon waking. The train pressed on, carrying its enigmatic secrets and spectral passengers through the night. Drifting into slumber, a hint of lavender wafted through the air, accompanied by the distant echo of retreating footsteps down the corridor of the car. Story 68. The November rain softly tapped against the windows of Grandma Rose's attic, creating a natural lullaby that always brought me a sense of tranquility. Returning there after years, in the wake of her passing, I ventured to sift through her belongings. The aroma of aged wood and weathered books lingered in the air, while the fading twilight peeked through the half-open shutters, casting playful shadows on the vintage wallpaper. Nestled in a forgotten corner, beneath a thin veil of dust, I discovered Grandma's cherished brass record player, gleaming like a polished mirror. It was a relic of days gone by, adorned with intricate floral patterns on its mechanical arm and a turntable impeccably preserved. Beside it, a collection of vinyl records neatly nestled in time-worn cardboard sleeves. As my fingers grazed over the records, they paused on one in particular. Its cover was a simple white, lacking a title or author, save for a delicate golden trim that shimmered in the subdued light. Though unfamiliar, I was well acquainted with every record in Grandma Rose's collection. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, I resolved to listen to it. With a gentle hum, the record player stirred to life. Placing the mysterious record on the turntable, I lowered the arm. Initially, only the familiar crackle of vinyl filled the room, then the music began. It was a melody unknown to my ears, a piano waltz that held a peculiar quality in the way the notes intertwined. Each revolution of the record seemed to subtly alter the composition, as if the notes themselves rearranged into new harmonies. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the enigmatic rhythm. Amidst the music, I fancied the scent of jasmine, Grandma Rose's beloved bloom, though it was midwinter, an impossibility. Upon reopening my eyes, I discerned the shadows in the room moving in a new cadence, swaying to the mysterious tune. Before me on the wall, a figure's shadow danced distinctly, despite my solitude. The waltz persisted, yet now intertwined within the piano's melody, I caught the soft echo of a familiar laugh, Grandma Rose's laugh, clear as crystal. A tremor of nostalgia and wonder coursed through me, not of fear, but a stirring mix of emotions. Rising from the armchair, I approached the window. In the glass's reflection, the room behind me was mirrored, yet for an instant I glimpsed Grandma Rose, youthful and radiant in her favorite dancing gown, twirling in the heart of the attic. When I turned around, she vanished, leaving only silence in her wake. The record spun on until its final note dissolved into the air, and the room seemed altered, more vibrant, more animated, as if that fleeting musical interlude had roused dormant memories within the house's very walls. That evening, as I returned the mysterious record to its white sleeve, a detail caught my eye. Along its inner edge, in Grandma Rose's graceful script, was a date, her wedding day. Beneath it, in faint letters, a message: music is the key to our most cherished memories. Since then, whenever I revisit the attic, I search for that elusive record. Sometimes it reveals itself readily, while other times it hides amongst its companions. And with each listen, the melody subtly shifts, as if holding infinite variations of the same memory. I've pondered whether it was a special token for Grandma Rose, or something more mystifying. Yet one certainty remains. On those rainy evenings, when the record player spins that enigmatic waltz, the attic brims with a subtle enchantment, blurring the line between present and past, reality and memory, akin to the fragile paper of an old photograph. Perhaps, in those fleeting moments, Grandma Rose dances on, eternally youthful, eternally jubilant, in an unending waltz. Story 69. The rain fell incessantly, a gentle symphony that serenaded my journey home. Each droplet pirouetted on surfaces, capturing the warm amber hues of streetlights, painting the wet road like strokes on a mysterious canvas. The air held a chill, thick with the fragrance of damp earth seeping in through the cracked window. Across the vacant lot, typically unremarkable, an unusual energy pulsed through the mist that veiled the parked cars in a hushed caress. Pausing before my car, I observed the flickering reflections of light on puddles, a mesmerizing dance of illumination. In that moment, a presence, not menacing but unquestionably enigmatic, made itself known. A vague silhouette lingered a few paces away, barely discernible through the mist's veil. Its features eluded me, yet its stillness captivated my gaze. Motionless, breath barely escaping, I watched as the figure gradually dissolved into the humid night, melding seamlessly with the darkness. No fear gripped me, only a surreal tranquility, as if I bore witness to a phenomenon beyond rationale. Resuming my journey homeward, the extraordinary encounter lingered, an enigmatic essence transcending comprehension, yet oddly familiar. The ceaseless rain cocooned me in its melodic embrace. Subsequent rainy days found me seeking elusive figures in the night, not out of trepidation, but in pursuit of that wondrous serenity, that ancient calm. Even within my abode, a bastion of familiarity, a veil of enigma descended. Every creak of floorboards, every gentle draft animating curtains, hinted at veiled narratives. One rainy eve, as droplets tapped on window panes, I left a lamp aglow in the living room. Its flickering light cast shadows that danced to the wind's cadence, an entrancing spectacle. Nestled in my armchair, cradling a steaming cup of tea, I observed the play of shadows with tranquil fascination. A sense of anticipation tingled within me, indefinable yet palpable. Then a revelation. An antique mirror on the wall reflected an ethereal glow, as if from an unseen source. Intrigued, I drew nearer, fixing my gaze on my reflection. But it was not solely my visage that met my eyes. Lurking behind me, barely perceptible, a form materialized from the shadows, much like the figure in the parking lot. No fear gripped me, only a serene acceptance, as if that presence had always lingered, awaiting my notice. Slowly I turned, finding naught but the rain's whisper and the gentle creak of aged wood. Returning to my seat, I sought to rationalize the inexplicable. Perhaps a trick of light, a reflection born of rain and shadow's dance. Yet deep down I sensed a deeper truth. Not alarming, not menacing, but profound and elusive. Even now, amid the symphony of rain and the shroud of night silence, I find myself attuned to traces of that enigmatic presence. I decelerate near vacant lots, gaze lingering on the spaces between lamplights where darkness seems to pulse. The figure has not manifested again with certainty, yet in moments of perfect stillness and deep silence, a subtle awareness stirs within me. It is not fear, but an uncanny solace, as if that presence were a forgotten fragment of self or a memory unwilling to fade. And so, as rain cascades and the world dissolves into a tapestry of sound and shadow, I surrender to that ineffable sensation, understanding that certain mysteries need not be unraveled, only embraced. Story 70. In the heart of our neighborhood, autumn nights hold a mysterious allure. As the cool breeze whispers through the trees, it carries the essence of fallen leaves and the soft echoes of footsteps on the damp pavement. Lately, a peculiar occurrence has captured my attention during my nightly strolls home from work. It revolves around the streetlight standing sentinel at the intersection of Maple Street and Rose Avenue. Unlike its counterparts that steadfastly bathe the sidewalks in their warm yellow glow, this particular light harbors a secret. Upon my approach, the light begins to wane, as if concealing a hidden truth from my sight. Initially dismissing it as a mere malfunction, I gradually became captivated by its enigmatic behavior. It was no random glitch. The light dimmed solely in my presence. Observing others pass beneath it revealed no alteration in its luminosity. Intrigued, I decided to delve deeper. One evening, I paused 60 feet away, leaning against the weathered facade of the Art Deco building on the corner. The streetlight's beam cast long shadows across the pavement, illuminating dew-kissed grass in the nearby garden. Stepping forward, the light flickered ever so slightly. With each advancing stride, its radiance diminished, as though holding its breath. Standing 15 feet away, the light dwindled to a faint glimmer, barely outlining the surroundings. Bathed in the muted glow under the streetlight's canopy, a profound silence enveloped me, as if the very essence of the night paused in reverence. Peering up at the glass encasing the light, faint etchings adorned its surface, forming an intricate pattern shrouded in obscurity. Straining to discern the markings, a sudden gust rustled the leaves, hinting at a subtle movement within the glass. In the ensuing days, I altered my route to pass beneath the enigmatic streetlight without fail. The ritual unfolded predictably, the light dimming, the silence deepening, a sense of unseen observation from above. Subtle nuances emerged, the light's hue subtly shifting, conveying cryptic messages through imperceptible tonal variations. One moonlit night, within the familiar twilight circle, a peculiar sound resonated, a gentle, metallic hum, its cadence almost musical. Placing my hand on the cool metal pole, I felt the vibrations coursing through me, as if the streetlight sought to communicate in its silent language. Diligently documenting each encounter, I discerned a correlation between the dimming intensity and the lunar phases. During the new moon, the light nearly extinguished upon my passing, while on full moons it maintained a steady glow. The interval for the light's return to full brightness after my departure remained unwavering, precisely 23 seconds. Gradually, the streetlight's peculiar behavior molded my routine, compelling me to participate in its silent ritual. I found myself slowing, pausing beneath its dimmed radiance, attuned to the murmurs of a bygone era carried on the ethereal hum. Never seeking a rational explanation, I embraced the mystery that enveloped me. In that fleeting darkness, as the world receded, I felt connected to something greater, a narrative woven through shadows and light. The streetlight awaited my nightly return, a silent companion in our twilight rendezvous. Engulfed in the dance with the enigmatic streetlight, I remain uncertain of its origins. Electrical anomaly, cosmic coincidence, or something beyond comprehension. Yet within that fleeting moment of dimmed light, I find solace in the enigma that unfolds in whispers of shadows and light, a tale shared only between us.